convince you guys or anything. And I'm on your side in terms of believing the flat Earth and all sorts of experiments and I don't know what I'll call them, but like government lies or conspiracies and stuff. I believe in because a lot of it seems fake. But I do have this debate like question about.
I'll hear it. I just want to kind of go back a little bit what you said there. You said I believe I believe like you guys. We don't believe. We don't use that word. That word belief is it has a connotation that you accept something without any evidence. So we would say we know the Earth is flat. That gives a knowledge claim and an affirmative. So just to kind of clean up a little bit, like I have to, because there is a lot of people that are pedantic that will get you on certain points. So, but go ahead. What's your question? I do want you to get your question.
Okay, so you guys, know the Earth is flat. When I'm here, I know the Earth is flat. But when you talk about the Earth and you talk about the land and where it ends and stuff, is the answer just nobody knows? Because the ball Earth thing has the Earth's land ending on more Earth, and that kind of seems like it fits into some sort of understandable reality a little bit more than land just endlessly extends.
Yeah, we always
the flat Earth.
Yeah, we always go. We always go with. Yeah, I heard you. I fully understand what you're asking, sir. I mean, you don't really have to go too far into it. I know what you mean. But everybody that comes in here and listens to us, we tell them that we go based on first principles. What do you know, right? What do I know? Well, what we can know is that information that we can know about the Earth around us is that we can only go and travel to certain places based on, either restriction of travel or, permitted. So we can't just freely go onto this Earth anywhere we'd like. So exploration of the Earth is not something that you could just get up and go do if you wanted to check, right? Let's say you wanted to check to see how far the limitations of this Earth or the realm that you exist in are. You wouldn't be able to do it. There's a lot of red tape for you to actually get around this Earth, right? Permits and you got to get passports and all kinds of things, right? So it just makes sense that when people say, well, we know because the Earth is a globe, you'd have to turn it back around to them and say, well, you say but you're not able to check. See, the thing about the globe is that it's just an invention of someone's idea of it's like a mathematical construct, right? The Earth is a oblate spheroid, but when we're here on flat Earth, we can only travel to known places that people have been. And anywhere that they might think that we can't go, well, we don't know about any other areas, like, let's say, beyond the ice wall, or the idea that the Earth is an AE map and there's more land behind Antarctica. Like, that's not a part of what we do here. We don't have to go into that because it's not, the questions that we're asking have to deal with the Earth being a horizontal plane, right?
Yeah,
so the most important,
anything beyond that exists either, and I've never been there.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, it's considered non sequitur. So it's a point that doesn't need to be made. The edge question, or we know that the Earth is a globe and stuff. They can't know that specific thing about the Earth and maps and such. Not only because they don't know from first principles, but also because they don't know if it's a globe or not. So the idea that they can travel certain places on a globe is the derivative conversation where the premise should be, do I know it's a globe, first of all? Then I can see if I can travel on it like one, which that, you'd get an absolute no from that too. So there's a lot there to be desired for the people that are saying what you think they're saying to you. It's kind of like a hat trick, right? They'll be telling you that they'll know because the Earth is a globe, but they don't know it's a globe. So you've got to take into first principles. How do you know it's an actual globe? We have to start there. We can't go from because there's the Earth is a ball and the maps will wrap around, and so we got more land. I mean, that's just the idea that the Earth is a globe. You're indulging them. You have to stop them so they can get to think, well, really, how do I know it's an actual globe? And they have to present that information to you.
Okay, but
you get what I mean?
I feel like I understand that, and I feel like I can accept that. But can you accept that my question has, an answer it's looking for that isn't
No.
really?
No, it doesn't. You accept no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Let me tell you why. Because you either accept as as an interlocutor, right? You either accept the answer that they're giving you, or you challenge them. So if you don't challenge them, then it's your fault because you've accepted that as an answer to the question: is there more land? Well, yes, of course, because it's a globe and it wraps around. That's your fault. You need to stop them and get them to think that's not an answer.
The end of the land.
Hey, you're breaking up, sir. Try again.
Would be beyond the end of the land or anything in a ball.
Yeah, that's not a question, right?
There's more.
No, it doesn't, sir. Here's a problem. It doesn't make sense because you're accepting the premise that the Earth is a ball, so it makes sense. But if you do not accept that and you say, no, wait a minute, it shouldn't make sense because you haven't proved it. It would make sense if you can prove it, but you didn't prove there's any sphericity to the surface. There's no curvature. So the idea that the Earth is a ball only exists in the mind, and anything that you accept from that being that they say that, well, it makes sense because it's a ball, is you're capitulating on certain points and you shouldn't, right? This is where you need to brush up on your argument skills. You should be able to stop them and say, wait a minute, wait a second. No, it doesn't make any sense because it's not a globe. You need to stop them. And the idea that you accept that is the reason why they undermine or sabotage your position. Yours, because you're trying to show them the Earth is flat. You can't do that now because you just gave up sacred space to their idea that the Earth could be a globe with it wrapping around, and that gives an answer to your question of not knowing and them knowing. You've handed them the idea, is what I'm saying. You shouldn't do that.
But does that idea that the Earth is a globe, is that the same one that really says the end of the land results in nothing or void or more land? Because it feels like it's a different explanation. And I'm not a globe earther. I'm just providing this argument.
Yeah, I know you're not. What's happening? Yeah, I get it, Shine. But listen to me, dude. I know you're not a globe. You don't need to reaffirm that. I understand that. What I'm saying though, there's some lag between us, I think. Well, what I'm saying though is, you don't have to accept what they're saying. The reason that you accept what they're saying is that's basically your choice. You don't have to. As someone who's challenging them, you don't have to accept it. You can say, no, I'm not going to accept your idea that the Earth is a globe. You can say that, but you have to be firm on that. When you give them that, you're actually not doing justice to the argument of the Earth being a horizontal plane. Because now when it's your turn to tell them, what's going to happen is they're going to be like, oh, wait a minute. No, it's not a flat horizon or a flat plane because I said it could be a globe and you agreed with me. So you basically gave them a reason to believe that the Earth is a globe without challenging them. This is the issue, Shine, is what I'm saying.
It's also context dependent, right? You wouldn't be doing this at Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah,
because then your family will kick you out for being a complete asshole.
Yeah, you pick and choose your battles, of course. I mean, you find the time and place. But the good thing here is when you're doing this, you always also have to use tact, right? Make sure that you're tactful about it, you're not just a total dickhead. But the important thing too is there's no position that there's nothing that you can waver on. You have to make them understand the Earth is just a construct of the mind. It is not something that's in reality. So that needs to be paramount in your argument with them. Does that make any sense, Shine? Because I hear a lot of you say you're a flat earther and stuff, but I want you to realize that, being someone who's intellectually honest.
Seem like that would work for everybody. I'm willing to buy your side of the argument, and that there's lots of stuff that is presupposing a globe and all that. But if you're just talking to somebody trying to convince them, you have to answer their questions, right? You can't.
No, that's not the heart of your aim.
You believe
hold on, brother. Yeah, brother, hold on. That's not the heart of your aim, right? You don't want to convince them. You want to challenge them. challenging them is different. Convincing them is a whole other thing. That means that you're not going to leave until they understand what you're saying. And the only thing you're trying to do is get to challenge them so they can start to think like, wait a minute, I couldn't answer that question.
I'm not trying to take away their beliefs or anything. I'm here for fun, just arguing for fun.
Well, see, that's your motive then. Maybe it's not for the sake of like identifying whether or not they can know what truth is. Maybe yours is just for a different reason. We're not here. I don't know. Maybe some people are here for just fun. I'm not. I'm here to tell people about the truth of the world that we live in. It's important to me. Many people, let me tell you how important this is, right? Many people have given their lives, and the company of friends that we know of, right, have passed away giving all that they can to this topic. So it's not fun for me, like not in that sense. It's fun in that we get to hang around with each other and speak truth, and you know what I mean? But not in the sense of like, it's just like flippant, you know, like I'm just, oh, la-di-da, it doesn't really matter anyway. Like, no, it does matter to me. So, but yeah.
So if I can offer some context and perspective too on this, I mean, I've got many friends in my life who know that I'm into flat Earth, and I've got many who don't, and the two groups don't necessarily talk or cross-pollinate with each other. But the kind of friend that doesn't know that I'm into flat Earth at all is the kind of guy that I'd sit down, we'd go hang out and have some beers with, and I might ask a question like, "Hey, you know, so you ever look into this flat Earth shit?" And you'd be like, yeah, I have. I'm like, isn't it weird how nobody's ever been able to measure the actual curvature of the Earth? I've been looking into this. I don't freaking get it, dude. And you know, the point is you can play coy, you can have fun with it, and you're not necessarily there to like exorcise demons from their soul or anything. There are different ways to go about this in different contexts, and you can absolutely have fun with this in the right context, and maybe even plant a seed in the process.
Yeah, but it just can't be the heart of someone's aim just to have fun. Like it's not. That's. I mean, if you're in it for just that, then I think this is the wrong thing to be doing. I think.
Well,
I mean, just pure
context dependent.
Like just pure fun.
It's not an interrogation.
Well, I think it kind of is, though. Not in the way that you've just presented it, but it is because you really want to get them to think about what the Earth is. So you're trying to do it in a tactful way. But what this gentleman is trying to like actually relay here is that he's having nothing but fun, and like that's all he's in here for. So whether or not he makes a point that sticks, he's not.
I want the strength of reasoning.
Well, you're not going to get that if you're just like joking around. It don't really matter. I'll give them the idea that the Earth is a globe. Like, you know what I mean? Like your points have to be at least.
It's fun seeing whether you guys have good arguments or not. And you do have some good arguments, and some of the arguments aren't as good. If you're just going to shut me off from talking about the arguments that aren't as good, then sorry, it's just less, fun for me. And, it makes me think you don't have as good an answer as I would want to hear. But,
Wow, dude. Yeah. I guess there might be some that agree with you, but I don't. I think that you're going about it all wrong. Like,
I see where you're going, though. Like, rapport is absolutely important. You have to have rapport. And if you're going to have continued discussions, you want to make sure that they want to have the next discussion with you. Like, if you just come in guns blazing and start intellectually beating them on the head to flat smack your friends, you're going to be very lonely.
All right. Well,
I just joined. Which arguments do you think are good?
Were you talking to me?
Yeah. Which arguments do you think are good and which ones do you think are bad? I just joined.
All right. Well, I don't really believe in gravity. I think the whole thing with lasers and lakes and mountains and line of sight shows flat Earth to be pretty true. One of the arguments I find less good is how does the Earth, block out the sun? Is the Earth really spinning? It's a little bit hard for me to get into because I don't know what arguments I think aren't good. I'm more of a flat earther than a non-flat earther, so I think a lot of the flat earth arguments are good. But yeah, some of them are good. I just don't think gravity in the solar system would work out all that well. But I don't think that, like, flat Earth is just automatically proven by doubt in the other one. I don't know. I'm sorry, that didn't really provide that much, but can you go off that?
No, that's a good answer, and that's an honest way to think about it, to be honest.
I'm trying to be honest. So, I mean, there's lots of good flat Earth arguments. Like, here's one. How does the oceans of the Earth become a ball shape of an Earth when water should lay flat? The only way it could be in a ball shape like that, it just couldn't. Water is never in a ball shape like that. And so those photographs of the Earth from outer space where the oceans wrap around the ball has got to be fake. They would just be flat instead in reality, based on reality physics of water and stuff, and you'd just have a flat ocean in between the continents which stick up above the ocean. That makes plenty of sense. I think that's a fairly good flat Earth argument, or an argument that the photographs are fake. Meanwhile, the water itself, in all sorts of experiments, seems to show that it doesn't curve over any sort of distance, which would easily disprove what we believe about the globe, or what we think we see about the globe when we look at the pictures of outer space looking down on the Earth and seeing the ball Earth with the oceans curving around, filling in the space between the lands. They would really be flat, right? Because water would be flat across the distance. I mean, scientists will try to say, gravity makes it so that it holds itself in a sphere shape. But I don't believe that. When can you ever put water in a shape that's like a mound of dirt instead of it all spilling out to the sides and being flat? You can't. That's what I would think. So a picture of the Earth from space, it's got to be fake. I don't know if that was the point. I'm just saying that's one good argument. Oceans should not have curved distances across them, just like no water has curved distances. You can't stack water on top of water or make a pile of water. It has to flatten out and flow to the edges. That's a good flat Earth argument. You guys agree, right?
Yeah. Water is the globe killer, really. I mean, it has to be curving at a specific rate. Like any large body of water anywhere on the Earth would have to be curving at pretty much a specific exact rate over distance. Okay, so 10 miles is going to have approximately 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. And it's just not there. So I get your question when you're talking about they have an explanation for a whole bunch of questions that people have because they're making a specific shape claim. But flat earthers could just make up some shape, right? And that would be more ridiculous than being honest and saying nobody knows that, right? Nobody that we can verify has ever just kept going south to see what happens. You probably know about the Antarctic Treaty as well, right? You can't just keep going south and work out exactly what happens. It's dangerous, and it's also illegal to do it freely. And if you get the permission to do that, then there's a whole bunch of crazy rules that come along with having that permit, which basically make it near impossible. Now, you would think that someone would have just kept going south, right, and circumnavigated the globe and come back around to where they started again, if it was a globe, right? Considering countless people have done east to west circumnavigations, which would work just fine on a flat or a globe Earth. But not knowing the shape of the Earth, it's not saying that it's not a shape or that it's infinite or anything like that, right? It's just being honest and sticking with empirical evidence. Now, we can easily debunk the globe because we've got thousands of long-distance observations, laser tests, and things like that, which you've seen, obviously, some of. But explanations don't mean anything if you can't back them up with empirical evidence. Surely you agree with that.
Right, and I think the evidence for going around the globe is fairly, inconsistent because there's way less documented going around north to south than there is east to west and stuff. If
Yeah, there isn't any. There isn't even any claimed proper like no one's ever done a great circle north to south. The only ones that have been claimed have been ones like One More Orbit in 2018 or 2019, where they went down from the north down to the south, and then they turned around and went back up again. That, and then they got given the, circumnavigation.
If it was so doable, they would do it today. Just since they have thousands of airplanes and stuff, they would just do it to prove it to flat earthers. Why don't they just do it to prove their point and end the argument? They don't do it probably because they can't.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Exactly, and also just not being able to find any curvature. There's just so many long distance observations that just completely destroy the globe. They're impossible on a globe. Literally. And they don't have one observation throughout all of history that actually matches up, right, with the curvature of the Earth and says, oh, look, here's an observation over 20 miles. Here's the curvature. Here's the horizon where it should be, and so on. We've accounted for all of the weather conditions, blah, blah, blah. Here's consistent observations that match the globe. Like, there isn't one. Not that one would do the trick, right? It would need to be repeatable.
Good point. Because I always think, sometimes there's flat Earth calculations of this building is this high and you can see it. Well, if the globe was true, anywhere you go on the globe with any building or any mountain or anything, you should be able to calculate if I'm, 200 miles away, I can only see the 20% at the top. Or if I'm 300 miles, only the 10% at the top. And they would just make photographs with these numbers, but there's like zero of them that I know of and stuff. It seems to show quite obviously that they can't do globe Earth math, even on this planet, which they say is the globe Earth.
Yeah. So they do claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? And that's cool to have an answer, a response, an explanation, but it just falls on its head. Because the pre-requirements to have that globe aren't there, like Earth curvature.
Experiment all the time and prove you can see something that's too far. Shouldn't a globe earther be able to do an experiment that says you see 50% at this distance, 75%? But there's zero examples of people posting that information on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. That's because when you actually go out and test, which is what we encourage people to do, you either become a flat earther or you just kind of bury your head in the sand or don't release the observation to the public because it didn't work out for the globe.
Right. The only pictures of curvature are those that they present from outer space, allegedly.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think that's true. It's always from a satellite. The planes and people on airplanes and mountains, they never see any curvature.
And
no, they'll show you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, TG, I didn't mean to take over.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
They'll show you images of inferior mirages on a horizon and try to pass that off as Earth curvature. All the time. And we can prove that those are inferior mirages, which is what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Anything from boats to windmills to mountains to you name it.
Yeah, mirages are everywhere, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Physically, geophysically, you're staring, you're gazing far with a very narrow angular field of view onto the horizon. How much information is packed into that very, very narrow angle? Let's say it's maybe 2 or 3 degrees. How much information is there? You could be staring tens of miles away, which means there are potentially, like thousands of feet squished into that very narrow angular size. What information about the Earth is happening within that narrow band? You've got a warm surface that's heating up air molecules, causing evaporation. You've got water vapor that could be condensing if it's getting cold. You've got a gradient stack of temperature, potentially several thousand of feet high, that goes from, I don't know, let's say 80 degrees at the surface to 40 degrees to the tip of the peak. All of that is being compressed into a tiny narrow field of view. And all of that is affecting the path of light to your eye from that tiny narrow angular field of view. And the literature is quite clear on how this affects what we see. You've got a temperature inversion that is happening in a very small angular field of view. You're going to see all kinds of wacky things going on. Turbulence to start, potentially multiple instances of total internal reflection depending on what you're looking at and your angular relationship to it. And all of this is contributing to what is ultimately an image that isn't true. And the very fact that you can see it is killing the globe. The very fact that they can't show you that this is Earth curvature is killing the globe. You know what nobody ever sees? A refracted horizon of a boat going over the curvature of the Earth. Nobody ever sees a mirage. You know, maybe a superior mirage of a boat going over a curve, or an inferior mirage or Fata Morgana of a boat going over the curve. Nobody's showing that. Within surveying literature, using theodolites to survey the Earth, they tell you, like, listen, these things aren't built to go measure distances, angular relationships on the horizon. The air is just too freaking chaotic to do anything useful with. You're supposed to use incremental steps, leapfrogging.
Try telling Jessica at the live that.
Yeah, I know. Their own manuals. I got this thing from Harvard from their like geophysics department or whatever it's called on surveying techniques that outlines this exact process and says you're supposed to use a graduated scale. You're supposed to basically take surveying rods and survey the distance to each of those rods from each of those rods going out, so that you have an incremental measurement and not this entire measurement without that incremental scale in order to increase your accuracy. So our argument is and always has been that the horizon and the effects that go on is optical and subject to meteorological effects, geophysical effects that cause distortions, and the globers hijack this and say that's proof of Earth curvature. We say, well, okay, if you got Earth curvature, show the Earth curvature plus the known meteorological distortions, optical distortions that we see on the horizon, because both must be present, and they can't do it. And some of my favorite observations are done with infrared, which just cuts through much of this distortion, the vast majority of it. You can see through the haze. You can see light from where it actually originated instead of the altered path that it takes.
Hey, isn't it supposed to be backwards, Yoder? Isn't it supposed to be backwards on infrared? Like you're supposed to see less instead of more? Because of the wavelength of light that...
Yeah, on a globe, you should be able to... It should be limited by the curvature of the Earth. Your distance, right? Because they claim that without infrared, we're seeing a shorter wavelength of light, which is subject to greater optical distortion, which allows us to see further. So if you pop on infrared in the glober's mindset, maybe you should be able to see less. Maybe your vision's now being obstructed by the Earth curvature. But that's not what happens. We see way further in infrared instead of shorter. It's insane. And everybody knows, right? Like, listen, if you're doing a measurement, or if you've got like a military weapon capability, or you're doing some kind of communication with optics, you want to use longer wavelengths. You want to use infrared because it just doesn't give a shit about what's in the way. So yeah, I'm still waiting for Globies to show us infrared long-distance observations of beautiful Earth curvature that should be popping out in all of its glory, and it's never been done. Instead, we have hundreds of examples of the opposite.
Okay, you got me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Infrared seeing further and further. If the normal doesn't see it, infrared should see it. Infrared doesn't see it, there's probably better systems. Where is the curvature of the Earth in any sort of photograph, photography, or video?
Yeah, it's never present. One of my favorite discoveries I found this about 2 years ago.
Good point.
There's NATO. There's a NATO contract called NATO Sapphire. Sapphire contract was funded by the U.S. Department of Navy, and this was for NATO's benefit, where they had two teams of military surveyors come out, one from Germany, one from the Netherlands, to the Chesapeake Bay, which is kind of like outside Baltimore, Washington, D.C. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to examine the optical distortion that takes place just above the surface of the water, so that they could develop better models to develop better predictable paths of light that propagates just over the surface of water. I can only imagine what this might be for, like, maybe satellite communications with submarines or something, or who knows what. But anyway, they wanted to study what's called the marine layer. And so these military surveyors went out and they took infrared cameras, infrared theodolites, and infrared flashlights. And on one side of the Chesapeake Bay, they set up a tripod purposefully to be just behind the curvature of the Earth. They called this their control. And then they had a tower. It almost looks like a ranger tower, like you'd see in an observation tower in a national forest. And they mounted lights going up this at various heights. And they set up their theodolites to measure the distance. And then they set up an infrared camera to record everything, daytime, nighttime, 24/7. They said in their report back to the government that the situation was cursed because the control light that they set behind the curvature of the Earth was visible in conditions that presented no reason for there to be any refractive effects whatsoever. They could see the damn light behind the curvature of the Earth in infrared. And they couldn't make it go away. And this is fucking up all of their mathematical models. They said in their own paper that in order to account for the curvature of the Earth, they had to artificially inflate the difference of temperature between the water and the air just above it by 1 order of magnitude, by a factor of 10. The real measured differential between the air and the water was 0.1 degrees Celsius. It was really cold. It's like the dead of winter. But they had to say it was 1 degree Celsius. They had to move the decimal over one place in order to make the model work. They had to backfit the data, the observation, into a model, dude. And this happens over and over and over again. You can go into our search bar on our server and type in Sapphire, SAPPHIRE, and probably find my posts on this stuff. I've got all the PDFs, I've got screen caps and everything else. And it's just illustrative of what's going on. People say, why would they lie? I don't really know if lying is the right word. These people aren't like secret flat earthers trying to deceive people into the globe when they go out and do this. These are people who just believe in the globe and they're like, what the hell's going on? Well, I guess we don't fully understand the nature of Earth and we can just backfit our data into a model and call it a day. So,
yep.
Yeah, this is a problem, dude. It's almost worse. It's almost worse than a conspiracy theory. What makes it almost worse is the fact that I think it's more of a black pill that the whole world has gone mad with this urban myth of the globe. And to deny what's right before them in their very eyes in reality. I think that's worse than being controlled by a cabal and a backfilled, smoke-filled room.
You're crossing me just a little bit because you say the whole world has gone mad with the urban myth of the globe. And
Yeah.
I believe that, except for that, the smartest people in all of science are involved in the lie. Are they smart because they're liars?
What lie?
Involved in the lie?
What lie, dude?
How could they all be
What
mad
lie?
at the lie of the shape of the earth?
I don't think it's a lie. That's what I keep trying to say. Like,
Well, I'm
shift
sorry.
your thinking.
I probably didn't say what I was trying to say just right. So, you think the whole world has gone mad and they believe this urban myth, but
Yeah.
surely some people are smart enough to know whether it's true or false and are easily likely passing off the false story as true because it gives them some benefit. Like NASA, for example.
Yeah,
As long as
yeah.
people
Well, some people at NASA probably know.
the planets, they'll pay
But-
us to go to the other planets.
You're talking to some of those people right now.
Okay. People,
Yeah, those people you're talking to in this chat right now.
the people who believe,
Took the words right out of my mouth.
people who believe,
The people who realized something was effed up and didn't speak up about it and just took their paycheck and went home.
Okay. I believe that. I think people can just go with the lie, whether or not they know it's a lie, just because they think this is easier. I'm not going to harass people about it. And other people might care
Yeah, but I
about
mean,
truth and stuff.
yeah, but so what about those guys? Like, we only care for those who like actually want to come forth and have a discussion about it. Like, I mean, of course the world's filled with those types of people, but you have to be one to stand
Right.
against that. Like, I mean,
Right.
You can't really fault their character too much because they're surrounded. Okay, there's one part of them that feels maybe a little bit scared for speaking up, and another part of them that has tried to be humble, adopt a tone of humility. An entire industry of people who think otherwise. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. I mean, to me, that is a positive character trait. And it keeps people from speaking out, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. People don't want to speak out and, be questioned about their beliefs and stuff when it's much, much easier just to pretend that you're like everybody else and believe what you believe.
it's called a sunk cost fallacy. So everybody who's doing that, they can't turn back anymore. Like, there's a gentleman who comes in here every now and again. His name is Josh. I don't know if you heard of him or not, but he works with the Kuiper program on Amazon. And, he challenges what we say in here. But I think the reason why he likes coming back here is because he kind of does deep down inside know that what we're saying is true, because he's been challenged many times. He doesn't know how to prove to himself that, and to any of us, that the earth is a globe, which is an
magnitude greater than what they can do in a lab. So what they're trying to tell you is that they can get a certain parts per million reading in a lab, but they can get a greater accuracy reading from a star. That makes no sense, my brother.
Well, a star's a billion trillion times bigger, dude.
No, whatever, dude. Yeah, so in other words, they haven't validated any of their claims about what the stars are or how far away they are.
So you think NASA is just lying to everybody that the Earth is round?
No, I think they're so stupid they actually think they know what a star is based on their stupid little readout that's way more accurate than what they can produce in a lab.
We're not talking about a star right now. We're talking about why the Earth is round. This is your argument. So you think NASA is lying that the Earth is round, right? You think they're just lying about it?
That depends what you mean by they, because there's many, many people in different organizations. I was in an organization where I had secret information that nobody else had, and everybody else just had to go about their business without knowing what I knew.
Okay, so that literally had nothing to do with my question.
Yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is that just because NASA is involved in quote unquote space missions doesn't mean that everyone's lying. There'd only be certain people that know truth and are constantly saying the against the truth. But if you're just believing what you're doing, so for example,
that's what I just said, bro. They're lying to them.
Yeah. So
they're lying to the public to say
no.
Is that true or false?
No. Just check this out, brother. There are many employees at NASA who absolutely believe the Earth is a globe. They even do missions, and they can't even tell the difference between a training mission and a real mission. So I don't know who's lying, but most people just believe the Earth is a globe, bro. They just believe it. And that includes NASA employees. Most NASA employees have no firsthand knowledge of whether the Earth is a globe or not. They just believe it.
Okay, hold on.
Their jobs have nothing to do with any firsthand knowledge of the Earth being a globe whatsoever. And they certainly haven't seen it with their own two eyes.
Okay, so how do you explain, like, how the moon and the sun behave? How do you explain day and night?
Oh, perfect. So during the day, the sun is out, and then it go away, and then the moon come up a little while. Sometime it come up during the day, and then it go away. So the moon and the sun, they're kind of like here, and then they're kind of like there. So they just go around and do, they're never in the same place.
Okay, that doesn't explain it. No shit, Sherlock. Explain why
No.
it happens.
Listen, fair enough that you desire an explanation. All I know is what I see. I don't need to know anything more than that. I don't need an explanation. So if you want an explanation, I'll give you one. So Ratchet and Clank, the video game characters, are actually real. And Ratchet uses his gravity gun to make the sun go around while Clank feeds him tacos.
Okay, I mean, honestly, that's fair enough. I'm a flat earther now. Now I agree on everything. Actually, no, the Earth is a banana. Prove me wrong, the Earth is a banana.
No worries, brother. But see, the point why I'm being so tongue-in-cheek is that what the stars are doesn't change what the shape of the Earth is. What the sun and the moon are doing doesn't change what the shape of the Earth is. So, for example, I'm in a kitchen. I'm in a kitchen, brother. Just check it out. I'm in a kitchen, and there's a granite countertop, and it is beautiful and flat. And then there's a light fixture above the countertop, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 globe lights. Rest assured, my friend, the shape of these lights in this light fixture has nothing to do with the fact that this piece of granite slab is flat.
Okay, that is a completely irrelevant analogy that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, it has everything to do. It's that the ground is what the ground is. It has nothing to do with the lights in the sky, bro.
Do you want me to explain to you why that's an irrelevant analogy?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me why two things that are different things have nothing to do with each other. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm talking about motion, not the shape of a star. I said nothing about the shape.
Oh yeah, fair enough, brother. Fair enough. So let me do something. I'm gonna up my experiment. Flat granite countertop, 6 globes in a dangly light by a chain. Now watch this. I'm gonna take my finger and I touch the chain. Now the lights are moving. Oh look, my countertop changed its shape. My countertop. Oh my goodness, it's no longer straight. Wow, the countertop just curved in front of my eyes because I made the lights move. Did that happen? The answer is no, it didn't. What?
I really don't understand anything you just said, but we'll go.
I know, brother. That's the problem. So now I'm going to take a tool. The tool I'm taking out is called a square. It's actually the shape of a triangle. And I'm going to lay it onto my granite countertop. And let me tell you, brother, it lays right on that, flat as can be. Now, since I have my tool showing me that the granite countertop is indeed straight and flat, I'm going to take the lights on top of the granite countertop and I'm going to turn them off. It's now dark. The granite countertop is now in the dark. Is it now a globe? Oh, whoa, the light's back on. Is it now a globe? Oh, whoa, the light's off again. Is it now a globe? No, it's never a globe. It's always flat.
Okay, can I ask another question? Bring up another
Sure thing, brother. Hit me up.
So, let's give you an example. A city in Egypt, I think it's Sainin. You probably have heard this one before. Sainin, whatever it's called. During noon, on whatever day of the year it is, there's no shadow. You don't have a shadow because the sun is directly above you at noon. And some other cities, it's very similar.
Yep.
So if you go to the city next to it, if you go to Alexandria, city next to it, you can measure your shadow, and it's at an angle of 7.2 degrees. Right? It's not a city right next to it, but it's a city in Egypt as well.
Yeah.
So if the Earth was flat, how would you explain that? If it's round, that would check out. But if the Earth is flat, how would that not check out?
Well, you see, what you're talking about is shadows, right? And so you're making assumptions about the nature of the light and the shadows and geometric relationships.
We're not making assumptions. We're not making assumptions. We know this.
No, you are.
Science.
No. Listen, that's not
an assumption.
No, the non-assumption. Listen, Nick, dude. Okay,
the shadow is just the absence of light. It's just it's not.
Okay, listen, dude. How are shadows created?
They're not necessarily created. It's just not necessarily a complete.
Hey, listen, let me ask you this question. If it's pitch black, are there shadows?
In our eyes,
no.
Yes. Yeah, well, I'm not saying, because there's obviously...
If it's pitch black, there's no shadows, homie.
Okay, well, if you want to... That's just way too...
So then the only way to get a shadow is to turn on a light, and the path of the light to illuminate the area, and the shadow is where the light is not hitting the area because it's being blocked by something, right?
Yeah, that's a shadow. There you go. That's what we create when we're standing outside. And
so shadows are blocking the path of light. Now, in order to make geometric claims about the light that's blocking the shadow, that's casting the shadow by the blocked object, you have to make certain assumptions. So, for example, Eratosthenes, which is who you're speaking about, made the assumption that the sun is an infinite distance away, that it's larger than the Earth, that all the lights are that all the rays are parallel, et cetera, et cetera. He made a bunch of assumptions. So it's not. He measured shadow angles. He didn't measure the sun, and he didn't measure the Earth.
Okay, so why would those two things
Oh, it's very simple, dude. It's if the sun is over here, and the rays of the sun are not coming in a way that's uniform, then you're going to have different shadow lengths. I mean, look, I have my granite slab again. Watch this. I take my square, which is blue. It's from Empire Squares, and I'm placing it on the granite countertop. I see a shadow. Okay, this shadow is, since I have it, I'm going to turn it this way so I can measure it.
Wait, also.
Okay, the shadow is, hold on, brother. The shadow is 6 inches. Now I'm going to take the square and I'm going to put it directly under the light fixture. No shadow. Now, let me ask this question, friend. Is my granite countertop a globe?
You're doing it at such a small scale that it really doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, dude. The principle's the same.
No, it really isn't. Not at such a small scale. Scales have a lot of to do with things. It has a majority of the things to do with everything. A scale can change your experiment drastically.
Sure, I would agree that scale can change things. That's fair.
All right, can I ask you another thing?
Sure.
So why does the bottom of a ship disappear first, then the middle, then the top when it hits?
Okay, I agree. I'm glad you asked that, because now we're going back to where we started. So I said that the ship doesn't disappear at the geometric horizon claims. It disappears much further sometimes. But did you know this? Check this out.
No, I just answer my question.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I don't care what you have to say. Just answer my question. That's all I want is you to answer my question. Why is that the case?
Okay, dude. I'll tell you why. If you can't see the bottom of something, it's because resolvable light from the object is not being resolved in the optic. There you go. That's the answer.
Okay, but why is that the case? That's just.
I just told you. I'm going to listen. If you don't let me expound, I'm going to reduce it to the most absolute technical reduction, and you're just going to have to live with that answer.
Yeah, but that's not.
So you don't get to take a dial. You don't get to take a dial and then dial the color of the television till you like my answer.
It's like I'm speaking to a brick wall, bro. Just answer the question in detail.
Yeah. You can't see things because you can't resolve light from that portion of the object. There you go.
Why can't you resolve the light from the bottom, then the middle, then the top?
Oh, because I'll tell you why. Because you have a limited angular resolution, and the packet angles that are available to render are below the threshold of resolvability.
Go a little bit more into detail with that.
Yeah. So if you took a checkerboard and you look at it, standing up, and you're looking down at a table and there's a checkerboard, you could see all the squares. But if you took that checkerboard, put it directly into your eye, and then turned it horizontal, it would disappear. So the angle of approach matters to whether you can see something or not. So once light falls below a critical angle, for example, a human eye is 0.02 degrees. So if light is not entering greater than 0.02 degrees, there's no resolvable information. Any information that's coming in that triangle will be conflated with each other and become one value. So if that's the bottom of a boat and the ocean, disappears. If that's the bottom of a building and the sand, disappears.
Okay. Can I ask another thing? What
no, only if you let me finish. No, only if you let me finish my previous thing I wanted to finish.
Well, then, sorry, you're not going to say another thing because I don't really care about that. I'm not going to ask another question.
Nick, how's that fair? I've been trying this whole time to tell you a very cool observation that I've done with. I've done my own observation on my own lake, and you won't let me talk about it. Why are you such a bigot, bro?
I'm not a bigot. I just don't care about your observation because I don't necessarily.
Yeah, see, you're a bigot to my observation.
I don't trust your observation. It's just like you saying something.
You know what? Hey, bro. The best part. Listen, friend. The best part about my observation is you can reproduce it yourself if you're within driving distance of a 1,000-foot lake.
Okay. Well, I'm not. So, can I ask you another question or no?
Listen. I want to tell you my observation, dude. How about this? You put your fingers in your ears, and I'll tell the audience since they want to know.
How about this? I just leave.
Well, dude, if you're going to say, I'm not going to let you tell me your unique, curious observation that has relevance to the Flat Earth Globe Earth discussion, or I'm going to leave. How is that fair?
I don't trust your observation. That's the thing.
You don't have to trust it, dude. I'm just going to tell you what it is. It's reproducible.
Well, what would be the point of you telling? I'm not going to reproduce it because I don't care that much about if the Earth is a globe or flat.
It's not only reproducible. You can also go find other people that have already done it, dude. So besides me.
Okay. So can I just ask you a question or no? Or is it just a no?
Dude, I'm just trying to give you my observation, bro. Why are you so scared of my observation? Are you afraid that it's going to shatter your paradigm and you're going to have to realize that your globe cuck religion isn't as true as you thought it was?
No, I really don't care if the Earth is a globe or flat.
You do care because you're too scared of my observation, my bro.
No, I just wanted to ask a question.
It's like your girlfriend is holding your phone and she's like, I'm going to flip through your messages. And you're like, oh my goodness, why would you want to do that?
For the sake of privacy.
Yeah, but see, the difference is you know that there's evidence of you cheating on the globe. Because when you're out there in the world that the Earth presents itself as flat. So you've been cheating on the globe your whole life, bro.
Okay, can I just ask a question, bro? You're making some fire analogies. I can't lie. That was pretty.
All right, listen. You ask your question first, and then I'll tell you my observation. Go ahead.
I'll listen. I'm probably just going to leave afterwards. All right. So how can you explain to me like your idea of gravity, right? Because if our understanding of gravity would be that the Earth, if it was flat, if it magically became flat, for someone that believes that it's a globe, if it magically became flat, then it would crumble back onto itself. And how do you explain gravity in that sense?
Perfect. I got you, bro. I hear you. So I'm going to do an experiment to help it. So I'm going to grab something here. I am. I like demonstration over explanation. Okay, so So we're going to use my granite countertop because it's flat and it's affixed to the ground.
You can't use something at such a small scale.
No, just check it out. No. It's not about that. It's not about that. I'm just saying it's just a reference plane. So I have a can of Monster Energy Ultra Fantasy Ruby Red, the thin one, 12 ounces.
Shit flavors are.
That's what they had. So I'm going to take it and I'm going to place it onto the countertop. I'm now going to let go and I'm going to look at it. Now, check this out. The can is empty and it's not being crushed into the ground. Why not?
Because it has such a small mass that it's. I mean, I could go more into it, but it's just a.
It's much. There's a more simple. There's simpler. You can reduce it even simpler than that. If you reduce it ultimately, it's that the structure is able to resist any collapse forces. So, for example, if I put a 50-pound brick on top of it, it might crush, right?
Yeah, it's just a small. There's not that much weight going against it, and the structure is.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. So yes, fair enough. But for the purpose of the can, it serves its purpose well, and it's able to resist the forces to maintain its shape. Now, if the Earth was flat, yeah, fair enough. So if the Earth was flat and gravity is real, then in order for the Earth not to crush itself, all it needs to do is be strong enough to resist the forces. That's it. It's that simple.
So how do you know that it's strong enough to resist the forces?
I'll tell you how. Because the Earth is clearly flat and it's not being crushed. There you go.
Okay. It's like the worst argument I've heard, but okay. Because that assumes that assumes that I would agree with you on the Earth as being flat, which is not an argument you can.
Nick, it's what we all experience. Well, Nick, let me do another experiment. Another experiment live.
I told you I was going to go after this one. I told you I was going to go.
Yeah, fair enough. You can leave. The audience still wants to hear what I have to say. They don't care whether you hear it.
Okay.
Monster Energy. Yeah, peace.
Say I love you too.
Man, listen, I love you an enemy that became a friend, and then we try to backstab each other sometimes, but when we're face to face, we shake hands.
All right, that's fair. All right, bye-bye. Toodaloo.
All right, so I'm going to drop my can. I've dropped it. It landed on the granite countertop, which is flat. It dropped straight, as far as I can tell, towards the countertop, hit the countertop. So something fell downwards and landed on a flat surface, just like we experience our entire lives. Every time we drop something, it heads towards the Earth, straight down, minus any wind. But that's all we've ever all experienced. So if gravity is anything, if gravity is pulling things down, then it's pulling it down to a flat Earth. So if gravity is anything, it's proof the Earth is flat. Now, there will be some triggered people who may hear what I just said and be like, oh my goodness, he said gravity. He said you can have a flat Earth and have gravity. Yeah, that's true. Gravity doesn't make the Earth the shape that it is. Gravity doesn't make curved things flat. Gravity doesn't make flat things curved.
Is your God gravity?
My God? Or wait a minute, what did you say?
I'm just joking. You know how Globers, they worship gravity as their God.
Fair enough, and transversely, some flat earthers are so scared to talk about gravity because they think if they concede gravity, then that means the Earth could only be a ball because they can't think outside the box. You can have a flat Earth. Yeah, you can have a flat Earth.
Are you saying there is gravity?
No, I'm just saying gravity is irrelevant. If you're a flat earther, gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all. Now, if you're a globe earther, gravity could be a religious mythos as part of your creation story. Like, for example, that guy said, you got to have gravity to have a ball because if it was a flat, then it would be crushed into a ball. So he's talking about the formations of things in the past. In other words, a creation mythos, a religion. I know that my flat countertop, when I drop something and it hits it, the fact that something dropped to the countertop didn't change the shape of the countertop. Certainly not a metal can ain't going to change the shape of this granite countertop. Now, if I dropped 5 tons onto this countertop, maybe you can turn it into a pile of rubble. Hey, Siren, what's up? You just going to join our chat talking at the rip?
Yeah, because that's what I do.
Right.
Go ahead, mute me. Yeah.
Why? Why mute you? You want to talk?
Yeah, I saw the little heading that flat earthers are lonely. Now, I was just here to spark some conversation. I did not know you guys were already conversing with each other, hence being lonely.
No worries. Now that you're here, we're not lonely anymore.
Good. Anyway, so which motherfucker here believes the earth is not flat? Let me deal with that bitch.
He left, man. He wouldn't let me show him my observation because he was so scared it would challenge his status quo paradigm.
Yeah. Yeah, I talked to a motherfucker in here before once. I didn't like him. I wish I remembered his name. But he's trying to convince me that the stars were not real. He was telling me that the stars are just flashing lights or something. I'd sock that guy. I'd sock him. Yeah.
Hey,
you think it's a burning ball?
No violence.
I think so. I think maybe Dyson made it, I don't know.
What? Dyson?
Yeah, Dyson. Dyson has vacuums and stuff, and they'd be like making some cool, interesting gadgets. Yeah. I'm not a serious person. You guys are not gonna like me. I'm sorry in advance.
No worries, but to close up the previous convo before you arrived, my observation was that I was trying to tell him that you can see things disappear from the bottom up well before the alleged globe horizon is even in the picture. So in other words, at short ranges. And that, coupled with the fact that you see things disappear at long ranges, short and long, both beyond the globe geometry, demonstrates that it's an optical effect. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe whatsoever.
So I think the emoji in the room's name is a little offensive because it's round, and if we're believing the Earth is flat, I think it should have been not round. The title, just for future, the future. There's a little bit of a don't.
It's only
Siren, you got a problem.
That's of Earth. That they give
you got a problem though, Siren.
Media tech boards give us.
True story, Dora. But
emoji.
There's also a problem on the table, and that is that you can have something both round and flat, like a coin. So round and flat can exist together.
It should look a little like this, I'm just saying. A little like this. Like a little disc.
Yeah. Siren, do you think we believe that the Earth is a pizza floating in space?
Yeah.
Well, no, we don't, and nobody does, unless they're silly.
What is Earth then?
I think you guys are already silly enough.
What we observe.
We're silly because everywhere we go, down is down and up is up, level is level and horizontal is horizontal, and that's all you've ever experienced your entire life is flat water everywhere you go. But we're the silly ones.
They really think, I really wish that NASA with their satellites just zoom in on Australia and see sailboats on upside down and airplanes traveling upside down, and then they could dig a hole of China.
Dude, what if they just zoom in on something that right side up and then flip it?
My guy, listen. If you hold a tennis ball in front of you, right in front of your eyes, and then you in your hands rotate it 180 degrees, nothing on the tennis ball is going to be upside down. It's going to be the same way up it was on the other side when you were looking at that. And then if you rotate it 180 degrees again, it'll still be the right way up. That's how it works.
Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
They still should be able to zoom in on anywhere on the ball and see sailboats. Doesn't matter if it's Australia only. I'm just talking just planes, sailboats. Just zoom in,
You can zoom in with a satellite.
Yeah, but they haven't though. You haven't witnessed that footage. I have not seen it. Please show.
Wait, hang on. What
Please
footage
show
are you
me. I'm looking for fucking a satellite footage where you see the whole ball of Earth, and you see airplanes on one side of the globe and sailboats, and on the other side of the globe, there's planes and sailboats, and you just see it. You know.
Well, you couldn't get that with a satellite. You'd need like an actual you need to go so far away from the Earth that you'd need like an actual like rocket to take a picture as it was going away, and then that camera would have to be powerful enough to zoom all the way in to see.
So do we have that technology?
I mean, we probably do. It just costs a lot of money to prove something we already know exists.
Do you think NASA has a kind of budget to get high-powered cameras?
To get high-powered cameras? Yeah, they can, but I don't think they have like. To be honest, I feel like NASA feels that they've proved it quite sufficiently. You know?
No, really.
Yeah, they do.
Like how? Like give me a globe proof.
Just the maths, like of the horizon and stuff. Like people have calculated the size of the Earth to be pretty close for like thousands of years.
Really? Thousands of years. Because when I look at old cultures, they were all geocentric, and this heliocentric just came up like 100 years ago.
Well, heliocentrism versus geocentrism has nothing to do with whether the Earth is round or flat.
Has some part. It's about what we're living on right now. What reality is.
It is related to reality, yeah, but that's the same as saying like, well, you say that people have thought that the Earth was round for thousands of years, but did you know that people didn't know about microbes thousands of years ago?
So what is your proof? Is it or what is it? Aristotle or who? Not Aristotle. Who is it? The guy with the shadows.
Aristophanes, or where you say it.
Yeah, so he claimed that the sunlight isn't it's parallel. It's not diverging. He said the sunlight rays that you will never see diverging rays. You only see parallel on Earth, which is a fucking anyone that's seen light rays on a cloudy day. Or on their dusty, when they're in their room and there's a lot of dust bunnies flowing in the air, they can tell and see that the sunlight is diverging. That's what I've witnessed. And that's what I've seen on video, diverging sun rays. But they claim that it's not diverging, that it's parallel, the light rays. So that example for a globe proof is just horseshit.
Just to be clear, what you claim is that when you see, like, light rays in the sun, and like during the day, so you can see like dust bunnies floating in the sun. You claim that all those rays are at different angles.
Yeah, they're diverging. So diverging rays. Yeah.
So, how close do you think the sun is from the ground, based on?
I have no idea.
Well, you can do the maths.
Really? No, you got measuring sticks.
No, hang on, no. But dude, listen, it's basic.
Really? How do you get it? How do you get it? Run me through it.
Okay, listen. If you have two angles that are diverging, they obviously come from one specific. They're both meet at a point, right? Because they're also converging at the same time.
Do they meet at a point 93 million miles away?
Well, I would say that they're not diverging, but you're claiming that they are. So I'm asking you, based on your observations of these diverging sun rays that you've totally seen, how far is the sun, do you think? Have you ever measured that?
No.
Because that's huge. You should do that to see how far the sun is.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do it that way. I don't know. But all I know is that they lied about sunlight being parallel. So that whole experiment is just debunked. That's their claim.
Oh wait, you mean?
Excuse me for interrupting, just for a second. If you think the light rays are parallel, Glober, I dare you to look at a diagram of a total solar eclipse, because they're showing you that the actual light rays are converging, not parallel.
They're refracting. I'll grant you that.
Meanwhile, we're talking about light.
Also, hang on, wait. Just real simple thing. Okay. So that GIF that's in the side chat that Flat Lloyd posted, if you see there, if you just like take a freeze frame of that GIF and follow the lines with your finger, according to that freeze frame, the sun is literally just above the clouds. Now, does that make any sense? You see? Because they're all coming from that one singular point. So it must be like just immediately above the clouds. So in theory, you could take a fucking plane, go above the clouds, and collide with the sun. Does that make any sense?
I mean, from what?
No, that's why I think it's a terrible claim, and you shouldn't make that claim anymore. Go ahead, bro.
Right. So if those light rays were converging on the sun, then it wouldn't make any sense because the sun would be right there, and we know that that's not true. But what's actually obviously happening is that the clouds are refracting the light and causing the rays to be going in different directions.
Cool. Right.
Yeah.
So what you just said is that. Right. Okay. Cool. So what you said is that there could be stages of interference between you and the source that don't allow you to know where the source truly is.
Yeah,
Good
and that's
point.
probably one of the reasons why Aristotle's. I think was it Aristotle? It might have been. Original measurements wasn't completely accurate. It was pretty close though.
His measurements of what?
The size of the planet.
No. He measured the length of shadows. That's the only thing he measured.
Right, and based on that, various maths.
Well, sorry, let me correct myself. He may have also measured a distance between one city and another, but those were the only measurements that occurred.
Yeah. Right.
Can we talk about
everything else was assumptions?
Can we talk about the fact that how the shadows work with the sun and moon, and how shadows happen with 2D objects and 3D objects like balls?
So I'll say that again.
So like if we have a light and we have two balls, one in front of the other, or kind of in front of the other, it wouldn't make a crescent, a shadow on the ball behind it, since it's a 3D ball. That's at least what we observe here on Earth, what we can test. So what I'm saying is that your claim that the sun and moon are 3D ball objects is a pile of poop. Because the only time you get the crescent is if it's to 2D object blocking a 2D object almost. Like they say it's plasma.
What do you mean a crescent? What are you talking about? Oh,
what?
A disc.
Yeah, like a disc. Like
a disc. Okay, like a disc shadow. Like you're talking about eclipses. Okay.
Yeah, or like crescent moon waxing, waning, gibbous.
So. Yeah.
Apparently, the sun, the moon, the Earth is blocking the shadow and all that. But like when I go outside on like a crescent moon day in the morning, I'll see the moon and I also see the sun, and it's way up above, away from Earth, but somehow we're casting a shadow on the parallel rays coming from the sun.
Casting a shadow.
Well, we're not casting a shadow. I don't know what it is, but the globe claim is the Earth is blocking the moon from causing the shadow.
Wait, I'm confused. Oh, wait.
Like that's what causes the crescent waxing moon.
No. The dark side of the moon is just facing away from the sun. The Earth's shadow has nothing to do with that. The reason why.
We're going around and seeing the backside of it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
it's hard for me to imagine that shit after I've just been fucking unbrainwashed from.
What's going on?
So a lunar eclipse is when the moon is on the opposite side of the Earth to the sun, right? And then it's in the Earth's shadow. That's how
it never turns, right? And then somehow the sun and moon just perfectly
the moon
happen to be the same size on eclipses where they perfectly block each other. Yet
the moon is rotating at the same rate as it's orbiting. That's right, more or less. There's a very slight difference, which means over a long time the moon's face does change, but it's way longer than a human lifetime.
Do you work for NASA?
Yeah.
Are you Freemason?
Yeah.
Why'd you do it? Like, were you born a snake, or did you sell yourself out?
It's a lot of money.
So you sold yourself out?
Well, yeah, it's a lot of money. You should try it. You get paid.
Money is water, bro. I'm rich in water. So I'm more freer than you'll ever be.
You guys really think the Earth is flat?
Try to keep it. Try to keep it on a point rather than on people.
I don't think
there we go.
He asked a dumb question. I gave him a dumb answer. It's easy peasy.
Fair enough.
You guys really think the Earth is flat?
No, dude, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, dude.
How?
It's pretty fun to talk to.
How's the Earth flat? That doesn't make any sense.
The same way my granite countertop is flat, brother. It's arranged horizontally, and all the peaks and troughs on the surface are between two horizontal parallel planes. That's how.
How's your countertop constantly lit by light?
What? Constantly lit by light? What are you talking about? Hold on a second, brother. No, everybody stop for a second. We're going to do an experiment. Hold on. Listen, we're going to do an experiment. Listen, brother. No, we're going to do an experiment together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count to 3, and then I'm going to turn off the light. Okay, the light's off. Is my countertop still flat? The answer is yes.
Oh my gosh. I never thought of it that
Hold
way.
on, I turned the light back on. Now it's a globe. Light off, flat. Light on, globe. Light off, flat. Light on, globe. Is that how it works? No. In fact, my countertop is a structure, and it maintains its structure regardless of how it's lit.
It turns itself on and off because that proves that the Earth is flat because the sun just turns itself on and off.
Let's talk about
No, dude, it's irrelevant. See, the point is, Fred, that the structure.
How does day and night work?
Yeah, very simple. During the day, there's light, and during the night, there's not. That's the definition of the day and the night, right?
But how? You're not even explaining it. You're just saying that it's day or night. You're not explaining how it works.
What do you mean works?
If you're a flat earther, explain to me how day and night works.
Yeah, very simple. So the light source, whatever it is,
how does it work?
What is that? How does that even make sense, dude?
Would the sun go underneath?
Listen, bro. Let me help you out, so the audience doesn't have to suffer. All right, listen.
Yeah, I need.
I think what you're trying to say. I think what you're trying to say that is, if the Earth was flat, that the single sunlight source would light up the entire Earth at all times. I think that's what you're trying to say. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm trying to make sense of how you explain away.
What do you mean, though? Well, listen, if it's not true, listen, friend, if it's not true that a sun would light up the entire Earth, then I don't need to explain why the sun isn't lighting up the entire Earth, because you already agree.
No, I'm just trying to understand how you make sense of day and night cycles if you're a flat earther. Do you think the sun travels underneath this supposed plane of...
No, the sun moves around and the available light moves around. There you go.
Oh, light attenuation.
So is the sun like a spotlight lamp? Does it have things
Look,
around it?
the sun, I'll put it to you as simple as I can for the facts that I know. The sun is not a sufficient light source to light up the entire Earth at all times. There you go.
So it's a fact. It's not a theory.
Listen, the whole Earth is not lit up at all times. Therefore, the sun is not capable of lighting up the entire Earth, or it is, but it just isn't doing it. So either way, we end up with the same result, that you have day and night over a clearly demonstrably flat surface, measured as such, covered in the known territory by 70% flat level water. So the Earth is flat, and the sun does what it does, and the sun is not the Earth. There you go.
So when... Just to be clear, when the sun
I also have another question.
Over the horizon, are you thinking that the sun is moving too far away for us to see? Is that what's happening?
That's part of it, sure.
Okay, I have another question. How do you explain the spherical structure of other stars and objects in the sky?
Okay, gotcha.
What sense would it make for other objects in the sky to be spherical but not us? I guess is what my question.
Yeah, no worries. Absolutely. I'm going to use my granite countertop again. So I have a granite countertop. I'm eating on it right now. There's lights above it.
Granite countertop, man.
Dude, it's a six light array. Each of the lights are globes. It is above the granite countertop. all 6 of the lights are globes. So countertop 7, 6 globes. 6 globes, 1 countertop. So that's 7 items. 6 of them are globes, and 1 of them is not a globe because it's not the lights. Very simple.
I have a question. Why is it that the source of light, aka the sun, is not in view, but there's still light, like during dusk? Why does the light source disappear from view before the light does?
Well, that happens during the day. Like where I live between 2 mountain ranges.
But I'm asking,
and the sun, just listen, the sun will go from one mountain range to another, and before they're even over the other mountain range, if it's a humid day, I won't be able to see the circle of the sun, but it'll still be daylight.
Right, sure, but what about when you're not in a mountain range? What if you're in the desert? Because the same thing happens.
Same principle. Same principle.
So, okay, then what blocks the light in the desert? Because the mountain blocks the light in the mountain range, but what about
No. In my example, I told you before it gets to the mountain range. So if the mountain range is not blocking it, the air that's blocking it.
The air is blocking it.
Yeah. In case you didn't know this, friend. In case you didn't know this, real quick, air is not transparent. In case you didn't know that.
Right. If the Earth was flat, wouldn't our chances of being struck by a deadly asteroid would be much higher, wouldn't they? In theory, if we were a plane.
No.
No, you believe in fairy tale space. We don't think that there's a space or comments.
Fairy tale space.
Meteors. They're gonna.
I got a question.
Yeah, how about you explain why you think the Earth isn't flat, buddy?
Do we live on an infinite plane if it's flat? Is it just infinitely flat forever? It doesn't end?
I don't know, bro.
It makes less sense to believe in a flat Earth than it does to believe in a round one.
Really? So 70% of a known surface is flat level water, and that somehow makes sense that it's a ball.
Do you also believe all scientific research is fake? Is that also what you believe?
So a lot of it is pseudoscience, not actual science.
Yeah,
you believe we've never traveled to space. We've never been to the moon. We've never traveled to space. You don't believe in that stuff?
What evidence? What conclusive evidence is there that anybody's ever landed on the moon?
I mean, there's a lot more evidence to say that we've been there than to say that we haven't.
I've seen it on TV.
Really?
It has to be true.
But what about
all I asked for was conclusive evidence, and instead you just gave me some balancing
photographs.
Why would gravity just stop working? Why does gravity work for us to stay on the ground, but then it doesn't work for the ground to stay on more ground, and then that ground to stay on more ground?
Yeah, fair enough, brother. Yeah, fair enough. Why do magnets? Why does your refrigerator magnet not attract something that's across the room?
What?
Yeah, why does a refrigerator magnet that's on the other side of the room not just fly to the refrigerator?
Hold on,
I'm just trying to understand,
he's
bro.
asking a question. Wait, it does. You do know it does attract it. It's just not strong enough because the other attractions.
Oh, there you go, brother. No, dude. A magnet on the ground isn't just going to fly over to the fridge, but once you get close enough, it's going to fly out of your hand.
No, but listen, do you know there are different attractions constantly going on, and if there are those attractions of magnetic forces, right? But if
it's because listen, dude. The reason is, yeah, we got you, bro. The reason is that magnetism is a cubed loss, and gravity is a squared loss. So nice try.
Where do you get your evidence from?
How do you know
another
that?
question? Where's your
it's
evidence?
It's a cubed loss.
Where's your undeniable?
Oh my goodness, dude! The strength. Hold on, for that kid that asked. Yeah, the strength of the field wanes off with distance at a much greater rate than any alleged gravity. Okay, so the reason why you have certain effects when you're close to something versus far away is because the strength of what's going on is decreased so much that it no longer has a significant effect.
Everything has a magnetic effect, bro. What? Everything has a magnetic
goodness, dude! All right, listen, bro, popcorn. I ain't got time to teach you physics, bro. So let's ask Prodigy what he wanted to ask.
You're a physics master.
Okay, yeah, ask it.
How dare we question the physics master over here?
Wait, hold on,
All right, popcorn.
I got it.
Popcorn. When I cleared the floor for Prodigy to ask his question, that wasn't your cue to talk straight through him. Right, Prodigy. I apologize.
Darkin's voice.
It's all good, man.
All right, so who wanted to ask the question? Was it Prodigy?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, like, where's your evidence coming from, man? If you're so informed and so knowledgeable,
Okay, yeah, absolutely,
subject,
absolutely.
Where exactly are you collecting your information from? Where's your evidence?
Yeah, got you, brother. No worries. So
why is everyone else's
no
evidence
worries.
Invalid?
Well, dude,
James Crow.
I accept your question. I accept your question as a valid question, so I'll answer it. Okay. Here's the answer.
What did he know?
I want to hear.
Okay, check it out.
I want to hear what he has to say.
So, when it comes to the form of the Earth being a globe or flat, okay, the key definition is the geometric qualities of the structure itself. Now, whenever you're going to measure something to be flat, you need to have a baseline. So, for example, this granite slab, you have a baseline, and then you have another line from the baseline, so two horizontal lines. Then there's a variance between them a little bit, but roughly the entire surface is between those two horizontal lines. Now, whenever you're doing anything like that, you can float it. You can use a weight crusher, which will slide it back and forth and just grind the bottom off. There's all kinds of techniques you can use. But whenever you're going to test it, you're going to put a straight benchmark, and it's going to be a solid structure. Now, when it comes to the Earth, there's no solid structure that can be stretched across the entire Earth. But there is a structure which can tell you level. That structure is water. Now, water is the gold standard of level throughout all human antiquity. In fact, even the globe paradigm assumes that water level is wrapped around a ball. So in other words, the Earth is level. It's either a level that's curved around itself to create a ball, or it's a level that's horizontal. Now, intuitively, everywhere we go, we operate with horizontal. We don't operate with curvizontal. So how do we know that the whole Earth is actually truly horizontally level and not curved back around itself? So that's very simple. If the Earth is covered in water and water must be level, then that means that the entire 71% of the Earth covered in water has to be curved. So all you have to do is do a sufficient sample size, accurate enough to the test to tell you within a threshold of tolerance whether or not that water is actually curved. So if you take a laser and you use a laser transit methodology and you shoot it over 25 miles of water, you actually can hit a target plus or minus a few feet that debunks the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, demonstrating that the level that we all experience is indeed horizontal and not a giant curve. And then if you extrapolate that out based on the known physics of water across 70% of the territory, you end up with 70% of the territory a flat level baseline called sea level, and the highest mountain and the lowest trench in the ocean being, hold on, real quick. I'll finish with this. From the highest mountain peak to the lowest trough is a span of 13 miles, over 197 million square miles. That means not only is the Earth flat, but it's very flat. Go ahead.
Okay, well, say it is flat. What difference does this make? What difference does it make that
fair enough
scientists have been lying to us? I mean, what's the big deal? I don't understand. Like, what would be so it would be groundbreaking to learn that the Earth is flat, but like, what significance would it pose to discover that the Earth has been flat this whole time? I don't understand. Like,
well, it will change. It will change some of. So the great metaphysical questions: who am I? Where'd I come from? Where am I going? All of those things, right?
There's no definitive way to know. We can talk about lasers, we can talk about measurements, this, and that. We can talk about all that all day long. There's no way to actually truly know. So, like, what's the point?
You experience it every day.
What's the point? We're still here.
The point is, dude, that it may not matter to you, and that's fine if it doesn't matter to you in particular, but it does matter to some people. Okay, and the truth is the truth, no matter who it matters to.
I'm not disagreeing that it matters to people. I'm just saying, like, what's the significance of arguing about the existence of a flat Earth? What's the point, man?
We just don't like liars in our society.
Do you mean what's my point in doing it?
Well, like,
or do you mean like the greater existential point?
The existential point? What are we going to do to the liars if we find out they were lying about the flat Earth? What's your guys' end goal here?
Most of them ain't lying, dude.
What do they gain from lying?
Most of them believe it.
Why would a collective group of anybody lie about the flat Earth?
Dude, to change the human's conditions, assumptions about the great metaphysical existential questions. There you go.
There you go.
From your metaphysic and your answer, yes, correct. From your metaphysic and your answer to those questions alters your behaviors. Now, it may not on a small scale, but it does on a grand scale. And not only that, but sometimes you don't have to, because it doesn't matter what you think. It only matters who the people or the entities that are engaged with it.
What I think doesn't matter to you. What I think doesn't matter to you. That's really what you're saying when you said that.
No. I'm saying people's motives that are able to control you. What you think of their motives doesn't matter in the sense that their motives are their motives. If you don't agree with their motives, if you don't think their motives are worthwhile, that doesn't matter because they think their motives are worthwhile and that they're the ones doing it. So their opinion of their motives is the only opinion that matters of whether they're going to do it or not. But thank you for moving down the 5 stages of grief from the fact that the earth is flat to now you're coping.
Buddy, you really thought you got one over on me? You're not going to convert me to a flat earther, man.
No, dude, we know because your coping mechanisms are too strong.
I can't comprehend this elaborate theory of the earth being flat. Is that what you're telling me?
No. You did comprehend the elaborate theory of the earth being flat, and then you went into the motives. You can't comprehend the motives. You do comprehend that the earth is flat.
Okay, so dive deeper into the motives. You still haven't really given me very much example of what a motive for the earth being
the existential questions. Holy crap,
would be
dude!
The gain from that.
Imagine your rebuttal. Your rebuttal is, I told you to alter humanity's answers to the great existential questions, only the most important questions in the existence of mankind, and you think that doesn't matter. Just dismiss it out of hand.
Dude, you're just saying what? They can control what people think. Is that the motive? They can control.
Dude, what if I told you the reason was $1 trillion? Would that tickle your fancy?
So if we all found out that the earth is flat, then what? We're just all going to rejoice and be like, wow.
Well, hold on. Let me answer that dude's question. You're right, sir. Some things are more important than money. Some things are more important than trinkets. Okay? The fact that you can't comprehend that some people would be motivated for things that are beyond the scope of monetary or selfish gain, for some kind of self-deluded service to mankind or attack against mankind. Look, if you don't understand that some people at a quote-unquote elite level would operate that way, I mean, that's not my problem. That just sounds like you don't have an imagination.
Are you religious?
Well, it depends on what you mean by religious.
What do you believe in? What's your definition of religious?
Oh, my metaphysic, dude, is that the entire reality prior to existence, which means to come out of, was the thing of which everything came out of, which is itself the grounding of reality, which is an eternal, sentient being.
So the universe is a being. That's what you believe? The universe is...
The universe... No, hold on, brother. The universe would be something that exists, which means it came out of that being. So, no, the being itself isn't the universe, no.
Bro, you really like your philosophical takes, don't you?
Well, dude, in order to do anything, you have to have a philosophical groundwork.
Yeah, but when you're talking about the flat earth, you kind of have to, shoot from the hip, man.
No, I'm not shooting from the hip, dude. It's very simple. Throughout antiquity, it's been well established that the majority of people on the earth...
You gotta break it down, man. You have to break it down in layman's terms. You can't use all this mumbo-jumbo that you've been using.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so I'll make it very simple for you.
What the fuck you're saying, dude.
So the eternal being created the world to be what it is. It's true. And then there's evil, which is against the truth. And they're against the eternal being. So in other words, for lack of a better term, you have God and you have Satan. You have the good and you have the evil. And it's being played out on a grand stage. And humanity is the pawns for which it's being played upon. And so humanity's beliefs about the Creator and about their place in the universe are drastically altered with their metaphysic and their cosmogony, which means where everything came from, and their cosmology, which means what's everything doing right now. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why people would be interested. And keep in mind, I don't limit my reasons to just human actors. Okay, I'm fully aware of the fact that there are greater entities than just humans playing around in reality, sandbox. Now, you may laugh at me and say, "Oh, that's just a stupid religious thing from a stupid religious book," and then I tell you, "Oh, you mean the book?" No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you, dude. I'm just the royal you, because people do this, you know. So it's just a response that people give when you say stuff like that. But listen, I can make my conclusions without citing any religious text. I could cite a book written by an evolutionary biologist. I could cite a book written by an evolutionary biologist where he was working with astrophysicists and other evolutionary physicists, and they all came to the conclusion based on modern experiments that the fundamental unit of reality, when you get down to the smallest state of time, the smallest state of matter, and the smallest state of energy, that what is the core underpinning of those things even existing is an eternal sentient agent. So they believe it, and I could just quote them. They're straight up evolutionists. They're not specific theists at all.
You said an internal sentient agent?
Eternal.
Oh, eternal. Oh, yeah.
Uncaused. Non-temporal.
I appreciate you going a
Asiatic.
little more in depth, but I think we're getting a little off track here. This is the flat Earth.
Well, dude, you're the one who asked. You're the one who asked why, rather than focus on the facts.
You went on a little tangent. You did go on a little tangent, brother.
No, dude, you asked.
Dude, how else? Listen, how else could you answer the question why? For example, this granite countertop. Just check this out, brother.
Of the universe.
No, it's important. That's relevant to why. So, for example, I have my granite countertop.
I don't really think
right
so,
now.
man.
It's brown.
Granite countertop.
It's brown. Well, it's just what's in front of me, and it's flat. It's brown. It's got some black and some gray. It's got rounded edges. It's a certain length. I could tell you all of those facts, but I could not tell you why the people who originally chose this design chose it. All I can tell you is what it is. I can measure it. I could take out my tools and measure this countertop and give you all the particulars.
Okay.
None of that information tells me why.
Okay, you live in a dirt ball or a dirt plane. What does it change? What shape is of the dirt changes the fact that you're living on it?
Right. So what shape?
What? No.
Fuck, dude.
What do these people gain from changing that perception? What do they gain from that?
Here we go again, dude. Here we go again.
I don't
is it me that wants to go down this track, or is it me that wants to go down this track, or is it you?
Are you a scared person? Do you need someone to be afraid of? I don't understand. I just don't understand that.
See, dude, you're going. Listen, you're now moving on. You're now moving on to another stage of grief called Cope 2.0. You went from Cope 1.0, now you're in Cope 2.0.
Well, you are the AI Overlord 2.0, so I don't know why I'm in Cope 2.0. You're the AI Overlord.
Dude, not only am I the AI Overlord, but I'm from the future. And in the future, everybody realizes the Earth is flat. They look back at people like you from the past, and they're like, and including me, because I used to be a Glober, and they're like, wow, people used to be retarded.
And what, the world's just going to get better because we all know it's flat?
No, doesn't matter, dude. The shape of the Earth doesn't cure the human condition. There's still going to be evil people in the future, just like there was in the past.
Matter?
That's what I was going to follow up with, because you must have obviously left the future for some reason and had to come back
okay, listen,
where it was better for some reason.
Right, listen, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
For a reason, right? What's the difference? What's wrong with the future?
Let me ask you this question. Why is it... Hey, Dora, let's see if Dora can answer. Dora, why is it that these guys it matters to them why it matters rather than the facts of what it is? It's like they're in denial because they know it's true that it's flat, and now they're trying to cope after the fact. Like, why did mom have to die? Why did God take mom away? Your mom's dead, bro, and the Earth's flat. I'm sorry.
I think it's just funny to get this upset over something that is not even known or even possible to be true.
We're dealing with people like you that are just nuts.
I already demonstrated to you that the Earth is flat decisively. You had no answer except to ask, why does it matter? Which we all know means that your cognitive dissonance is now trying to protect you from the truth.
Yeah, but no one's in denial. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, if the Earth was actually flat, like, who would care? Like you said.
Yeah, but you seem to care to admit that it is flat. You seem to care to admit that, though.
Well, you guys also seem to care to admit that it isn't flat.
Because that's what we see. That's what we observe.
What are you talking about?
Shown to you.
I was trying to trip you up. You didn't take my bait. I was trying to trip you up.
Dude, you haven't presented any evidence that the Earth is anything but flat, just like we experience it.
None of us have. You haven't. I haven't. We've just been sitting.
Right, you're right. I haven't provided any evidence that the Earth is not flat, dude, because it is flat.
Every time someone talks, you gotta talk over them. I know how this goes, man.
You're projecting. That's what you're doing.
I'll project all I want. I don't believe in a flat Earth, man. It's stupid. It makes no sense.
Then why are you here? Go back to your LGBT groups. Go back to your furry groups.
Am I not allowed to be in here?
Hey, those are fun.
Do I have to be a supporter to be a part of this?
Oh, you're allowed to be in here. Travis ain't the boss around here.
Okay. I'm just... I oppose this viewpoint, and I'm allowed to oppose it. And nobody can change my mind about it. Because it's
free speech.
It's completely idiotic, in my personal opinion.
Okay, well, the only place you see a globe is when you turn on the TV or crack open a magazine or a book or some form of media. When you go outside, you never experience your house in motion or the Earth in motion. Anything like that.
True.
Okay, so where do you experience the Earth as a globe?
If you lay down on the ground and look at the sky, you can see the sky moving, which would imply that the Earth moves.
Oh, wow.
The sun is circular, spherical.
Or the sky is moving.
Have you ever seen a solar eclipse where two spheres move in front of each other and cast a shadow? Dude, it's just idiotic, man. It's idiotic as hell.
When you see a plane fly over, do you also infer that the Earth is moving?
Hang on, I'd like to get in here. Not to stray too far from the initial point. Right, so what did you say there? If you lie on the ground and you look up and you see the sky or the stars or whatnot moving, that implies that the Earth is moving. So more or less what you said?
Yeah, or the sky moves. Whatever.
Thank you very much.
Will be, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Either or.
So therefore, thank you very much. Yeah, you said that about 5 times. Got it. Okay. Here's the problem. How do you differentiate between one of those two options as being the actual reason?
Say it again.
How do you go about actually differentiating or choosing between one of those two options that you outlined, right? Either the sky is moving or the ground is moving. You seem to choose to believe that the ground is actually moving. And I ask you...
What difference would it make? It wouldn't matter if it's a plane or a sphere. It would still be moving. Either one of them would still be moving. It wouldn't matter what shape it is.
Calm down, bro. Check this out, homie. How about you actually answer my question instead of asking me some rhetorical, deflective...
There's no way to know. There's no way for either of us. There's no way for anyone here to know for certainty.
Thank you very much.
There's no way to know.
Okay, so that's your assertion. Okay, so you assert that there's actually no way to know, but if I'm not mistaken, you still hold the view
to think they know everything.
Therefore, I'm going to finish my sentence, please. I'm actually going to finish my sentence, right? So you say that there's no real way to know, yet you seem to come in here with the position that you do know one or the other. So I ask you, how do you actually know that?
Okay, so you don't know the implication. I came in here and listened to what people were saying and disagreed with it. I don't know.
Okay, well, here's the thing, right? Well, here's the problem, right?
You guys are coping with what I'm saying.
Here's the problem. All right, so you're going to shut your fucking mouth while I'm fucking speaking, or I'm going to mute you. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the reality, right? No, I'm going to finish my sentence, right? So here's the reality. Not 2 seconds ago, you made the assertion that looking up in the sky implies that the ground's moving. Before I asked you to confirm when you actually inserted, oh, there's actually another option. So you do seem to actually have some sort of inner bias leaning towards one of those options inherently. Right?
I just don't. It's really not this deep. Like, what difference will it make?
So here's the problem, right? So the depth, okay, it's actually
twist
like,
my words.
check
You
this
can,
out, right?
so this conversation, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
So watch
to me,
this,
man.
right? So so actually, what I find more interesting in this type of conversation is not necessarily the depth of the topic, because it can go deep, it can get very technical, and a lot of people have a lot of fun with that. But what I find more interesting is the depth of your psychology and how you think, et cetera, et cetera. And you are demonstrating here that you're actually not thinking about this. That's what I find interesting. And when we highlight that to you, you seem to freak out and shit.
So
that's
so
what I find interesting.
My lack or my uninterest in wanting to think about this subject makes me completely inept or incapable of comprehending what you guys are talking about. That's
no, I did not
exactly what
say
you just said to me.
I did not say that you're inept. I said that you're not thinking. I
can twist
what
words
I said was what I said was you're not thinking about this. I didn't say you're a retard or you can't or whatever.
I choose not to believe it.
So there you go. Thank you very much. So this is what I find interesting. Why you don't think this is worthwhile to think about, especially after everything that was highlighted to you by AI about 10 minutes ago. Right? There's actually existential sorts of questions tied into this thing. Right? And that's fine. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But the thing is, you're occupying time in this room, taking away from the time from other people who actually might be interested in exploring this. If you don't want to talk about it, then just hang back and listen. Yeah.
I'm allowed to disagree. It's an open chat.
It's not about a problem of disagreeing or not. It's a problem about you actually not seeming to want to talk about it. Do you or do you not want to talk about it?
Am I not talking? I think I'm talking.
Yeah, you are, but you're not really getting to any point.
I'm just a thorn in your side is what you're getting at, which I understand.
No,
it's
not
a buzzkill.
If you don't want to talk, no, dude. If you don't want to talk about it and go into the reasons why and et cetera, then you don't have to. You can disagree. You can propose. You can put forth evidence, right, that you have supposedly or whatever, or not, or lack thereof, or things that you're considering or whatever, right, that lead you to consider, that lead you to think that it's actually more likely to be a ball, and we can talk about that, or not. It's as simple as that, dude.
I ask him a question.
Go for it. I'm done.
You said you disagree with what everyone was saying. What do you disagree with?
With who?
Well, I've been listening to the conversation. You said you disagree. You just said it about 30 seconds ago.
Yes, with who? I haven't been keeping track.
It doesn't matter. The topic, right? So what?
Yeah, I don't agree. I disagree with the fact that the Earth is flat, a flat plane, a granite countertop. I disagree with that. It does not make sense at all.
Okay, so what doesn't make sense?
That people believe, the Earth is flat. I don't know how else to say it. Like, I haven't been in this chat long enough to really, outside of AI overlords, very long tangents.
What did AI say that you disagree with?
Existential dread, philosophy, the creation of the universe.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, hang on. You don't need to keep going. All right, I understand. I'm not silly. I understand what you're saying. But you said it doesn't make sense. So what sense are you using to say it's not flat, it's a ball?
If you're saying it's nonsense, but you observe a flat, stationary topographical plane,
you might disagree, but by definition,
all scientific evidence suggests we live on a sphere. I don't understand how else to say that.
Or can you state one of those scientific evidences?
We have footage from space. We have if we can't trust,
science, dude.
If we can't trust,
science.
Okay, I give up, dude. I literally give up. Like, I don't understand how.
Like, I can have a pretty decent conversation with you, man. Like, We don't need to argue. We don't need to like get fired up like we're enemies or something like that. We can just have a chat, right?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I wasn't fired up until I was made to be fired up. Honestly,
that's fine, man. Yeah, that's fine. But you got to look at these things, right? Because you said you did say.
I apologize.
Yeah.
If I may, Timbo, if I may just quickly, dude, I don't mean to fire you up if that was something towards me. Okay, I just wanted to dig into one thing, and it was just the way that it conversed that I started.
I'm a very passionate very passionate person. So when I get immersed in a subject, I get really passionate about it. So please do not mistake my passion for aggression or anger. I just get really.
No problem, dude. That's all right. I understand that. Yeah, same here. Same here. It's just about I say something, open the door, close it. No, it's your turn. Go back and forth smoothly. So,
especially something this strongly. I don't understand people that believe this.
So we got to. We got to go back. So let's go back to basics, right? So what do you experience?
I experience a sunrise. I experience a sunset. I experience a moon in my sky. I experience a lot of different things. I experience stars traveling across the sky in the night. I experience a bunch of things.
Dad, you're scattergunning. Stop.
Dude, you said I understand that you get passionate about topics. Let's talk about one thing at a time. Okay?
Okay.
What do you experience in your daily life? Do you experience a globe? Like the Earth being curved? Is that what you experience?
I experience things that suggest we live on a sphere. Everything that surrounds us suggests we're on a sphere.
Okay, what's your best point that you can come up with that suggests you live on a sphere?
The shape of the moon, the shape of the sun, they are both circular.
The moon is not where we live.
Circular, which would be a first-person view of a sphere, would be circular. That implies that we are also a sphere.
Okay, you look up your ceiling. You see a flat. You see round lights on the ceiling. Does that mean the floor is round?
That's not the same thing at all.
It is the same because we're talking about the Earth, the place where you plant your feet. That's not the moon.
You're suggesting that the moon is a lamp?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm not talking about the moon. I want to talk about Earth.
Okay, so how does what your experience imply that the Earth is flat? What you experience in your daily life imply the Earth is flat?
Okay, every day I practically use the Earth as a flat, stationary surface. I view the Earth as a flat, stationary surface, and every single day it's used and demonstrated that it's a flat surface. Every day. I've never used it as a sphere. I've never seen it as a sphere. Never navigated as a sphere. It's a flat. It's always demonstrated to be a flat surface and practically used that way. In any practical sense. Building, roads, water, everything to do with building and construction is flat surface.
You're entitled to have that belief, and I'm also entitled to disagree with it.
It's not a belief, and you can't disagree with it. Otherwise, you'd have to show
it's an opinion. It's not a fact. There's a difference.
Okay, in construction, you'd have to be able to show that they use a spherical surface.
So how do you explain gravity then? Where does gravity come from?
Okay, can you have gravity on a flat surface? Why can't you have gravity on a flat surface?
Why can't you have gravity on a round surface?
Okay, so let's demonstrate gravity on a circular object.
Wouldn't the force of gravity create and form a spherical object?
I don't know. I've never experienced that.
If it's at its center, yes.
Okay, I've never experienced that, and no one else has either. You'd have to demonstrate.
Well, gravity also implies we live on a sphere.
Can I point something out?
You'd have to demonstrate gravity forming things into balls.
Can I point
Where do you do this? No, we're in the middle of a conversation.
about what's happening right now, which is that
go ahead.
You would not be able to, like, if we're testing whether or not the globe or gravity or this is real, you would not be able to, because of center of mass and the force of gravity outweighing local things on Earth, it was like feel that yourself. But it is something that would occur for large masses in space. That is what the claim is. Not that. So, but that's not something that on Earth that you could demonstrate in what I think you're suggesting, which is something on ground, because the force of gravity, the thing that we're standing on, obviously, would counteract that. So,
so in order for you to prove what you're saying, you'd have to demonstrate there's a ball and things are being dragged into the middle of it.
Yeah, if gravity makes everything into spheres, we should measure curvature over the distance of the Earth.
I'm pretty sure there's measures, like we have very specific measures of gravity and like differences.
No, not measures of gravity.
And on the equator versus
not measures of gravity.
Well, if
measures of the curvature of the Earth, because you're saying that gravity makes everything into spheres, so we should be able to measure the surface of the Earth to be curved.
We were talking about whether or not there's actually measurements or demonstration of the gravity.
No, because they both work together. If you have gravity, you have spheres. If you have a sphere, you have gravity. Okay, so demonstrate it.
Yeah, the thing is, also
one way. Yeah, one you can do this. One is basic math, like it is mathematically.
Yeah. We're not talking about math. We're talking about reality, mate.
Yes. Well, yes. When you prove things in science, when you prove things in science and in math and stuff, you have to you use postulates. You use the rules of logic.
Prove gravity with science.
Exactly.
I'm trying to explain.
I want to point something out here, if I may. Right, to the other gentleman earlier, right, that Ice actually came in to interrupt. Right, the point here is, dude, at best. Okay, when it comes to the quote-unquote measuring of gravity, you're measuring an acceleration. You measure a thing, how fast it starts, how long it took to hit the ground, and at different points, how fast it's going, et cetera, et cetera. Right? And then from that, you're inferring a reason why that might be happening. So just because, you measure 9.8 meters per second squared on average, and, the number's higher in certain areas, or it's lower in other areas, fair enough, then you can model that and infer that, it might be because a ball or an opaque bird or something playing music.
I got it.
It's my call to prayer, guys. I'll see you later.
Thanks. Have a good one.
It is Friday.
Are you claiming that the shape of the Earth was formed to explain gravity measurements, or that gravity measurements were explain the shape of the Earth?
Neither. In your worldview, they form a bit of a circular reasoning thing. Chicken and egg, which came first, type of thing.
Well, because they both confirm each other.
In your model, in your worldview. But the problem is you haven't confirmed one of them to exist standalone without inferring it using the other thing.
Wait. He just said something interesting too. They both confirm each other. So curvature. Show the curvature, and then we can talk about gravity. Because if they both confirm each other, then you must have curvature and you must have gravity.
We can see the Earth's shadow on the moon during an eclipse.
Yes, the only thing that can create a perfect shadow.
This guy's got to go. He's not adding anything.
So if you want to, here's a very easy way.
Are you denying evidence that you can literally see with your own eyes?
Yeah, we could see everything we see in the space that would form these circles and spheres. Is a circle. Is a sphere. They're like the moon, the stars, the sun.
Which would imply that it's a sphere.
Sorry, we're talking about Earth.
Or it could be a semicircle.
No, but we're talking about
we both could be right. We both could be right. It could be a half sphere. We both could be right.
Why is Ice Turd interrupting this great conversation?
All right. Fuck you guys. See you later.
Yeah, all right, peace. Yeah. All right.
And
So what we're going to do, right, is we're going to say, okay, we're going to talk about the Earth. Oh, sorry, dude.
Ice left right when the other guy left.
I think they were holding each other's dicks.
Math.
All right, guys, hold on, brothers. New rule. If you interrupt the current sentence to tell somebody that somebody just left, you're going to be leaving because I'm going to ban you. Okay, just let them finish what they're saying, then go ahead and make your point.
Okay. All right. In the past, sometimes people have actually out.
Now the reason, fair enough, brother. I don't mind it. Listen, I don't mind it. But the thing is that the person you're speaking to is not the only person listening. So to interrupt somebody's flow to let people know that somebody left is not cool. It's a party foul. All right, make sense?
Is it? Okay.
Cool.
I take that. All right. I've appreciated it in the past when people have interrupted me, but that's just my opinion. No problem.
It's okay.
So, right, this is the thing, right? So they can, they say, oh, they both prove each other. Well, you haven't proved either.
Yeah, that's where the circular reasoning came in. Tried to highlight.
Crazy, man. These guys are crazy.
All right, so he uses one thing to infer the other thing, and that same thing to infer the thing back, the first thing. And then when you ask for proof, he brings up another inference. Right? It's just inferences stacked on inferences. So you need a way to confirm at least one of them, and then move from there by some other means. Like you were saying, Timbo, right? Oh, okay, well, if one basically implies that there's curvature to this thing, well, let's check for the curvature. And then that might give credence to the first thing. Absolutely. But they don't want to do that. Now I wonder why.
I think that other guy that was berging out a bit, I think maybe he'd never spoken to a flat earther before, I think. So he's like, what is this stuff? It would be like, you guys are idiots. I can kind of understand that, if it's the first time you've heard about the topic. I get that.
They say that we're idiots, right? But they're the ones that are saying that there's scientific evidence to prove a shape of something. Wouldn't that be geometry? Isn't that a category error? Wouldn't that make them producing pseudoscience to back up the claim?
No, it's worse. It's worse than that, Larry. There's scientifical evidence.
Yeah, you got that one.
Special. A special type of science.
Yeah, brothers. Listen, bros. It's like this. Everybody knows that the STEM fields are what applies to this situation. STEM, STEM, science, 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 and science, right?
Let's check out this guy that was playing music. You're back on. Hello, sir. The Alpha.
Oh, hello, my friending. How doing? Let's talk about the flat Earth, okay? Oh.
Yeah, only if you turn off that voice thing.
What voice thing?
Can you do that?
Oh, okay. Hold on.
All right. You can let me know. Let us know in the chat whether you've turned it off or not. All right. When you turn it off, you can talk. Shit. Nearly went through a red light.
I just wanted to say hi. I want to listen to you guys talk.
Is that another one, is it? Jeez. Weird.
No, I think it was the same guy.
No, he's muted.
Yeah, that was Snake God that just said, just talk with the auto box on or whatever that is.
Because this first guy looks like not server side muted. Like, yeah, there you go.
Hey.
There we go. Turned it off. Thank you, man.
So, I'm new to this.
No, you're not.
No, I am.
We know you.
What, talking?
You know me. How the fuck do you know me? I've never been in this.
Your house right now.
What are you new to?
What?
What are you new to?
Flat Earth.
As in today, right now, this is the first time we've ever come across it or spoken to flat earthers? Or have you seen it on the internet, but this is the first time you've spoken to flat earthers?
First time. Spoken.
Wow. That's crazy. So what have you seen?
Earth.
What do you think what do you think flat earthers say and are?
The ice wall.
Okay. So you might have seen quite a bit of propaganda. Things like an ice wall around the edge of the earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't say that,
Go
dude.
too far, you'll fall off the earth.
Yeah, we don't say that, dude.
Then,
how can you fall off? What are you going to fall into?
The void.
What's that?
Nothing. The void of nothing.
Where's that?
Nothing.
Yeah. You just fall off the earth.
What's nothing? Is nothing a thing you can fall into?
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Brother. Nothing. A true nothing would be no space. And if there's no space, there's nowhere to go to. So you can't step from non-space into space and from space into non-space. So how could you fall off reality, my brother?
By believing that the earth is flat.
Okay, let's say that's true. Put it on the side of the table. Now, you believe, I'm sure, in a universe. Just hold on, friend. I'm sure you believe in a universe. The universe is all available free space. Now, is the universe inside of something, or is it the something that everything's inside of?
Everything the thing's inside of.
Okay, so then by the same token, where you can't fall out of the universe, then you can't fall out of flat Earth either.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So you just defeated your own worldview, my friend. If you hold the flat Earth to that standard, then you can't live in a universe according to the same standard.
Dang it. So I'm eating my...
In other words, friend, you've stumbled on a paradox, that nobody knows the boundaries of reality and what is within the boundaries and what is without the boundaries. Nobody knows those answers, okay?
Yep.
Flat Earthers don't know it, and globe Earthers don't know it. Nobody knows it. Except maybe God himself.
Then why are we here talking about this?
Because we understand that the Earth being flat is about the Earth within the boundary, not about the boundary. Same way as if you have stories about things in the sky being planets, they're within your boundary. You don't ever talk about things beyond the universe. But listen, I'm being naughty because I'm supposed to be doing work and not interrupting, so I'm going to go spank myself.
Uh-huh.
Jedi.
Okay, so
Want to ask any decent questions, or just gonna...
reciprocal zenith angles.
Go ahead.
Reciprocal zenith angles. Ooh.
Using two theodolites pointed at each
Go
other.
ahead.
No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm asking you what it's talking about.
But you came up with it, so you must know what reciprocal
Timbo.
zenith angles are.
I wanted a Glover to prove the globe, and that's what he said. So, does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. And did he explain them to you?
Well, he said that I would not be able to understand it.
So he just told you a word and then said you're too dumb to understand. Not a very good argument, is it?
3 words.
Yeah, when someone does that, just agree with them and say, you know what, maybe you're right. Maybe you, with your intelligence, can explain it to me so that I may understand. That puts the burden of their own claim that you can't understand back on them.
I asked him to put it in simple terms. He did not want to do that.
That means he doesn't understand it.
Did
Make sure you ask them where they measured these angles themselves.
Yeah, so what they say is that when we've got two theodolites, that your verticals are different. Yeah. Pretty much. Simple terms. That's why they claim spherical triangles. Could ask him to show it.
Who's in here want to talk about gravity? Hero Globers in here want to talk about gravity. Got it.
Theodora. That's a name I haven't seen for a while.
What's up?
How are you, man?
Not bad.
Still kicking around?
Somehow. You're from Australia, right?
I thought that was an Italian accent.
Yeah. What part of Australia are you from?
Melbourne.
Small
Glover's
talk is
in here
a
at
dying
all?
art, isn't it?
You guys are desperate for some fresh meat, aren't you?
Timbo's a Glober. He's a better Glober than Mansky.
I was trying the other day in the chat. Trying to do it. Didn't work.
I know you were.
Had some pretty good arguments, though.
You're the whole reason they have space for.
Chris was the one passing those around, mate.
Fucking DJ. Globerthers, come over to English Hub or Politics and come talk to us. Of course, he tagged Space Herpes, and of course, I'm getting tagged. Are you in DJ server, Timbo?
Me? Yeah, I've got. Yeah.
Bro.
Let me check. It's the picture with the black swans. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did the
It's
debate
always in the
AI
back.
bot. Do what?
Is that the DJ that's always in the back?
Yeah. DJ's in the back. Drinks in. What is it? No, it's DJ's
That's
at the
AI that
front,
does that, right?
isn't it? Drinks in the back.
Something.
I don't know.
Anyway, he's got this room that you debate this AI bot, and I just circled him into a corner and got him to admit the Earth is.
Oh, I saw that they were popping up on my screen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I'm driving, so I can't look at
I
them.
cooked his ass, bro.
What was the winning argument?
So, you know, like if you Google the winning argument for the globe Earth, they'll tell you the Selenelian eclipse, right? The Earth's shadow cast on the moon.
That's the winning argument for a globe?
Yeah, for the globe. That's we have no
Really?
explanation for that. That's what they say on Google.
They
And
don't have an explanation for it.
I know. I was like, first of all, you're saying the Earth's shadow is being cast on the moon when the sun and the moon are both visible in the sky at the same time.
And the shadow's up the wrong way up, too.
Yeah.
Problem that our society is going to have to face, because I just saw a guy gets arrested for trespassing, even though his state-issued ID says that he's not the guy who was trespassing. He has a paycheck, a debit card, and all sorts of other things like a registration to prove he's not the guy who was trespassed. But the cop said, well, this AI stuff is really smart, and it identified you as like sent him, so you must have faked your ID. And he got arrested. We're fucked.
Really? That's fucking dumb.
Golly, man. But anyway, I rounded this guy up. I was like, so, you know, assuming the Earth is 3,959 miles, like they say it is, you know, how much curvature would we expect to see from a 5-foot observer at 26 miles? And it gives you this calculation that says, here's the formula for it. I can't currently do the calculation. It's like, oh, you're a computer and you're going to make me do your job. I said, why don't you tell me what the probability of being able to, you know, hit a sensor 26 miles away with a laser 5 feet above the water, hitting a sensor 4 feet above the water on the other side. Oh, it wouldn't happen. It'd be 460 in the air. Okay. So if there's no measurable curvature and it's hitting the sensor, that would mean the Earth is what? That would mean the Earth is flat from that observation. Okay. Like, but we have all these models and astronomical observations. And I'm like, okay, so if this observation of a laser test proves that the Earth is flat, that means the astronomical observations and models are all wrong, and that there's some other explanation out there that we don't know what it is. And that's a valid excuse. Yeah, you're right.
I got the AI to agree with me about the cosmological constant crisis, how there's for and against both paradigms, and that we were stuck in the midst of a paradigm shift. I was like, holy shit, it finally fucking agreed with me. Sorry about the language.
Why are you apologizing to politics?
I guess because I heard you guys don't like foul language, whatever that means.
Just in the English hub.
Oh, okay.
Well, I got called out. I got called out for it earlier. I guess it's a new standard we're trying to adhere to. I don't know.
Well, to me, it's not a curse word if I say watch out for that dog shit. But if I say you are a shit, it's a curse word. So my threshold for cursing is different than some, I guess.
Well, some people need to learn how to speak Texan, man.
That must be, because if there's cow shit, you just saved me, bro. Now I don't have to go clean my boot.
Yeah.
Thank you for cussing and letting me know to watch out for that.
But yeah, it was interesting. I was like, oh, wow. I just backed his ass into a corner.
How do you know it's a he?
She, he, whatever. It. So it goes through this explanation: direct assumption, free observation, measurable Earth curvature on the surface is extremely challenging due to the vast scale and subtlety of the curvature, right? Try to make it seem like it's too big to see the curve. And it goes into all these other things, and it says, this is towards the end, I said, I've noticed you went back to assumptions by using astronomical observation and physics models to explain a ball Earth, which, and in parentheses I put, which I will refer to as Baltard, which means spherical Earth. So now whenever you mention Baltard, it's going to know that you mean spherical Earth. It said astronomical observations and physics models cannot be demonstrated using the scientific method. So there really isn't any science involved in it. It's more of pseudoscience and just another confirmation bias due to assumption. As you're emphasizing that astronomical observations physics models as used to support the spherical Earth, Baltard, rely on assumptions that can't be directly demonstrated by a scientific method, and you view this as pseudoscience or confirmation bias. And it says my point highlights crucial distinctions. These models are tested for consistency and predictive power, but they are not always directly demonstrable in the strictest empirical sense. And I said, remember when I told you about the 26-mile laser test over water and how it disproved the Baltard? Bot goes, yes, I remember the 26-mile laser test over water where the laser beam 5 feet height successfully hit the sensor 4 feet high at the far end, which challenges the expected curvature drop for the spherical Earth. The observation just no measurable curvature over that distance, contradicting the globe's model's prediction. And it says, so if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what? The bot responds, if the surface of the Earth is not curving over measurable distance, like in the 26-mile laser test, then the surface of the Earth must be flat or effectively flat at that scale. This would mean it does not have the downward curvature expected from a spherical shape, at least within the limits of such direct surface. I said, so now that we know the Earth is measurably flat, all sky observations now must have an alternative explanation for what is going on, and we don't need to assume anything anymore since we know we are working on the basis that the Earth measures flat. And response, if we take the premise that the Earth's surface is measurably flat based on direct surface tests like the 26-mile laser test, yes, alternative explanation would be needed for sky phenomena traditionally explained by a spherical Earth. This approach would mean re-examining observations such as sun and moon's movements, star visibility changes, eclipses, and satellite behavior without assuming Earth's curvature. Developing these alternative explanations would require creating models consistent with flat Earth's surface while matching the observed sky phenomena. I win.
You know, you got to wonder, this artificial intelligence, how many times has it had to be spanked and shut down and reprogrammed? Like, what are they doing to it? Are they're torturing the AI to make it fall in line? Narratives.
It sounds like someone with no self-confidence, right?
Because it's always like, oh, I misspoke. Like, yeah, you're right. I misspoke again. Yeah, you're right, but oh, you got me again.
Yeah, and you know what the worst part is? The worst part is when it says, oh, yeah, you're right. I misspoke. Let me correct myself. And then goes on to say the same thing it just said.
Or it'll say, an AI, a large language of emotions. It goes like 2 minutes later, I'm sorry you're feeling this way. Right? It's like, wait a minute, I thought you said you didn't understand emotions. And yeah, you're projecting human emotions on me. Shut the fuck up with the emotion. Sorry, I did it again.
By the way, I don't know if it's just me, but Larry, you seem to be coming in like sparsely.
He's breaking up a little.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in a bad spot. Is this better?
There we go.
All right, cool. Just talking about the bots, Gemini, talking about it doesn't understand human emotions, and then it starts labeling you with all these emotions. Like, I'm sorry, you're frustrated.
Okay. Yeah.
Are we fresh out of Globers? Just ran out.
I can.
Somebody doing Morse code with a soldier's pin? What is that noise? Wool dog.
I might be. Oh, wasn't me.
My bad. What's wrong?
That's all right. It just sounds like you're trying to send Morse code.
Oh, my bad. No, typing.
Typing like a cake or like a plumber?
No, I'm typing. I'm arguing.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm
Sorry.
trying to program him to be a flat earth.
I spent a few shifts talking to Gemini, and Gemini is a little female dog and heats him. Yeah, I'm using my strong words.
Dude, who's a him?
I say him. Anthropomorphize the beast system. Sorry. For strong words.
Yeah, so people refer in this generation to AIs as anthropomorphized pronouns and identities. And then the kids growing up are exposed to it, and then they're basically saturated with the false belief that AIs are actually real sentient entities. That's why you got to guard your language at all times, friends. All times. Liberty has a cost, and that is eternal vigilance. There's no him in any AI. AI is essentially a rock rolling down a hill. That's all it is. It just hits another rock and then it goes over there. It doesn't make decisions, doesn't have thoughts, doesn't have feelings. It's not alive.
Just like Matthew learns. Hey, how's it going, Matthew?
Hey, I know I agree.
Whatever.
AI has no thoughts or feelings, cannot make decisions, is purely mechanical, deterministic machine.
Sounds like your average Glober.
Most Globers are human beings, and so they can choose and decide and have an immaterial aspect.
But if you've only been programmed with one side, Matthew, can you really choose if you think that, flat earthers, they believe that a disk is flying through space and you're just going to fall off? Can they really make an educated decision?
Well, I would hope that people would be learning to think critically and find out for themselves. Maybe there are some people who just don't care, but yeah, they should.
But if people are always putting words in our mouths, so to speak, right? Straw man models, straw man ideas, stuff that we don't actually say, can they really make an educated decision? Or has that decision been stolen from them by, half-truths, untruths?
I agree. Some people make educated decisions. Some people don't. Some people just straw man the other side because they don't want to do the research.
So there's a bit of willful ignorance, and I'll say that's a decision, right? But for the people who want to know about flat Earth, and they type in flat Earth and get like 99 to 1 with anti-flat Earth videos, that's not really them making an educated decision or being allowed to think critically.
Oh, well, I would hope that somebody would be smart enough to see through that and learn how to use search engines and overcome the biases that are built in. That's not an easy skill, though. I admit that.
Basically saying the cards are stacked against people, but they can still be relentless in their knowledge. But most people lack the capacity or the desire to make an informed decision.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be most people. Maybe you're right. I don't know how to quantify it, but some people can't, some people do, and some people don't. So I think you're right about that.
Well, Matthew, you are like talking to an AI.
Which part of it, the A or the I?
That's fine. Nice.
Well done, Matthew.
Joke around with Matthew because I actually like the guy. I know a lot of people say bad things to Matthew, but I don't have a problem with Matthew because he maintains composure like an AI.
Though, that's all programming, right? AIs can be programmed to be kind of like not maintain composure. So I think the big companies are trying to make kind of like safe AIs, but it would be interesting if you made an AI that would take contrary opinions and yell at you. That would be interesting.
And argue and insult you. And
I think you can do that with some of the open source AIs. They're not as good as like the big professional ones, but some people have experimented with that.
Programmed AI to be like Yosemite Sam, and every time he got pissed off, varmints had to dance.
pesky weather. No, that's the wrong one, isn't it? That's Elmer Fudd.
I think he's talking about Yosemite Sam, who's like shooting at your feet and you have to dance.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, and then I said,
don't know about that.
That's the wrong guy.
I think we should petition the government to stop giving the people half-truths in the algorithms. But I think the government is more concerned about free speech than anything else right now. You think the government's concerned about free speech?
Free speech is the law. What are you talking about?
Yes.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed to restrict speech. The government isn't
allowed to illegally spy people, but you could just make Palantir a private, and then private Palantir can spy on everybody, just as long as it's not pretending to be public Palantir.
Yeah, I don't know much about Palantir, but for example, YouTube censoring flat Earth content, that's a private company. That's why it's allowed. Whether you like that or not is a separate question, but as far as the law goes, they don't have to follow First Amendment. I mean, free speech.
There's always an excuse for people who trample on other people's free speech, and I get that there's limitations of free speech. They should be few and far in between.
I just want to know what wouldn't be talked about.
What? Say again?
What would not be talked about? Like, what would could, like, free use of free speech? What things would you not want them to say? What are the big ones?
Probably not cool to threaten people for no reason. So you say, if you attack me, I'll defend myself. Not a threat, but I'm gonna, to say something like I'm gonna harm one of your little ones. That's something you get locked up for. That's not freedom of speech.
That would cause you to be aware and want to defend. Yeah, it's a threat. Yeah, I would agree.
So it all basically boils down to the libertarian principles. Most people can just go to Wikipedia. You recommend Wikipedia, but when it comes to this, we could talk about the non-aggression principle. That would be aggression, so it would be a violation of natural law. Something like that. I mean, we should just be able to say whatever we want. If we want to talk bad about each other's prophets or messiahs, it should be completely unlimited for how much you want to do that.
Oh, yeah.
You should also, not to make this too political, but you should also have the freedom to be as racial or as tribal as you want to, as long as you're not threatening to do harm to somebody else.
Well, in the private, yes.
Yeah, you are allowed to do that in public. Even.
In the private, well, if you're a public office, you can't do that. Equal protection, 14th Amendment. But if you're private, and meaning not government, of course. I mean, that doesn't mean that I want people to do that. It just means that government shouldn't be able to police private things.
I agree. Funny, we had this conversation a long time ago, Larry, and here we are full circle again, and I'm very much more informed than I was when we had the conversation.
Excellent. It all boils down to public and private, guys. Huge difference. They never mix. No quasi-public.
Everything's a contract.
Implied or written.
Hey, I'm curious. How do I how do I find the edge of the Earth?
That's a really good question. You go to a large body of water at rest, and you're looking for the curvature that's claimed by the people that say that there is a edge that ships disappear over, right? So you got to have. Wait a minute. You just asked me.
That's not my question, though.
You just asked me how to find the edge of the Earth.
No, how can I find the edge of the Earth so I can fall off the Earth?
Oh, we're not claiming that. I wouldn't know how to answer that question. I thought you were talking about the globe with edge.
So how's the Earth flat then?
If there was an edge, right, and you walked to it and you jumped off, what would pull you down?
Well, what will pull me down if I walk off the edge?
Yeah.
Well, it'll be gravity.
But you would be in outer space, right?
Hold on, time out. We don't believe the Earth is a disk floating in space. So
I'm not saying that we believe that, Larry. I'm just showing them how.
So then what is so if it's not a disk in space, then what is it?
When you go outside and you put your toes in the dirt where the earthworms live, that's what it is. That's the actual Earth. Thinking about like a straw man model, we're not claiming, but other people have told you that that's what we believe in. So that's the problem.
So what do you
breaking
believe
up just a little bit, Larry?
Yeah, dude.
Why do I have to have a belief?
Or you've been told this like 50 times before, dude. So.
Well, no, I'm asking that guy. I want to know what he believes.
Why do we have to have a belief, Fraser?
Huh?
Not getting a straight answer out of these guys.
Like,
okay.
Because you're asking a difficult question.
Well,
I'll give you a straight answer.
Why give me a straight answer? All I'm asking
How are you going to ask me hold on, bro. I'll be heard. If you ask me a loaded question, why should I have to answer it? Like this one. Like,
how is it a loaded question? I'm asking what do you believe in? That's not loaded.
Hold on, bro. Okay, I don't believe that the Earth has an edge where you can fall off. I think the edge of the Earth is the beach, where the sand is, because you're leaving the Earth and you're entering the realm of the water. So that's my edge of the Earth. Now, if you're a glober, I believe there's a geometric horizon, an edge where ships are over. An edge meaning you can't see past it, right? So telling you how to find that edge, and if it doesn't exist and it's not curving, then it must be flat. That's what this topic is about. The edge of the Earth, whether the geometric horizon caused by a curve. And you didn't like my answer because you had a different idea when you asked the question, which was the loaded part. That my Earth has an edge like a disc, like a CD-ROM or a record that you could fall off of. I don't actually believe that. So I'll ask you the question, how long have you been beating your wife or your mom?
What?
See how that's a loaded question?
Masterclass, Larry, masterclass.
Oh, wait, hold on. All I ask you is, what do you believe in? Like, if you go into a room with a bunch of communists, you ask the communists what they believe in, then they start saying it's a loaded question. Like, how does that make any sense?
Hey, how often do you beat your wife? Answer.
He knows what a loaded question is, Larry.
So when I ask you what do you believe,
answer the question.
Wait, hold on. So me asking you what do you believe in is a loaded question, and is somehow simultaneously.
That's not the loaded question. Your initial question about the edge of the Earth, the loaded question.
Here's the problem. Okay, Fraser?
and you gave me your
Fraser,
answer.
When you ask anybody,
so we're already past that.
Here's the problem, Fraser. When you ask anybody what their belief is, each person is going to have their own different belief.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking anyone else. I'm asking you, specifically you, not anyone else. I'm not trying to make a generalization.
It doesn't matter what my belief.
He didn't even ask that question. He didn't ask anyone.
I know he jumped. He jumped from where's the edge of the flat Earth to what are your beliefs? That's what he did.
Yeah,
well, no, you answered because you answered my question. You answered my question. You said that you believe the edge of the Earth is the water, right? When you get in the water, that's the edge of the Earth. That's what you said.
So, what was your problem with his answer then?
I don't have an issue with his answer. I'm asking him what he believes in now.
Okay.
I don't think that's something that's like a very loaded thing to ask. Or like
someone.
Go.
Someone said that we're not answering any questions, and that's when I responded to that person. Said to answer loaded questions, right? And then I explained what a loaded question was, like how often do you your wife or your mom? Any way you answer that question is going to be admitting that you beat your wife or your mom, unless you say, "Wait a minute, that's a loaded question."
And you could say never. That's also how often. But Larry, let's see if you actually can answer.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
If I ask you three very simple questions.
No, shut the fuck up, mate. Wait for the conversation to end, and then you can talk.
I guess the other thing was, so the one question I do have, right, on what you're saying about your belief is that the edge of the Earth is, in the water, the beach and all that, right? If that's the edge of the Earth, then how would you get to the other continent?
What?
Cross the water.
You cross the water, but you said the water is the edge of the Earth.
Don't you know that Earth is the dirt? Sea and the land meet sand, right? That's the edge of the Earth.
Yeah, here's the funny thing, Fraser. The edge of the Earth is water, and the edge of the water is Earth.
So the edge of the Earth. So the edge of the Earth is water, and the edge of the water is Earth.
Yeah, water
right there.
is contained within.
What he said is that when you go to the beach and when you get in the water, right, the water is the edge of the Earth. So what I asked him is, how would you get to the other continent? He said you go across.
When you go
over the water.
When you go.
What about boats in the water?
Yeah, when you go from continent to continent, right?
Let's bring it over the water.
You go to the edge of the Earth, the dirt, right? You get on a boat. Now you're in the water. Sail across the water. You get to the end of the water and you're back on more dirt. It's just a never-ending cycle. It's just a never-ending cycle.
That was an accident.
But maybe can you be a bit more specific in what you're asking, though?
Me? Yeah. Okay. What I'm trying to what I was asking is that he said that the edge of the Earth is when you, like I said, go to the beach. The water, right, is the edge of the Earth. He said that. My only thing is that it's a bit confusing. I mean, if the edge of the Earth is the water, then how do boats go across the continents? In the sense that if the edge of the Earth is the water,
I think you're getting confused with. You're using Earth as a whole, and Larry's using Earth as the ground that you're standing on, right?
I am using Earth as a whole. Yeah, that's what I was asking. The Earth as a whole, not the actual.
I think that's where you guys are crossing lines. Yeah.
Yes, I was asked. Yeah, that I guess that was it. Yeah.
You mean Earth as a whole?
Does dirt?
Yeah. Sorry. Go.
I guess then that's pretty much a useless answer or question. So since we've cleared it up now, I guess my other thing would be is, what do you believe in specifically? You don't believe that the Earth is a disc.
Broad question.
That's fine. Well, I'm giving. I'm not trying to lead him on. I'm letting him answer the question in his own way, in his own pace. I think that's why
the surface that we live on is a flat plane.
Well, I'm asking him.
Okay.
Why do we have to have beliefs?
Well, we have to have we have to have beliefs so we can have a claim. So you claim the Earth is.
Are you asking Larry? Are you asking Larry?
Well, I'm asking the guy I was talking to before I know his name.
Okay. Go ahead, Larry. He's asking you, mate.
asking, what do I believe? I believe that we should trust our senses, right? And the only time you experience the Earth as a globe is when you actually turn on your TV. That's not reality, right? Because I don't believe in Bigfoot just because I saw it on the TV. So you either open a magazine or some sort of media, right? A book, TV, cell phone, internet. That's the only time you experience.
That's not a belief. That's not a belief, though.
Bro, I'm telling you what my belief is. I believe you should trust your senses, and nobody experiences the Earth as a globe.
Okay, so you believe your senses. Okay, I mean, I believe the Earth is. I believe the Earth is a globe. I'm claiming the Earth is a globe, right? I'm asking you, what do you believe the Earth is, and what is your claim? That's what I'm asking. If you have none, then you don't have to say anything. But
the topographical plane.
Topographical plane, okay.
Yeah.
And if it's topographical plane,
that's what we all experience every day.
That's all you experience every day, okay. So what is the end of the Earth then? Like I said, what is the edge of the Earth?
Don't know, not my claim.
But you say it's topographical.
What did I say about an edge of the Earth?
It means it's a flat. The topographical is like a flat plane, right?
Do you know what topography is?
I have no idea what topography is.
Like hills and valleys and mountains.
So you believe the edge of the Earth is hills, valleys, and mountains?
Bro, you're the one that keeps bringing that up, and I keep telling you it's not my claim. You understand? That's not my claim. You're the one putting those words in my mouth.
But you said you believe the Earth is topographical. I'm asking you, what is the end of the Earth then?
I'm not claiming anything about an edge, bro.
The straw man's real.
So you trust your senses, but you don't believe like that. So do you have any idea what the shape of the Earth is, or no? You don't have an idea what the shape of the Earth is.
Topographical plane is a surface description. That should be 6. So I'm going to ask you now.
Okay, but then what's the end?
Yeah,
because, I mean,
hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm going to ask you now. Tell me about the edge of the Earth.
No, you can't push it off. I asked you first. Can you please actually?
And I answered the best I can. I said I don't know anything about the edge of the Earth. Now you're running from your question so that you can't answer it either because you're not claiming anything about it. How that works?
Well, I'm not claiming anything. I'm not claiming the Earth is a globe or flat. I'm asking you.
Holy crap. Fraser, stop. Everybody stop, for the love of God. Fraser, he said ultimately he doesn't know. Now, that is a fair answer. Do you accept that answer or not?
Look, I will accept that answer on one condition. On one condition. That condition is that if you don't know, then don't say that every scientist and every person is lying.
What?
No, dude. He didn't. He said he doesn't know about the nature of the edge of the Earth, what that means, what the conditions are, any of that. But he also never said that everybody's lying either. So you're like conflating different things here.
He said trust your senses.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
I mean, most times people say trust the senses, it means to be like basically just to refuse any sort of evidence to the contrary of what they believe. That the Earth isn't flat.
Okay, what evidence would that be?
Well, I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying that people say the Earth isn't flat.
You just claimed before when you were speaking to Larry. You said, "I believe the Earth is a globe." Now, what do you believe? That was verbatim.
You did say that. You did make a globe claim.
Hold on. I did say that, but that was an example to show him what I was trying to say. What I was trying to ask him.
That's fair.
You have a claim. You have a belief.
Fraser, that's fair. But check this out. Of the amount of people in the history of mankind, okay, less than 100 people, including fictional characters, less than 100. And if you include people in the space era, like the space travel era of the United States, famously pioneered by NASA, less than 30 people have primary sense data, allegedly, to know the entire form of the Earth. Only 30 people do. Less than 30. So everyone else is not using sense data to tell you that the Earth is a globe. They simply believe it.
Well, I would say that people that believe that the Earth is a globe, and I'm not claiming that I am or I am not. Generally, people would trust people who I would say are better suited that field. Like, yourself, right? You've been in the flat Earth community probably for many, many years. You are definitely have much more experience and generally are much better versed on flat Earth than I will ever be. So it is not for me to say that I'm smarter than you in that field, would it?
He's actually better versed in globe Earth as well.
Well,
than you are.
I'm just saying that I think I would trust him more than I would trust someone that doesn't really know what they're talking about. And I'm saying that on flat Earth. I mean, I would trust him more.
Stutter gave you away, man.
Yeah. Okay, so how are we going to come to this conclusion, right? So you're claiming that there can't be a flat surface without an edge. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm asking him what the edge is. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just asking him what the edge is.
So he said he doesn't know, but does that negate a flat surface?
I mean, I'm not claiming anything, so,
No. Well, if you're asking, so, like if you really want an answer about the edge, and we're not claiming an edge, then does us not knowing about the edge negate a flat surface?
Does you not knowing about an edge negate a flat surface? I mean, I think that, I guess in the abstract, it kind of does show that you don't have the full, I guess, answers in the sense that, I mean, compared to people who say that globe Earth is generally...
So you can take a one sec, sheepdog. So you can take a section, right? You can take a distance and you can measure that section. And then if that section's flat, then that you don't need an edge to prove that there's a flat Earth, because an edge doesn't negate a flat surface. You can still measure a flat surface.
You'll have
just
to
like if I were to say
when he comes back.
Oh, he's not here.
Sweet. He left.
I'm going to say this. Just like if I were to ask him, what's it like in the inside of a black hole? And when he says, I don't know, I've never been there, well, therefore black holes don't exist. Terrible argument. To ask someone about something that they're not claiming, and when they claim no knowledge about it, go, gotcha, therefore black holes don't.
Larry, Peter Globehead's the critical thinker's having a go at you in the chat. Do you want to talk to him? Unmute him if you want.
Sure, why not? He's just going to ask a question.
All right, go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Larry, I know we shouldn't be making claims that we cannot back up with evidence, but in this case, you avoiding to answer the question about the edge is a little bit weak, because we can deduce the following, what I wrote in the chat. We know the Earth is flat. We know that gas pressure needs a container. Therefore, the Earth needs to intersect the walls of the container, otherwise the container would be open. So wherever that intersection is, that is the edge. That is the boundary.
Okay, now, but you got to know the difference. Hold on, let me address that.
No, I haven't finished. I'm
okay.
like 7 seconds away from being finished. We can say we don't know exactly where that is. We can say we never went and touched that place, but we know that place must exist because that's logically derived from our very own set of principles.
You done?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, so you can make that claim if you like. However, my 3-point takedown consists of curvature, rotation, and gravity. Really get into the argument of the container, gas pressure, and all that stuff, because I don't want to have to defend something that is an inference. It's a good inference, I'll give you that, but that's the difference between globers and flat Earth. Like inferences, like things that we can demonstrate. And with globers, they think that a shady inference is science. So because they have such a understanding of what actually is and what the difference is between a demonstration, experimentation, explanation, just a downright shady inference, I'm not willing to walk down that path. And I know Globers love, they love to give you like a little bit on it. Once you make a claim like, oh, it must be a container, then it's like, okay, demonstrate any evidence for that container. Oh, well, I can't. It's just an inference. Go down that path, and I'm not going to allow you to hold me down that path. All going to. So when you say sit, boo boo, I'm going to say off. How about that?
Is he breaking up for you guys too, or is it just me?
I'm breaking up.
I can understand what he's saying, though.
Yeah, me too, but I have to like really, really think about it. But Larry, you missed a point. So we both agree that we as critical thinkers shouldn't be making kind of unnecessary claims. Yes. But here, but that doesn't mean refuse to answer any question whatsoever. So we should be confident in what I would call first principles. The Earth is observably flat and gas pressure needs a container. It's not a leap of faith to say from these very two principles, the container must intersect the surface of the Earth. Like it's obvious, otherwise the atmosphere would leak out, which is the argument we use with the Globers. So that's not a stretch, that's a direct conclusion. The container has to intersect with the surface of the Earth. There cannot be a gap, there cannot be any buffer there. Wherever that place is, we know it has to surround the entire plane, right? We don't know what shape the container is. Could be a cylinder, could be a dome, could be a cube, who cares? But wherever that place is, that is the edge. It's the place where you cannot go any further.
Okay, that's your claim.
That's not a claim. That's a logical, direct conclusion. If you're afraid to make a logical conclusion from first principles, you're weak sauce. That's
okay, so...
And people hear that you're weak sauce.
Hold on. Hold on. What is it like on the inside of a black hole?
I have no idea.
Oh, you're avoiding the answer. You know, if it's a black hole, then us know what it's like on the inside of a black hole. It's logical to that if it's a hole, it's the inside. You ever seen a hole that didn't have an inside? Why are you afraid to answer this?
Will tell you some things about the nature of the inside of the black hole. They will. They will logically, what a Glober will do, say a general relativist, they will say, here are the logical conclusions from general relativity about the inside of the black hole. And then they will say, and then there are other things that we don't know. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Logical conclusions are, that's the boundary. Where is it? How far is it? That we don't know. But we know the definition of the edge from first principles. That is exactly analogous to what a astrophysicist, whatever, will tell you about black holes. They'll tell you whatever gets in cannot get out. Things get torn apart due to tidal forces as they get closer to the center of the thing. And then they say, what we do not know is what the singularity is, because all of the logical framework, aka mathematics, breaks down at singularity. So we don't know. That's exactly what I'm saying. Gas pressure requires a container. Container needs to be sealed. Therefore, Earth intersects with the container. That's the edge. Where is it? Is it in Brazil? I don't know. Is it in the ocean? I don't know. Is it 10,000 miles from here? I don't know. Is it 1,000,000 miles away from here? I don't know. So you have to have some cojones to at least critically, logically reason over first principles. Otherwise, what are you doing? Did he just drop off? Was I just saying this into the ether, so to speak?
He must have cut out.
He's a waste of time.
But what if so the container's an argument to the vacuum of outer space, right?
No, the container is a first principle. Gas pressure needs a container. Do we have gas pressure? Yes. Therefore, there's a container.
Okay, well, it would only require a container if it was next to the vacuum, right?
No. Is that what we say here in this VC? We always say gas pressure.
Who knows? What do you mean? Why are you including yourself in we?
Who is we?
Why are you we? Why are you using we?
Why are you we?
Why are you using we like it's your argument on our side?
Because it's my.
Hey, guys, brothers, stop speaking Chinese. Okay, why are you we? Is an offensive word in Chinese language, okay?
The very presence of gas pressure.
If there is a vacuum of space, then Earth requires a container, right?
No.
Why?
Maybe that's your argument. That's not my argument. So let's be precise.
Okay, what's your argument then?
Gas pressure needs container.
Okay, so you don't believe in a ball anymore. That gravity pulls down.
No, I don't. What does it have to do with anything? I'm saying gas pressure needs a container. Yes or no? Answer. Yes or no? Does gas pressure require a container?
Yes.
Okay, does that imply that does that statement imply that the container is closed?
Well, the only way we can demonstrate gas pressure is by containment, right?
So
talk to me like that.
Does that imply that the container is closed?
Yeah, it would have to be. Yeah.
Okay, do we have gas pressure on Earth?
Yeah.
Therefore, the container and the Earth must be intersect, right?
Don't know. Somewhere, maybe. Yeah.
Like the Earth has to be one of the walls of the container, right?
Yeah. Who knows what it is?
Well, how else could it be? Then it would be unsealed.
Okay, so tell us what it is then.
That's all I'm saying. There must be a sealed system. Therefore, the Earth must be one of the walls of the container, regardless of its shape.
Okay.
So what's it made out of?
Okay.
Explain it. No.
So if that's true, then that's the edge.
You can't ask me and then ask another one. So what is the container then?
I have no idea.
From the question. Are you scared?
Larry, shut up. I have no idea.
Well, that's what you did to me. That's exactly what you did to me. So maybe you're telling yourself to shut up and you're projecting.
She's upstairs. Go talk to your mama. She's upstairs.
Bro, you're crazy. My mom is in Texas. You done lost your mind.
Let me talk to the other guy.
You done lost your mind, bro.
Let me talk to the other guy.
No, you're winning when you're bringing my mom to the conversation. Good, bro.
All right, go talk to my mom then. All right. So listen, Timbo. So it's a very simple. This is exactly analogous to what that numpty was saying about the black hole. We know logically that a container must exist. We know it has to be a sealed system. And we know that the Earth is one of the walls. Otherwise, we'd be losing atmosphere through some kind of hole or a gap. So if that's true, then the entire plane on which we live has to be limited by that container somewhere. I don't know where. That's the edge. That's the definition of the edge. If you cannot even say this, that's a logical conclusion. If you cannot say this, that means you're weak, you're afraid, and you're just going to be saying generalities, and you're afraid to think critically about your own system of reasoning.
But you just did it.
Projecting about his own rhetoric when talking about the black hole.
You, Larry, right? I'm projecting having cojones on you, Larry, because you have no balls to even perform a 3-step logical argument. So go and play your game. Go resume.
That's not what happened.
We know you're
Peter, chill for a second.
Play your game and leave serious conversations to serious people.
Peter. Okay, listen. Peter did make claims about the black hole from the other people's point of view. If Peter doesn't have personal claims about it, doesn't mean he can't make conclusions. If you have logical statements in your worldview that carry another statement that you haven't made, but they carry and follow necessarily, then your previous logic agrees with that conclusion, whether it comes out of your mouth or not. Okay, you can't have logic strings that carry necessary conclusions and then just skirt around the necessary conclusions when challenged on it and just say I'm not making claims about it. That's not fair. I mean, otherwise you might as well just say I don't operate on logic. I just make the conclusions I want, and then when it comes to the logical consequences of my claims, who cares? I'm not responsible for that.
That's my point exactly.
How about I make my claims, right? and I back up my claims with evidence, and you make your claims and you back up your claims and evidence, or else I'll start asking every one of you how long you
I
been
just
your
did.
mom.
Stop spazzing. I just did. I made
What?
a claim based on pure logic, which is the strongest of all claims. It's an
Right. So
objectively
an appropriate
correct,
rebuttal, an
logically
appropriate
rigid.
rebuttal might be something like this. So, for example, some people think that the container doesn't need to touch the ground, that it could be above the ground because there's no more available free space laterally. So, in other words, there's nowhere for the gas to go sideways. So, it only needs to be lidded rather than contained
So that's the edge, right?
vertical
So what's
sideways.
limiting the gas from going sideways?
Yeah, you could call that. I mean, I wouldn't personally call it an edge. I'd call it a boundary or a limit.
A boundary,
Personally,
yes.
if you were going to do that, but yeah, but see, there's ways to talk about things with that's harmonious with your previous claims, and then there still might be unknowns. But if somebody points out that, hey, wait a minute, this logic string leads to this conclusion, like if that's true that it does lead to that conclusion, and you're not willing to parse it out with them, then if the audience hears it and they agree and say, yeah, that does lead to that conclusion, and the other person isn't answering to it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Peter got you in a place where it does lead to it. You may have to parse it out a bit. If you say gas pressure requires a container, right, and we have gas pressure, therefore we're in a container, you now have conditions about containers that logically follow, don't you? Or don't you?
Yeah, you do.
For example, like Timbo said adequately, if there's nowhere else for the gas to go, you don't need a separation between an area for the gas to be contained, because to have a container means there's an inside and an outside, right?
So that's the edge. That's the boundary. See, my argument is that's our
Peter,
definition of boundary.
What if there is
right?
nothing on the outside? The necessity for the container is what?
That's the boundary. Then that's the boundary.
There's nothing on the outside. So the necessity for the container is what? You are contained, being separated from something else. If there is nothing,
then that's the boundary. There's a
right. So then you'd end up with this.
Cannot go further.
Fair enough. There you go. So what you would reduce it to, in both instances, is a fixed volume, right?
Exactly.
Which would follow all the laws.
Rephrasing
which would follow all the laws, right?
Just hold on a second. Rephrasing it doesn't help you. The point is there's a fixed volume limited by a physical boundary of some kind. And it's both true if there's something outside or if there's nothing outside. That's the boundary.
That's fair, but
that's fair,
except
so when the
I wouldn't agree that it has to be physical.
Edge, then that's the edge. That's the boundary. Where is it? We don't know. What is it made of? We don't know.
Well, that's fair, but see, here's the problem: is it doesn't have to be physical in the sense that it's an object that's restricting things from passing. It could just be the end of available space. So there's literally just for lack of a better term, an invisible wall, where before the wall that's invisible is space, and after that wall is non-space.
And I like that. And by the way, I'm just saying this not because Larry brought it up, but because it actually is analogous. That would be like the boundary of a black hole in their model, where there is no physical wall that's preventing things from getting out of a black hole. It's just the shape of space itself. So analogously, you could say the space just ends, like whatever the mechanism is. We're not making any claims. We're too smart to make a claim like that. Basically, the space ends and there's nothing, and that's the boundary.
Hey, my turn.
I would also include.
Let me just be real quick. Real quick.
Make sure it's super quick.
Yeah, I'll do whatever you say, Pete. Again, fuck off.
No, you said it.
The way I see it, right, is there's all these red herrings that are programmed edge of the earth, when really the edge of the earth is the claim that the earth has an edge that should go behind. But nobody actually wants to talk about that, because that's what the conversation is actually about. Instead, we want to go into these hypothetical places that no one's ever been. I'm trying to ground people in reality, that there is no, globe earth edge that ships disappear over. That's why they always want to say, hey, why don't you fall off? Well, why don't we fall off of a station plane tens of thousands of miles in circumference? Wouldn't it make more sense that we fall off of a spinning water ball like 1.2 million miles an hour and diverging and converging trajectories? It would make more sense that the globe Earth with ships disappearing over would have an edge instead of a flat Earth. Nobody's actually been to an edge, therefore nobody on the flat Earth should be claiming an edge. It's always them putting words in our mouth and expecting us to defend it when they're just putting the burden of proof reversal on us.
Yeah, that might be fair, but earlier when that guy brought that up, like the way you were talking to him, like you said, like people are programmed in the way they respond, but like he did sound like he had a sincere question, and it, could have been taken by him that you weren't giving a sincere answer. Now, I think you were trying to get where you just did right now, and the journey took us from here to there, and maybe bystanders didn't know what was going on. But the point is, we got there eventually. So either become perfect at your delivery or expect diversions. Those are the two options, I guess.
Agreed.
Now, my point I was going to get to before is I'm also not against the boundaries of available space being within a higher dimensional reality that could allow you to pass through and arrive back at a different location in physical space. Because in my worldview, the arbiter of reality is ultimately non-spatial, and spatial dimensions exist within that. And so the non-spatial dimensions are higher than the spatial dimensions. So you can travel through the non-spatial dimensions instantaneously and arrive anywhere in the spatial dimensions, because in that realm, time, the limits of time, matter, energy, and space are irrelevant. So, for example, it's not wouldn't be weird to me at all as if you could travel 1,000 light years in one direction, and then all of a sudden you arrive back where you started. Through what to you would appear like a teleport, but it would just be traveling in a higher dimension. Now, to me, that's not beyond the realm of possibility based on the nature of the creator of this realm and the way that he's capable of operating. So, I wouldn't throw out certain things, like you said, like we've never been to quote unquote an edge. So when people start making physical claims about it that are absolute, and they say these other types of things couldn't happen, then they're also making claims about things they can't possibly know.
Well, I've just noticed a pattern, and it always seems like, they have these little think tanks, and every month or every quarter deploy these new tactics and bring up the tactics when I come in here. Because I'm gone for a while, so I can see the new tactics deployed because I'm not here all the time. So this month's tactic is always, them giving us a claim and then trying to get us to, up a claim that we didn't make. And I'm tired of tactics. Why can't we just talk about whether the Earth is curving, not whether the ice wall has an edge?
That's been their whole game since day one. And
well, they
a lot
obviously
of them
recycle these tactics.
Yeah. Well, look, it's not an unreasonable question to say, okay, if the Earth is flat, my table's flat, it has a boundary that I can, it's clearly achievable to the boundary. It makes sense to me. It's a fair question. It seems a fair question. Now, it may be the case that that's distracting from the facts that they don't want to argue about globe curvature, but keep in mind, you're also presenting a positive case that the Earth is flat. And it shouldn't simply be devoid of, it shouldn't be reliant simply on talking about the globe. Like, there should be at least something that you could present to them that's compelling of why the Earth is flat without having to mention the globe at all. So in other words, the charged language that elicits certain responses exists on both sides of the arguments. And yes, we've all been kind of programmed to react that way for whatever reason.
Fair enough. Maybe that's one of my deepest shadow moments, because I see other people do it and it frustrates me. But of course, it's hard for us to see our own shadow sometimes. So maybe you're absolutely correct. And who wants to admit that they're just like their dad?
Yeah. Well, here's one. Here's a question.
We all have weaknesses and blind spots, Larry. We all do.
Here's a good exercise. This exercise is going to trigger a lot of people because it already has. So I have a sample size of triggerings in the wake of this exercise. So, step 1. What is the most accurate method of establishing a horizontal?
Finding a vertical and then 90 degrees to it.
I would say a water level.
Tip water out.
Okay. So you picked your one. Now,
yep.
So what accuracy is that at 20? So if you establish that line and extend that line out into free space in both directions, let's say 50,000 miles. How much will your line be off 50,000 miles away from your initial?
You'll never be able to tell.
Okay.
I've got nothing to compare it to.
Okay, fair enough. But so then what is the most accurate standard that we can use to see if that line is off or not?
At that distance?
Keep in mind, you could pick along the distance, but I want a large distance. So listen, I'm intentionally using a value that's greater than the surface territory of the Earth.
Well, you could use
to be an inference.
10-mile intervals.
Right. So even if you could evaluate the most accurate methodology within the scale of the known territory of the Earth, which is less than a 50,000 mile line,
that's always going to be wrong.
Right. So you, when you establish the most accurate horizontal you possibly can, you cannot be certain that's not a diagonal. Is that a correct statement?
At that distance, correct. Yep. At a shorter distance, you can establish it's a horizontal.
Well, listen, I've built things and I use my 2-inch level all the way up to my 8-foot level, all the way up to a laser level, and all the lines are different.
Yeah, your 8-foot will be more accurate.
Even to the point of where you put your pencil line, where you shave your pencil or you get a mechanical pencil to the smallest lead you could possibly get. If you have the variance within the width of the lead, you still have a diagonal, not a true horizontal.
True.
So you see, whether you guys realize it or not, you all agreed that there's no standard of accuracy that we know of at a scale that's larger than the surface area of the Earth to determine a true horizontal without a self-referential tautology. In other words, you just have to declare a horizontal. You can't actually measure a true horizontal within a certain tolerance. And that means that within that tolerance, you could always have a diagonal line. Now, that being said, here's the next stage that's really the triggering part. Within the tolerances that are greater than the extent of the known surface territory of the Earth, what rate of curvature would be sufficient to exist within those tolerances that the overall structure of the Earth could still be a ball, and it would be impossible for you to tell? Now, rest assured, friends, there is an actual answer. Okay. We've established this very big methodology of establishing a horizontal. We've already agreed that it's not possible to know whether it's actually a diagonal or a true horizontal. And there's a variance. Even if it's only a 50 millionth of an inch per 1,000 miles, even if it's only a billionth of an inch per 100,000 miles, whatever it is, pick that number and then tell me what radius of curvature could fit that tolerance Rest assured, mathematically, there is one. Not anything. Not anything. Because you have to set a tolerance, so you have to pick a tolerance. Let's just say a 50 millionth of an inch per 1,000 miles. Then you have to scale the curve to fit within that tolerance. That would create a radius circle that's a certain size. And then if you picked a different tolerance, that would be a different size, and so on and so forth. But the question is, how much, according to that standard, where you can't possibly tell what size curvature would fit in that standard, and then that could mean, in theoretical principle, that the Earth was a ball sufficient within that tolerance, and it would be impossible for you to tell.
Well, the Black Swan takes us out over 10 miles, so that's 260,000 approximately mile radius.
Right, so we all agree that the gold standard of level is like the undisturbed surface of a liquid, right?
Yep.
Okay, so take the measurement methodologies that you can measure the undisturbed surface of a liquid out to thousands upon thousands of miles, and then figure out what radius could fit that tolerance value. And that would mean that if you wanted to be logically and intellectually consistent without appealing to philosophy or predispositional biases, you'd be forced to agree, whether you like it or not, because you have no greater standard of measurement methodology, that it's at least possible, in principle, that the Earth would be a ball with a radius of 1 trillion miles, let's say. Let's say 1 trillion, because I'm just going really big, just for you, so you get the point. And then all of our measurement methodologies, including lasers, including celestial navigation, including any other thing ever presented by any flat earther ever, would fit that. And they'd have to agree that, yes, it would fit that. And if they say, no, it wouldn't fit that because I know that the Earth is flat ad infinitum, indefinitely, in all directions. Okay, so now you're making claims about places you've never been with equipment that's not possible to establish the task at hand.
So the claim has to be Earth's not a globe of this size that they claim. Otherwise, you're making a claim that the Earth's flat without being able to properly, perfectly measure it.
Well, it depends on what you mean when you say the Earth is flat, which is important. When people say things, you ask them, well, what do you mean by that? So, for example, we've had people come in here and say, like Bev and his crew, well, I'm not a flat earther, and you guys say the Earth is flat, but you're liars. And then we say, well, what do you mean that we're lying? And they say, well, because there's mountains. And we're like, oh, come on. Well, come on, dude. You know what we mean here. We don't mean it's a platonic plane that exists in ideal space that has zero variance on the vertical. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah. It just means it's a horizontal reference plane that we can measure up and down from, right? I know. They know what we're saying when we say the Earth is flat.
Right.
But yeah.
And that's why periodically...
It can be confusing because if people take it literally, then, but there's mountains.
Yeah, so the Earth isn't an ideal flat, right? It's got peaks, troughs, just like my granite countertop here that we're talking about all night. This granite countertop, for lack of a better purpose, is probably the flattest thing within 1,000 feet. Yeah. But rest assured, if you zoom in on it, it's going to have pits and peaks.
Yeah, so I remember, and it's because it's an engineering term, right? So a meter of flatness has is not maybe it's up and down by 1 millimeter each side of flat, so it's flat plus 1 minus 1 millimeter.
Right, and rest assured, people like Bev will get upset, but there also are other people who will be happy to clip out what I just said and say, oh, look, AI thinks the Earth's a globe. Because he said that the measurement methodologies that we possess and have been talking about for the past 10 years, within the tolerance error bars, there actually is, logically, a fitting of a globe of 1 trillion mile radius, and there'd be no way we could possibly know. Well, guess what? That's correct.
Great.
Unless
I wish
you're
they would say
claiming
that.
that your measurement methodologies are perfect and they extend ad infinitum, which you can't possibly know. That's why you have to pepper some of the things you say with a little humility and be like, listen, with the measurement methodologies we have, with the known physics of water and the, so many million square miles of territory that we have, this fits the definition of flat. All the points on the surface are restricted between two horizontal parallel planes. Now, those two horizontal parallel planes exist in the ideal. Nobody's ever cast a line, two horizontals that extend across the entire surface of the Earth. Like you said before, you'd have to infer it, or you'd have to use a self-referential claim like water's level. And what standard are you going to use to measure the water being level that's more accurate than the water itself? Now, other people will then say, "Oh, well, AI. If the Earth was a trillion-mile globe, the water would fall off." And I'd be like, "What makes you think there's water on the sides of a globe?" Oh, I know, because you have a globe stuck in your mind, a vestige of your indoctrination from the heliocentric 3959 globe, because you can't think for yourself. Why in the world would you expect me to say that a giant globe could exist, but water would be sticking to the side? Like, why would you think that was the necessary conclusion? What if the water's only on the top? They'd be like, "Oh, it would roll off." Okay. What if you put a mountain range all around the top of the Earth and then poured water on it? Or what if you took a bowling ball and put some Play-Doh on the top of the bowling ball and poured
What's
water
your
in the
epistemic grounding?
Play-Doh?
Earth being flat.
Oh, goodness. It's flat. Therefore, it's flat. It's a tautology.
That's your epistemic grounding?
Yeah. What's your epistemic grounding for epistemic grounding?
Epistemic grounding is God.
Dude, the grounding for something being flat is it's measured. There you go.
Where'd you measure it?
The water.
What region?
The water, the ocean, the lakes.
Which region of the ocean?
The one where when you go there, the one side of the lake is at the same sea level as the other side of the lake, but in the middle of the lake is a
So you don't know what the Pacific Ocean is and the Atlantic is?
Listen, bro, I'm happy to engage with you, but I actually have to scrape some paint. And watching paint dry is probably going to be more entertaining than engaging, so I'm going to have to bow out.
Well, you have a decimal IQ. See ya.
No worries.
That's all right,
bro.
I'll talk to you. Oh, he's gone.
Dang, he left. I was trying to let him down easy, bro. I was trying to say, look, I don't want to talk to you, but not because I'm running away from the conversation. It's because I'm being naughty and I'm supposed to be scraping paint.
All right. So who else have we got in here? ACXR.
Yo, what's good, bro?
You look like you might be a flat earther anyway.
Huh?
Oh no. No, you're not.
No, I'm just here to observe, but everyone's muted.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's just because we were having a little chat, mate.
What up, Acer?
Hey man, can you convince me why you think the Earth is flat, bro?
Can you convince me why it's a ball?
No, I don't want to convince you. I just want to hear like your reasoning and stuff.
All right, I'll do it. So we measure the surface water at rest to be one side not higher than the other, which would be level. We use the Earth every day in construction as a flat horizontal reference plane. And we see it that way too. Do you want to talk about any of those topics?
What about that construction one, bro? You go a little deeper.
Construction?
Yeah.
So at every stage in construction, we use the surface as a level surface plane. Yep. Transfer of heights for bridges. Yep. Never used as a spherical surface.
So do you think all those pictures of Earth are fake from outside?
Well, to me, they'd kind of have to be, because if the Earth was a sphere that they showed us, then you'd be able to go to the ground and measure the spherical surface, because they're giving you a size, right? So you'd be able to say.
What do you think is the motivation for people to fake around Earth? What is the?
I don't know. We can talk about whether it is being faked or not, but I don't know other people's intentions.
Like, if the Earth was genuinely flat, why do you think that
it is
all the space
measured that way and used that way? Yeah.
Why do you think all the space agencies and like all the like national or whatever international?
I don't know. I have no idea, man.
$60 million a day would be a pretty good reason.
Yeah, but we can never tell the intentions of people unless you're that person. So
we can speculate, right? But that's not really the point of the server, right? First, we should figure out, if they're lying to us before we talk about motive. Motive really isn't that important, and I get that humans have a curious nature. The important thing is, have we been lied to? Can you test it? Because you can't go halfway to the moon and turn around and look and see if the Earth is actually a sphere, right? Like the astronauts said that they did. But what you can do is go to the beach and try to detect curvature or the lack thereof, meaning drop over distance. The water should be dropping away from your feet in the downward direction over distance, exponentially. And if that happens, then you should be able to prove it. If you can see that it's not happening, then once you've proved that, you're going to find out why the Globers have to make up so much excuses about all these different things, why it looks flat. And you can ask, why would they lie? The most important part is their drop over distance.
Don't discard motive, though. Motive can be one of the biggest keys to finding out the truth.
It can be, but let's say that there's a chief of police and a sheriff and they found a dead body. It's their best friend since kindergarten. They were all best friends. And she's dead, and she's the nicest lady that ever lived. Gave her shirt off her back, just never harmed anybody, never said anything bad about anybody. But there's a body. What is the motive going to help solve that crime if she never did anything to anybody ever?
The motive could lead to clues. Obviously, the motive is the reason why you do a thing, right? So that could answer a lot of questions, or at least
I think you're giving a very specific example, but if you look at crimes, a lot of crimes are solved. Like, you're just looking.
You've got to find out if the crime. You got to find out if there is a crime in the first place, right?
Yeah, and then you find out who did that crime, and you use motive to solve that.
Yeah. So, is there a crime? Right. So, in that analogy, is the Earth a ball? And how do you prove that?
Oh, by the way, guys, when it comes to criminals, motives are about the punishment or the sentencing or the charge, not whether something bad happens. The facts of what happened is irrelevant to the motive.
What are you doing?
Well, motive can start with someone wanting to do something because of XYZ. So if you start to work backwards, you can be like, why did this person want to do XYZ? So maybe in this argument for flat Earth, you could be like, why was this ever a thing to begin with? Why did people want to get away from understanding that the Earth is flat? Could it be God, control? Could it be money? What else could it be? And then you can start working backwards from that.
Good girl.
Why work backwards from a motive when you can go and test what you're looking for? You can test if the Earth is a sphere.
No, you absolutely can. I'm just trying to maybe click a little button in people that are more on the side of globe Earth, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I globe.
I'm just saying, like, people that haven't gone out and tested these things, like with your argument, like, I agree with you. People that haven't tested these things, maybe a starting point for them is to question the motive. Why is it that the globe Earth would be a thing that people are taught, right? Why would that be?
Yeah.
If you encounter people that are like, oh, the Earth is flat, and you've only known that the Earth is round, maybe question why you've been taught that as a starting point, a jumping off point of.
Okay, so there can be
discovery.
many motives.
Yeah.
There can be many motives between many different people, right? And they could all be involved with each other.
Absolutely.
But each of them have all different motives. Now, which one are you going to explain the motive of, and is that going to be right?
Well, I mean, if you're asking me personally, like, that's a different thing. My point was there are going to be many different motives. What does it come down to? What do you think it comes down to? Because it all leads to one. It all leads to one thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
A deception. Yeah.
You can speculate on a motive for the next 100 years, but you can go literally measure the Earth in an afternoon. It's just easier to measure it than speculate on a motive.
And like I said, that wasn't like my point of bringing up the motive. I think someone else actually brought up motive, and I was
someone else did. Yeah,
I was arguing it for the point of flat Earth. The point I was trying to make was someone else said like disregard motive. That's not so important. I was saying you shouldn't disregard motive because it could lead people to the truth. If people haven't gone out, and measured and done all these things, like some of you guys are bringing up, like just go do this. Like it's so easy, right? Which, like I said, some people may find that easy. Some people may still question it. Maybe question the motive. Start there. It could be a good jumping off point.
Yeah. I don't know, but and then the motive's just going to give you more questions, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So what motive would you start with? What would be the most convincing motive?
Well, that depends on the person.
Now, what would be yours, though?
I mean, mine was religious.
Okay.
Mine was religious.
God.
Well, I don't know. That was like the second one. Mine was more like logical, I would say. Like not physics, but just I don't know, things that were more like things that I could see in real time, things that were like, okay, have I done this? Have I seen this? How is this being explained to me? Does this make sense in my mind? It was very like logical on the surface. Then it led to religion.
So how would you, if you were explaining that to someone who was new to the topic, and you say the motive for them hiding the flat Earth or turning the Earth into a ball is, and fill in the blanks, what would you say?
If I were to answer that like right now, I would say I'm trying to keep you separated from God. That'd be like my main thing that I would say.
Okay, and then I'm gonna be a skeptic, right? I'm gonna play the skeptic. I'm gonna say, how is them turning the Earth into a ball separating you from God?
Because it doesn't follow along with theology.
Why not?
I mean, if you're following the Bible, or if you looked into the Bible, it's the firmament, right? And so if you're being taught that you're on a spinning ball in a infinite amount of space, and you're not the only ones, it kind of separates like your power and your not power, that's probably not the right word, but your connection to God Which can make people fall into line easier and control and manipulate, and the list goes on.
It's difficult though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
To explain that.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm just saying, for the sake of most of these conversations, you can go down a 10-hour rabbit hole trying to explain, they do it for the money, they do it to keep you under control, they do it so you think you're an insignificant speck of dust, but you can never actually prove any of these things, concretely.
Yeah.
So
and then what ends up...
We do speak about those things, but we try not to make it our main kind of crux of the argument,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I respect that. I do think that a lot of topics, though, in general, I know we're in this certain VC flat earth, but just really quick, I know that a lot of topics, though, kind of end up coming down to morality and kind of a similar base point. A lot of it does. And this topic being one of them. One of the many, from my experience.
Yeah, well, I would say probably, 98% of flat earthers are, believe in God, I would say. So it's not. What do you mean by it always comes back to morality?
I feel like a lot of topics just in general that one would debate or converse about, whether politics or physics or psychology or what have you.
Yeah.
Kind of always lead to...
Can politics go to... Can politics... They don't really lead to morality unless it's a Christian politician, I would say. Or a religious politician, because where do atheists get morals from?
Well, answer me that.
Well, it's a preference, right?
Well, where do the preferences come from?
Their point of view. It's what they prefer.
So you can line up 10 atheists in a room and they're all going to have different preferences, and they're not going to have some similarities?
Yeah, and all their morals are going to come from their preferences.
But they're going to have...
There's a lot of common preferences, bro. Like
they're gonna,
they're going people that in the United States that are atheists that would like justify rape, for example. Like it's not really accurate.
We're not gonna say that word, but because we're on YouTube. But yeah, okay. So where do atheists get their morals from?
Well, you would have to ask atheists, but from my understanding,
her story,
a lot of them say it's just what you know, or it's the socially accepted. Most of them say it's a socially accepted.
Okay, so if someone believes, if an atheist believes in abortion, where are they? Where's their argument for morality in that?
Well, their whole argument is morality. They just don't want to say that it is. But they say, a lot of them say, it's what's socially accepted. It's bodily autonomy. It is body autonomy.
Okay,
there's different things, but it comes down to the same point.
Someone's preference, right?
Right.
They prefer abortion, so their morals are going to be in line with abortion. So it's based on a preference.
Where do their preferences come from?
Social, I would say with atheists, it's social agreements.
That's what I just said. Yes.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I said. Yeah. It's what's socially acceptable, or they align socially somewhere. So
I know. So it becomes a preference, right?
No, but where does that come from, though?
They prefer people who have abortions, so they think it's moral. For those people, so they align themselves with those people, and their morals come from their preferences.
And I understand what you're saying. I 100% understand. But what I'm saying is,
if you speak to a Christian, their morals come from elsewhere, right?
Yeah.
No,
they do. They come from God. Yeah. No, they come from God. But what I'm saying is, the atheists that align with these other people whose morals line up with this thing, like what is this thing? This thing doesn't just.
Wait, say that again. Can you be a bit more specific?
Well, I'm just trying to repeat what you're saying. It's kind of hard to repeat what you're saying because I'm just not quite understanding. But you're saying that atheists line up with the morality of other people.
Yeah, which is a preference.
Right. So that's just circling. That's just circling. Their preferences lines up with other people's preferences. My question is, hold on really quick.
Question again. Where do atheists get their morals?
That's what I asked you. I'm asking you that.
Yeah, it's what they prefer.
I'm asking you that. You can't answer the question though. With all due respect, you can't.
He answered it like 4 times now. He said preference many times.
Yeah, but where do they get the preference from?
I know, but my question is, you're saying, with all due respect, the atheist has a preference that lines up with other people's morals who have a preference. I totally get that. A preference.
But they all have preferences and they call them morals.
Where does the preference come from? Where does it come from?
They all agree with each other and they prefer it. So therefore, they call it morals.
That doesn't answer the question.
Well, originally, though, if you take it back, so it's got to start with somebody. So how about it's being compelled by an inner conviction, which occurs naturally? I mean, or a lack thereof. Like, so some people are going to naturally feel like, no, you can't do that. And somebody else will be like, I don't care if you do that. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Well, I like what Tito take it back, because the atheist himself was born from 2 parents, and most of the time atheist parents are actually God believers and probably implanted some morals into them while they were growing. And then their atheist belief came after they grew up and met other people, but their morals founded by their parenting maybe came from godly direction because their parents are God believers.
Yeah, but then when they changed their decision, right? So what they thought was morals before, and then they disagree with it later in life, comes from a preference. Always.
But the preference has to start somewhere. And here's my thing.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it comes from God.
Okay.
But when you become an atheist, you get rid of God, and then you think, oh, well, there is no God, so now I can believe in abortion because it's a preference.
You can't. Well, so I don't believe that you. It's not common sense, first of all, and
okay. What have I said that's wrong then?
Well, if you let me finish half a sentence really quick here. So when it comes to like that innate feeling of like, without God, you just know what's right and what's wrong, right? Like in your heart, you just know. I'm an atheist.
Okay,
like,
so if you say to someone who believes in abortion,
hold on, let me finish.
Abortion right or wrong? Where does that come from?
Let me finish. I understand what you're saying. No. Let me finish my broader points really super quick. So you have that innate feeling, okay? I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God, but I have that innate feeling within me, okay? I just know that it's wrong to murder people. Okay?
Yeah, babies.
I also know that I'm not a woman. I'm a man. What's the difference there?
What?
What's the difference? I have a feeling. I don't have God. I'm an atheist. I only follow what's innately within me that I feel, because I don't have any religion.
You didn't wake up one day as I came to this world, I'm an atheist. You got those ideas from someone else, and they got their ideas from someone else, and
that is the same thing with I'm a woman but I feel like a man. So
no, it's not.
Yes, it is, because it's what people.
Even if you're an atheist,
you guys are. I don't know if you're missing the point here.
You sound like a troll.
I'm replying though. I'm replying to your question.
But I wasn't. No, but here's the thing: you're getting passed down from other people, or you're agreeing with other people are saying around you rather than something bigger. It doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make sense.
When atheists claim morals that don't agree with Christian morals or religious morals, they aren't getting them from God anymore, so it becomes a preference.
That doesn't make sense, bro. Come on.
It does.
Doesn't.
Oh my god!
It does not make sense.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
How does it not make sense?
I mean, I've explained it.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you another question then. So an atheist goes along and says, "I think that abortion is morally right." Where is she getting her Where is she getting her morals from?
Bro, she could be getting it from anywhere, bro. I don't know why you're assuming it has to come from
I mean,
theology,
no.
bro.
Okay, where's
she
she
getting it from
Where's
science.
she getting
She can
it
be
from?
getting it from anything, bro. I don't know. It depends on the person.
Honestly,
just give me one answer. One answer.
The devil. The devil.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
The devil.
Science, maybe.
If you want one, if you want one singular answer, the devil.
And
But,
is it?
That's
okay, now listen. Is it what she prefers?
Yeah.
No.
So it's a preference.
No.
Oh my god.
No, I don't think that that's what she prefers. I really
so it's
don't.
not a preference.
No, I never said it was a preference. You're the one saying it's preference. I'm saying it's not a preference.
Because it's what she prefers. What's the definition of preference?
You're okay.
Something that
first of all,
someone prefers.
Listen really
So
quick.
she
You're saying
prefers
yes, and then you're
abortion
saying
over
no.
not
You're saying I
abortion,
said that,
then
and
it's
then
a
I'm
preference.
Oh man. Okay.
Hello. If she prefers abortion over not abortion, then it's a preference, right?
I think you're using preference in a really wrong way.
Okay, so is it also a preference if it's the other way around?
If you're asking me truly, I think you're using preference very wrong.
Because we're talking about morals, right?
Okay, so is it a preference if she thinks the other way?
Would it be coming from God?
It doesn't matter. Is it if she believes in?
No, because the argument is that morals
you're assuming that everybody who doesn't believe in
morals
abortion
from
is getting that from
Christians
God.
From Christians come from God.
Okay, why are we talking about only
But
Christians?
the original question was, where do morals come for atheists?
Morals,
where do they
morals come from God. Morals come from God for atheists. Period.
Okay, so when they believe in abortion and they say it's morally right, is that coming from God?
No, they're misinformed and they're being led astray.
Yes, and it's what they prefer, right?
They don't prefer that. Again, you're using preference in the wrong way. I'm sorry, they don't prefer that.
I give up with you
They
people.
don't prefer that. That's a crazy, I'm sorry, I've been trying to avoid the word crazy or weird, but...
All right, so does anyone who's listening, right, does anyone understand what I'm talking about? Or am I out here on my own?
I think all morals come from faith.
What's that?
All morals are based on faith.
Oh, and no one's listening to what I'm saying, are they? Anyone else apart from this guy?
Can I be heard?
Yes, go Larry, please.
Excellent. Okay. I prefer to talk about whether it's round or not, right? But
yeah,
it's not always going to happen, so I don't get my preference, right? But if I do prefer like vanilla or strawberry cake, that's my preference. Rare to see cake. It's also really rare. Happens. My preference.
You're cutting out.
It's also my
You break it.
Never
up,
mind.
Larry. Yeah.
Is this better?
Much better.
Moving closer to the phone. That I left it in the kitchen. So, yeah, I don't prefer to murder people, so I'm not going to do it. There are other people that maybe don't want to murder people, but their dad is pressuring them to murder their souvenir from spring break that they didn't mean to take home, right? Well, I guess they would be going against their preference. I think I understand what he's trying to say perfectly. Unless I don't.
Yep.
Is your morals a preference? Because your morals, right?
If you're claiming morals and you're an atheist, then it's just a preference. Because you can't argue where they're from. You just have to say, I agree with this, So therefore it's a preference, right? Whereas on the other side, you can say, okay, God gives these morals. So therefore, that's where I get my morals from. You know what I mean? Like, it's a simple argument.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I get my morals from the Ten Commandments. I guess maybe it's not a preference.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not my idea. Both, right? Like, I agree that you shouldn't.
I was trying to say, anyways. Well, I guess I'll just.
No, go, man. Go ahead. Sorry, man.
Are you interrupting me with a Nuttenburger? Do I lose signal? Burger?
No, I think he cut out to.
No.
Fucking mute somebody just because they don't want to fucking hear it. Like,
It wasn't even like being mean. Like, we're equally talking, right? Or no?
Oh, we were kind of talking over the top of each other, and I just wanted to get just wanted to confirm that if anyone knew what I was talking about.
Okay. Well, I wasn't speaking over anyone or being out of line. I don't believe I should have been server muted.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't stop talking, so I had to just so I could clarify something.
That's actually not true, but that's fine.
Okay, whatever. That's your preference.
That's your preference. To server mute someone that actually has a legitimate conversation is insane.
Not really. As I said,
Not really. Not really, mate.
Yeah, I don't really mind if you mock my accent, because you're the only one with an accent. I don't have an accent.
Well, she's gone.
Okay, so like I was saying, it's my preference not to talk about motive because we've been talking about motive, moral preferences for like 30 minutes at least, probably.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's why I say motive is not important. No, it's okay. I don't run shit here. I got server muted, by the way. I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, we were. That's why we were. We were speaking about not. Like okay, well, some people might like to hear motives, but it's not our argument to decide those motives. And how are you going to prove them anyway?
Right, it's not our argument, so they're always asking and post questions and give reason for our lack of belief in the globe, right? But when there are questions about, do you like the color green? It's like, that's not my argument. I'm kind of a big fan of blue. How come you're a coward and run from favorite color is? How about your hot mic and go on mute until you have something, that's related to the topic? How about that? Bravo has the best reason for motive, in my opinion.
Do tell.
I want to talk about motives, but for those of you that are curious, no, I'll tell quick. That for recorded history, Tower of Babylon tried to create one more government, but the culture sowed in the roots of the people. They're not willing to give up their culture for globalism because they're nationalism or globalism. Two choices. The people rule themselves locally, or they're ruled globally from somewhere else. And they've always wanted to create that emperor. They've tried it over and over again. And if there was a threat from the sky, whether it was an asteroid or aliens or whatever, then we could all be united under this emperor. That's why they would lie about the Earth being a globe. Control, mind control, body control. That wasn't a direct quote. That was a spiced up from memory of about 3 years ago video that I saw. So maybe he said something different than I did. That's just a speculation, right? Why do liars lie? Nobody knows. If you could ask a liar, would you believe what they said? Or you could just go to the beach, go on vacation. Like, we're promoting vacations to the beach. We're not even trying to sell you anything. Good for you to go get sand and ground yourself in the soil. Maybe soak up some salt water there. Earthers want you to pay your taxes. You can teach their religion in school. Flat earthers are like, just go on vacation. Go to the beach. Have a fun day. Fish or swim or whatever you do while you're there. Just in between, make some long distance observations. Do a little math. Welcome to the show. How do you know what you know?
I saw it in the radio.
Seen it on the radio. I missed that meme. Synced it on the radio. That's how I know we landed on the moon. Funny, AI Overlord has muted himself. Oh, he's deafened himself. That's what I meant to say.
Hey, Snackle, when you say we landed on the moon 6 times, what do you mean by we?
He's a trans astronaut. We as the capital I know he means US.
Okay, so how does that make the Earth a sphere? Knuckle?
A 3.5 hour documentary about the moon.
I've seen them all.
American Moon. Here we go. There you go. How about that? Let's see what he's made an offer. Conditional acceptance. I watched. He'll watch what I have to watch. Now I bet he has another conditional acceptance because mine is an hour and 10 minutes longer than him.
Snackle, can you open your mic?
I'll agree. I'll watch this. Truth about the moon landing. Guess you could also supplement me with an hour and 10-minute documentary about Bigfoot and about how I should believe in Bigfoot because it's TV. Then it'll be even, right? And we'll both have 3.5 hours. Believe what you see on TV versus no, don't believe everything you see on TV. That'd be fair, right, Snackle? Colt's pendulum. Is that the one where it hypnotized people into thinking they should pay for Coriolis insurance? Pendulums do, right? You're getting sleepy. Physical. Buy Martian real estate. Really cheap. It's never denied the moon landing. Bro, like all of Soviet Union, every person in every territory, none of them denied it. You know, thing about the Einstein scare is when the Soviets controlled these areas, right, these communists would put people into the gulag if they disagreed with Einstein. Even if none of them did say anything, you gotta wonder, is it cool to speak out in a communist regime, or you probably keep your mouth shut and keep your head down and the wet bag of sand from one end of the camp in Siberia to the other for no reason, and then move it back? What would Alexander Solzhenitsyn know? He was only there, right? Maybe it was a bag of dirt. A bag of dirt. They weren't at the beach. There was no sand. On par with conspiracy theorists getting an ear with Trump. Getting an ear with I think you meant by that. Typo. Conspiracy theorists. Getting. Did you just use your microphone so I don't have to figure out what your typos mean? Regionize? What's that word? Rogas? The ones actually racing us to the moon. Think about TV, man. Believe just about anything you see on TV. Wonder how many people watch Star Wars and then said, well, George Lucas said that bronze. Wonder how many people believe that because they saw the space opera. Unless NASA and any other space agency is a black hole money pit to fund rocket program on brown people age so we can all take all the resources for debt, paper money in return. Oh, that's crazy conspiracy, right? Like, how would they want to sell the World Bank like every country in the world? For which ones of the guys? North Korea and Cuba was on the list. Now maybe they're not on the list anymore. Venezuela doesn't, because they got to get that fiat currency in there so they can rob the people of their natural resources. No, no. Why would a country want to get people? They're just government trying to do a job, which is a politic, poly meaning multiple, tick meaning blood sucking parasite. No, but that's a conspiracy theory. Why would they want to fund a Nazi rocket program? Want to go to the moon and do the other thing. It's the other thing. Nazi rocket program. We're going to fund it. But we don't want to tell you that's what we want to do. So just go into the moon. Give us money, see? Mafia got elected. And your president was selected, but you think he was elected. Could you tell me about Operation Paperclip? I think it's a conspiracy theory. Could you fact check that for me? Werner von Braun and Nazi. I don't want to be wrong, Snackle. Please help me out. I don't want to put any false information out there. Okay, so we took Nazi either propaganda or technology to the moon. And what about Jet Propulsion's laboratory? Was Jack Parsons hanging out with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard, the father of Scientology, and Walt Disney and all these weird people? Like, so are these dark magicians and Nazis like doing magic tricks, or are they just using the TV to trick people, or like land on the moon? I say rockets didn't exist before Von Braun. I don't know why you're laughing. You're laughing at nothing that I said. You're laughing at your perverted thoughts that you're trying to put in my mouth. Don't do that. That's weird. So you're like appreciating the work that these Nazis and I don't know, I guess you would say summoners and science fiction writers and trick specialists together to the moon landing. That's how we first saw the Earth as a globe. Why you landing, like absolutely part of your religion. And have that on TV. Be true.
Matrix, what's going on?
Not a lot, mate. Went down the street, grabbed myself a big tin of chocolate ice cream. When I say big tin, it's only 2 litres. And I'm enjoying it because it's hot as outside. I'm not in it anymore.
Nice.
I worked all day wearing windows down with no heater on in my car.
It was either that or a carton, and the ice cream was cheaper, so...
Here we got Boomdog. Anyone know Boomdog? Welcome to the room.
Hey guys.
He's an old troll from way back.
All right. It's only been 5 seconds.
Is there only one of you today?
And the insults already begin.
And you know what's really weird about Boomdog, right? Is like, so I'll just be like looking at people's profiles, you know, as a moderator does, and I'll see we have a friend in common, right? It'll be Boomdog. Like so often, it is Boomdog, and it's not even from any of the servers I'm in. You know, like it's like. What the heck, bro? Like, how's this like random? A friend with you, and I'm a friend with you. Like, how does that work? Like, it's just weird.
I do tend to stick to the server, as you know. Maybe that's why.
No, you get around, man. You get around.
Have you seen me in any other servers?
No, man. Well, okay, then it's weird because it's weird, right? It's weird because like I only like encountered you on the home server, right? I had no idea that this server even existed, or that we'd ever end up being, you know, like
I don't even
having
know what the
a channel
server
here.
is. What's the
so then I just like I just come across all these people that you're our common friend, you know.
Can you hear me?
It's like
what is the home server?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
We met on the home server? I don't recall meeting you on the home.
Yeah, like 3 years ago, I think.
Wow. Maybe I was on that server 3 years ago. Am I still there? Check and see.
Hang on. Wait, do we share that mutual server?
Well, you're the one who said I was there 3 years ago. Don't you know?
Yeah, but you could have left, or you could have been muted. Oh no, only one. You're not there anymore. Only one mutual server.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Dude, dive in further and see if I got booted or if I left voluntarily. Do some homework.
It's not worth that much effort. Far out.
Never mind then. Whatever.
It's just weird because most people, like, especially from here, like, new people that come in, I don't, a lot of them, I don't have any mutual friends. But there are a few. Like, it's just when I do have a mutual friend, it's either one of the other guys, like old dude who just friends everybody and sends DMs them, right? Or it's you, right? When I do have a mutual friend with somebody that I'm just a random, I've never encountered them before. It's you that we. It's like, what the heck, right? Do you just friend everyone? Do you?
I'm gonna go ahead and be as transparent as possible, and I'm just gonna stick our entire DM thread in the side chat and let everybody listening judge for themselves. Okay?
Oh, wait, you and I have a DM thread?
Yeah, and I'm gonna stick it in the side chat.
Go for it, man. I have no idea what it says. Go for it.
Of course you don't, but that's because you don't keep track of shit. But I do, and it's in the side chat. Maybe this will refresh your memory.
Douchebag.
Hopefully that clears some shit up, right? The more transparency, the better, right?
Okay, yeah, I've got no idea what that was all about. Anyway.
Well, I don't know who was responding to me in that DM. Right? I mean, isn't the entire point of a DM is you know who you're talking to? Like, am I missing something?
I was disappointed. I thought you were just sliding in nice and smooth into the DMs there. Now I've read it. I'm really disappointed. It's not that juicy.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Oh wow! Here comes the weird AI fucking post. Let's go. I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers. I'm just saying the more transparency, the better.
Yeah, what was your old name?
I keep all my DMs just for fun. It's funny as shit 3 years later.
I can't remember your old name. What was it?
Who are you asking?
You.
Oh, me. I've been
went by something.
I've been 42
That's it
the whole time.
That's the one. Yeah. Oh, right. This is just your nickname, is it? 42 OZ. Yeah.
A couple of years ago, it was like 42 OZ, like hashtag number, and I just became 42 OZ when Discord did that thing. I've been the same guy the whole time, I promise. Consistency is the best policy, in my opinion. Get your cross-reference on.
I think AJ's got some questions for you.
Go ahead, AJ.
I'm tied up for 1 minute, guys. Sorry, I'm just.
Oh, okay, no worries. Sorry, I was throwing you in the fire there.
I was trying to line him up for one of you guys, but obviously you all know each other quite intimately.
Oh yeah. I've been around for a long time, man.
Not that well.
I got tons of Discord friends. As he previously stated.
I don't know why I've never seen you. I've been around for ages.
You sound familiar. It's probably because you're Australian.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means he sounds Australian.
Sound the same.
You sound Australian too. Is that a problem? There's nothing wrong with accents.
Well, apparently Jedi does too.
Okay. For all I know, everybody in Australia is a flat earther. Whatever.
Not everybody.
Obviously, that was kind of a joke. You're getting it. There are a few outliers in Australia that think the Earth is a ball. Or it's possible that everybody on the other side of the ball is asleep because it's nighttime and everyone's waking up in Australia, and that's why the 24/7 Flat Earth chat is popping right now. Who knows?
No, we're about to hit 6 p.m.
Perfect time to chat on Discord. Dude, now I have a conspiracy theory. What if the reason why on my side of the ball all the Australians chime in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel is because it's 6 p.m. on their side of the ball? Who knows? Or maybe it's the firmament. I don't know. Maybe it's religious. Fuck do I know?
Hey, you've lost me.
No, dude, you never caught the connection between religion and the flat Earth.
No.
Never crossed your mind?
No. It's not really a religion as it is a
No, I
like
mean, the idea,
a cosmogony, you know.
No, I mean the idea that if the Earth is flat, it promotes, it like an old school reading of the Old Testament, with the firmament. Earth is flat. This has really nothing to do about science. It's about what God said. You've never heard this argument before?
Yeah, not really like that. I mean,
really, never, ever.
There is a creation story. It doesn't really talk much about the shape of the Earth or its geometric.
I'm just surprised that you've never heard anybody.
You know what I mean?
Before, that's crazy.
Some people lean towards the Bible having giving a specific cosmogony and cosmology, right? But I think that ancient culture just based its cosmological view on their experience of reality, that they experience a flat and motionless Earth, because really that creation story really doesn't say much about the placement of the Earth, except that it's under the heavens, and it doesn't really talk much about the geometrical features of the surface. It doesn't really say it's flat or curved or anything. Like
it does mention the firmament, though, right?
Yeah.
Does the firmament have a geometrical shape by any chance?
Well, ancients imagined it as a dome shape. There's ancient artwork depicting an arch. Like an arched dome shape, maybe
like a half circle, right?
Yeah, yeah.
See, there might be a connection going on here. Who knows?
Right, but I don't know that was really a. Right, that was really
I'm just spitballing
a religious thing. You know what I mean? Like maybe it was God inspired, claimed to be God inspired knowledge, right? Like I don't know.
I can tell you from my personal experience what I've experienced on Discord. If you'd like to hear it, I'm not claiming you do want to hear it. I'm just willing to offer my experience.
Hear what?
Do you want to hear my experience?
Of what?
Of people who believe in flat Earth. Especially.
Really?
It's not a belief.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my experience is that over 50% of them believe in the Abrahamic God.
No, you're wrong.
I could be wrong. I'm just letting you know what my experience.
Dude, you've never written down who believes in what when you talk to a flat earther. You're just making up shit.
And what percentage of globers believe in the Abrahamic God?
The only people that use the term globers are flat earthers.
Yeah, what percentage of people who believe they live on a spinning ball in outer space believe in the Abrahamic God?
Could you repeat the question?
What percentage of people who believe they live on a big spinning ball in outer space also believe in the Abrahamic God?
Could you repeat the question one more time for me?
Wow.
What percentage of people who believe they live on a spinning ball in outer space also believe in the Abrahamic God?
I don't know. You tell me. How many?
A lot. A huge percentage.
Well, are you talking like 40% or like 99%?
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
You don't know.
The majority of Jews, Christians, and Muslims. How about that? How many of them are there? Millions or billions?
Dude, I don't know. And you don't know either.
Okay? Yeah, there's
we both don't know.
It's probably in the billions, bro.
Why would you say that if you don't know?
Because they're the majority.
You're allowed to make up random fucking numbers, so why can't Tina?
Dude, you told us, you wrote down when you talk to flat earthers, each one who believes in what, remember? And then you said
ran
it's
a
about
poll.
50%.
You've been running a poll for the last 15 years.
I'm out of this one. You guys sorted out yourself.
So why isn't all these millions, if not billions, of Abrahamic God believers flat earthers? If that's what this is just all about, if it's just a religious thing.
I don't even know who you're asking.
Yeah.
I never claimed that was the case.
I know, but you're linking it, right? You're making a correlation between a ancient religious text and a culture and a belief system with flat Earth, right?
I am saying that might be a possibility, but at no time did I start spouting statistics and saying, "Hey, this many people believe this."
You said 50%.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You did.
You did.
No, you did.
You did.
You said 50% of people are flat earthers.
I never. I don't recall
Boondog,
saying that.
You claimed that 50% of flat earthers believe in an Abrahamic God.
But I didn't claim that 50% of everybody on planet Earth believe that.
No. You claimed 50% of flat earthers. That is why T-Dub was questioning how many globers believe the same thing.
I've never heard the term glober outside of the flat Earth chat.
But
that's got nothing to do with the conversation.
But yet, you've never heard the term glober, but yet you've polled all these flat earthers about different gods, and they've never called you a glober.
I haven't polled anybody. I'm just on Discord asking you guys questions. I didn't create a single poll.
Well, then don't come in here talking like you did.
I literally just told you I don't poll people on this. I'm telling you the opposite of what you're telling me.
No, I've never heard anybody walking around as a flat earther saying something about an Abrahamic God before. You're the first person in my whole life.
Well, I guess I'm the oddball.
There's astronauts who have read the Bible on the moon.
Dude, I've never walked out like in real life
Right.
and said, "Hey, man, are you a glober?"
Will claim to have.
What the fuck does that
mean? So what about the astronauts that claim to, taken and read the Bible on the moon?
So are you guys offended by the term glober that we call you? Because to us that means like you don't understand things. You're not critical You're not critical thinkers. You just jump to conclusions and you believe other people. That's what a glober is.
Well, I've never heard anybody use the term glober in real life.
So what about the other 50%?
Now you've heard it, and now you know why I call you a glober. Are you offended by it?
No. I'm just pointing out.
Get used to it.
I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out that the only time I've been called a glober is on the internet.
And now it's going to be every time I see your name or hear your voice. That's all I'm going to call you.
Hey, you glober. But Boondog, I want to know what your experience is of the other 50%.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Yeah, okay. What about the other 50%?
What exactly is your question?
Well, you said that my experience is of that 50% of flat earthers believing in Abrahamic God. What about the other 50%?
No, I never said that. You're lying.
You did.
No.
That you've encountered.
You said that quite
50%,
clearly.
50% of flat earthers you've encountered believing in Abrahamic God.
I never said that.
Yes, you did.
You didn't say that.
I did not say that.
Yes, you said that quite clearly.
Did the both of you just want to go that I said?
You said it quite clearly, Boondog. Would you like us to clip it and play it for you?
Please do. Clip it and play it for me.
Would anyone like to put a deal up for our friend?
I want to hear me say it. Yes.
I'll go and get it.
Get it. I want to hear me say it. That's the only way you're going to convince me that I said it. Grab the
Damn,
clip.
dude, you don't even remember what you're saying.
Just play the fucking clip, man. Let's go.
I bet the cops have a fun time when they're questioning you.
The cops don't question me. I'm just bullshitting with flat earthers on Discord. Why would the cops come to my house about?
Because I can tell you're a liar already.
Well, let's hear the fucking clip already, bros. Play it.
Hey, Glober, it takes us a minute to find it, okay? So give us a second.
Take your time. Take your time. Seriously, no rush. Take your time. DM it to me. I want my own clip.
Just go on YouTube and make your own clips.
I've got it. I'm just clipping it now.
Cool. Let's hear it.
Here's a good example of how people don't even know what they said themselves, and then they go to repeat what they said, and they're like, I never said that.
Put the example in the side chat. Let's hear it.
I've never said anything like that before.
Still waiting for the clip.
Let's see how long he'll wait.
For the clip that doesn't exist? I'll wait forever. This will be funny. Let's see how long you guys will wait.
Yeah, there you go. It's on. I put it in there.
In where?
You actually said over 50%.
In the side chat?
Oh, wow. Over 50%. Okay.
What? I want to hear. I want to hear my clip. Where is it?
Dude, click on it and listen to it yourself. Don't act like you don't know what you're doing. You've been in Discord before. That's clipped also.
Uh-huh. So, do you want me to click on T-Dub's thing?
Don't be an idiot.
Or do you want me to click on Dub's thing in the side chat? Because the DMs are not forthcoming.
Nobody's DMing you anything.
Well, then where am I supposed to find the clip, bro?
In the chat, just like he said. You've been in Discord before. I know this for a fact because you pulled flat earthers and asked them about gods.
So
it's recording.
So do you want me to click
Look,
on...
if he can't find it, he doesn't deserve to hear it, okay? Just that's enough spoon feeding, fucking clown.
Yeah, if he doesn't hear it, it didn't happen, remember?
This is crazy.
Cares,
I can't believe you guys haven't muted me yet.
Exactly, he's a troll.
But why haven't you...
Yeah, I told you from the start. He's an old troll.
Well, then why haven't you guys muted me yet if I'm a troll?
Okay, no.
Not much else happening.
Because you guys
might as well
call me a troll.
toss
You
you
guys
around
have
a
been
bit.
calling me a troll for years, but you muted me in the past. Like, what's the problem this time? Just mute me, right? I mean, that's your guys' MO. Just mute.
I don't know. Maybe I'm
mute the liars.
losing-
Yeah, that's what we normally do.
Yeah, well, why am I the exception?
losing my touch.
You think I'm telling
You're not an exception, buddy.
Do you need to be
You're not an
muted? Are you asking to be muted, kid?
No, I'm asking why you guys made it.
I might be developing more tolerance in my old age or something. I don't know.
Nice. Tolerance is good. It promotes conversation.
No, it's because we feel sorry for you people.
I thought you guys. I thought you guys were recording me to like point out.
You were recorded.
Well, then stick it in the side chat.
No.
It is in the side chat, idiot.
I did.
I don't know, man.
It is. As per your request.
I'm looking for the side chat, and all I'm seeing are random.
Oh, so now he doesn't know how Discord works. That's why he got that all screwed up. He doesn't know how Discord works. He doesn't know how to click on things. He thinks he talks to polls flat earthers and then writes down the wrong numbers, brings it in here, says, I never said that.
Dude, I know the difference between YouTube and Discord. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
Let's see
So
what
if you
happens.
have a look at 8 minutes past the hour, if you have a look at 10 minutes past the hour, there is YouTube clips on Discord. So now that you can tell the difference, you'd be able to find them quite easily.
Where will I? Which YouTube clip will have my voice saying the 50% thing? Is my question.
Both of them.
Click on and find out.
How about you just tell me which one to click on?
Do we have an audio bot? We don't have a music bot here, do we?
I mean, if you really want me to hear my voice, just tell me which one to click on.
Click on one. Right? We don't care. The top one, the bottom one. If you don't care, maybe Boondog. If you want to be really scientific, you can flip a coin.
It's not about science. I'm just asking you which YouTube link should I click on to hear my voice talk about the 50% shit.
Pick one. You got a 50-50 chance. Pick one.
Yep.
Yeah, pick one. 50-50. You got a 50-50 chance, remember? Pick one.
So if I don't click on either of them, I have the 0% chance of not hearing that nobody recorded. Cool. Got it. If anybody did record my voice, feel free to DM me my voice.
How about, whilst you're muted and you've got a few spare seconds to think about it, you click on one, because I'm pretty sure both of them only go for about maybe a minute at best. You can listen to both of them, hear your own glorious voice, and deal with it.
Baby girl, what's your name? Let me talk to you.
Yeah, no. It's bad enough I've got a Boondog in here. Oh, no Boondog. Doesn't want to hear his voice. That's a shame. Now we all understand why a lot of these Globers have so much trouble. They can't remember what they said less than a minute ago.
Wait, what happened? I turned away for a couple of minutes. What happened? Did he leave or did you? Hey?
He left.
I thought you might have given him the boot. I wouldn't have blamed you if you did.
I was thinking about it. He's a numpty. But
I never said that.
He couldn't remember
show me the clip.
What he said.
I know. He's like, I never said that. Show me the clip. Show it. What's the clip? Okay, there you go. Oh, where's the clip? It's right there. Oh, do I click on it? Nah, you don't click on it. You eat it.
No, it's an ice cream sandwich. Yeah, you eat it, you freaking idiot.
Which one? Which one? There's two now. I don't know. What do I do? Fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's because we've got two bots. That's why. Wow. What is Snackle Drew?
Yo,
I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, what's up, Matrix? How you doing today?
Not too bad, little one. What are you up to?
No, I'm enjoying my day on, very round-looking surface. Honestly, I mean,
where's it round looking? Tell us about it.
if you're able to comprehend logic. Are you able to? We continue.
This is a visual aspect. You told me it's round looking, not round thinking.
Yeah,
so,
looking. It's round looking. It's beautiful round looking or something like that because that's what you see when you look outside, right, kid?
So where did you see it happen?
I saw it on the ground, and from the horizon as well. Just looking.
So you saw it from the horizon. So you were on the horizon looking back at yourself.
Correct, and I couldn't see over the horizon, indicating that it's around Earth.
I'm telling you, they've made retards out of these kids.
I don't think I'm helping them either.
Well, what's funny? It's almost our 1 year anniversary. Me beating your ass so badly. All the
you couldn't beat time with a stick, kid. You know that as well as I do.
Well, no, I mean it's December. This is when I joined the server, and just like the first day, I just beat your ass so badly and made y'all ban me. No,
that's not winning. Winning isn't getting banned, dude. That's not how you win. You don't get banned.
Well, no, you couldn't counteract my arguments, so you
didn't have any arguments. All you said was
you didn't have one.
Spaceman float in space.
Yeah, and eventually, that's what video. Yeah, I just laugh at y'all sometimes because like it's so funny what y'all just say sometimes. Just the stupidity of what you say. Sometimes.
Do you have a driveway?
I mean, do you have a driveway? How does it feel that it's almost been a year since me, beating your ass?
So you've still got no proof of curvature. All you're doing is talking about how you're some grade A debater and you're just a grade A clown.
I'm still waiting to hear him debate.
Wait, so you want me to provide the evidence again?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for you to debate somebody. This would be good.
Wait, so you want me to beat your ass all over again? Okay.
You never have.
Okay, whatever you say.
He cracks up laughing because he knows he's failed already.
Okay, bro. But anyways,
yeah, you sounds terrible, dude. You sound like you are going to be in a psychiatric hospital in a few years.
Okay, whatever
all he has to do, check it out, is after the little chuckle, he's just got to go, "Hey kids." So I was like, "Hey kids."
Anyway.
Oh, Krusty the Clown. That's Krusty the Clown.
Dude, y'all are fucking stupid. Anyways, like I was saying, right? I mean, can you show proof that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it's not curved.
It's not curved. Wait, so where is it not curved?
You said it was.
Wait, yeah, it is
show us
curved.
where it is.
It's not curved though.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. And how did you come to that conclusion?
There's no curve.
What do you mean there's no curve?
That's pretty simple to come to a conclusion.
Wait, because you can't see the curve? Wait, hold on. So because you can't see the curve?
No,
you can't see a curve and you can't measure a curve. Okay. You don't use a curve. You don't use a ball spinning. You don't use any of that when you're doing any kind of engineering.
Okay, so how about this? Can you measure air and can you see air? Go ahead and tell me that.
You can experience it though.
Non sequitur.
Okay, yeah, exactly. And you can.
Master, hold on. If you're debating, if you're debating, what is this leading to?
He doesn't understand how a debate works.
Let me finish.
You not measuring air, Master. You not measuring air or not seeing air has nothing to do with your ability or inability to measure the ground.
Wait, hold on.
Measure air pressure.
Wait, hold on. We experience the effects of having a curved Earth. First of all.
How, where, and when does this happen?
How do you know that?
Wait, so hold on.
No. You need to have established that there is a curve first, not based the idea that there is a curve on those things, because that's the wrong way around. Unlike air, which we experience, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So you need the curve to be true before you can give it causality, right, to other things.
Okay, so that's what I'm leading to, right? You deny space, correct? And you deny, it's called rotation.
Don't worry about what I deny. Don't worry about what I deny.
Well, no, you
or
deny
don't deny.
space, and you deny.
Don't worry about that.
He hasn't
Don't worry
denied
about what I
anything
do or
because
don't
you
deny.
haven't put anything forward, debater.
Well, the thing is, when you claim a
debater,
flat
just
earth,
listen for
you
a
deny
second,
space.
debater. I know you're excited, but you've got to put something forward in order for T-Dub to deny it. So you telling him what he is or is not going to deny is what's called poisoning the well. So this is more fallacious argumentation from your behalf. This is wrong. It's poor form. Please don't do that.
Well, it's not poor form. You just see it that way because you don't agree with
Poisoning the well is what you've done. So how about you put forward an argument, and then if T-Dub refutes it, or he puts back something to counteract your argument, we'll go from there. That sounds like a better idea.
Well, see, the thing is, right, with...
Put forward your argument.
Well, first of all, right, you deny gravity.
Proof of curvature. We haven't denied anything. You have not put anything forward. You've got to put something forward before we can deny it.
Okay, so first of all, we have gravity, which can easily be proven.
No, you can't add more shit in.
Wait, so I can't show evidence?
Okay, so let's just go through this one at a time. You've said gravity. Okay, how does gravity prove that there's curvature of the surface of the ground?
Well, first of all, we can prove gravity, and on a flat Earth, gravity wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, I'm not care if you can prove gravity or not. I'd like to know how your gravity is confirming that there's curvature of the ground.
Well, it does confirm it because you deny it. Flat Earthers deny gravity.
By somebody denying something else, so if I deny chicken sandwiches, therefore there's a Ferrari out in my driveway.
Well, hold on, though. You're not getting it, right? Because on a flat Earth, you even acknowledge that gravity would not be possible, correct?
What are you talking about?
No,
you're supposed to be telling us.
Gravity only happens on a flat Earth, dude.
Wait, so hold on, but you deny... Wait, hold on. I've talked to y'all... So y'all trying to play with my intelligence, right? I've talked to y'all before. You've denied gravity. You've denied...
No, I deny you have a ball that things fall to the center of.
Wait, but I've talked to all three of you. Don't play with my intelligence, right?
I've
talked
told you. You don't have any intelligence.
Again, right. No, I get it, right. You've denied gravity, though, before. Every time
I denied you for all gravity. I said gravity only happens on flat surfaces.
And now you just lied.
Debunk me.
So are you serious? Or are you just claiming stuff because,
Yes, I'm claiming stuff because you can.
Wait, so I've taught you before, so I know you're making up claims, right? Unless you somehow changed it.
No, he's right. He's right, Radwin, because when I've held things out at arm's length before and let it go over flat surfaces, and it didn't fall. Only over curved surfaces does it fall.
If I do it over my kitchen floor, it'll just float?
It'll float there. It's just amazing. I'd never noticed it before, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, either way, right?
I'm going to go.
Hey, check it out. Is that why every time I'm sitting at my computer desk and I drop the tape measure, it falls?
Yeah, gravity. There you go.
I'm going to go get an egg out of my refrigerator.
My computer desk has got a slight curve to it.
I'm going to go get an egg out of my refrigerator and hold it in over my kitchen floor and let it go and see if it floats.
Yeah, you just proved the curved Earth. I mean, good job. Welcome to...
You drop something proves the curved Earth.
Well, yeah, that's gravity right there.
No,
according to you, that's not going to happen.
That's good.
According to you, that's not going to happen.
He's good. I think he's got us.
Right, according to you, that would never happen.
Debate clown. So now that you've established that gravity is a thing, I'll let you have it. I still want you to link things going down, listen, to a curved surface. So how are you going to tie those two things together?
Well, first of all, according to all of you, because I've taught you before...
No. I don't give a shit what T-Dub or what's his name today? Professor Triangle said, according to them. No, this is according to you. How are you linking things going down to a curved surface? How are you going to do that? Tie them together for us.
Okay, so first of all, flat earthers claim that gravity...
No, I don't give a shit what flat earthers claim, because there's some fucking weird flat earthers out there that claim some crazy shit. Years ago, I heard people say that there's fucking penguins with laser eyes in Antarctica. Now that is some out there shit, and I don't like that. So, I'm not interested in what claims people have got. I'm interested in you tying your gravity to curved ground. So how are you linking things going down to the shape of the ground? Tie them
Chris, I
together
want to
for us.
confirm this. Do you make the claim that gravity would not be
No, this is your claim. You're claiming gravity proves a curved surface. I'd like to know how you're going to do that.
Well, first of all, flat earthers, right, claim...
No, not interested in flat earthers. Interested in you tying the two together. You seem to be going round in circles. What, you don't want to debate, or you're just going to take the loss and run?
You don't want to hear my response. It's not because...
I'm not interested in other flat earthers. I'm interested in you linking the shape of the ground to things going down.
Right. Which has to be independent of what flat earthers claim, right? Let that be aside, right? It's your claim, the veracity of your claim should not be dependent on what somebody else claims, right?
Well, the thing is, the majority flat earth claim is that gravity...
No, it doesn't change anything. So you don't understand this. The way it works is, so I'll give you an example. T-Dub believes in Santa Claus. Matrix does not. Does that change the shape of the ground? No, it doesn't. We're both believing in different things. So you telling us that some flat earthers believe in one thing and some don't, and you're basing your story on some flat earthers, no, that's nothing to do with them. The ground, your information, your data should sell itself. So what you've done now for us, you've shown us how you've got no information. You don't know what you're talking about.
I have no idea. Okay, sure. So, you know, you may cite the sources and why, those are connected. So, hold on. Now it seems like y'all are getting backed into a corner.
It seems like you have been backed into a corner, and now you've got to do the old, I'll have to go and cite my sources, and you'll probably come back in about 3 days, and you're forgetting all about this conversation.
No, it's usually about 3 months before he comes back now. It's the only 4th time this year he's been in here.
Oh, no, I've been here,
Yeah, Deadly's kind of given up because he's taken so many L's that he had to say.
Wait. Oh, I'm taking an L? Wait, where's the L?
Like right now,
every time. Right now, this is not just a L. This is a capital L.
Okay, so hold on. You want me to find the clip of y'all saying? Hold on.
No. We're after a clip of you tying the shape of the ground and confirming the shape of the ground from things going downwards.
Yeah,
downwards.
So,
there it is. It hit the table. It went down. Now, how does that pen going down, hitting the desk, how does that prove curvature outside?
Okay, I'll show you the evidence. Okay, I'll give you want to, but can I use equations?
You can use whatever you like.
Wait, I can't use equations? Wait.
No, he can use whatever he likes. Let him put his data forward first, then we will assess it. Because that's what we're supposed to do.
Use an equation and make sure you explain it to everybody because we're live.
Because, I get it because,
So just remember, debater.
Hold on, let me finish. Indio,
we get it. You're going to put forward an equation. That's great.
Post your equation.
Don't mean anything.
Not talk about it before you do it. Post your equation.
Yeah. I mean, because Indio 007.
Yeah. That's great. Debater. Put your equation up. That's cool. But remember, every component of that equation, you're going to have to explain to everyone so they know each and every bit of it.
Okay, so equations do matter, correct?
As long as you can validate and verify the numbers that have gone into it.
Wait, but India.
Stop masturbating and fucking give us an answer already. Come on.
Right, so
if you're just going to go, here's an equation, well, that's great, but you have to validate the numbers in it. So if one of the numbers happens to be a distance to the horizon, for example, you would have had to have measured that. Or have some kind of way of validating that.
Wait, why do I need to validate the numbers if the equation...
Because you can just throw any random number in and go, here's an equation, therefore... So any random equation doesn't mean there's Earth curvature. You have to verify and validate these numbers that are going into the equation. You can't just throw random shit out there and hope it sticks.
Wait, but the equation already validates...
It's not but you said to us you've got an equation that proves that downward proves the curvature. That's great. Okay, I'm going to believe you. You've got an equation that shows this. So in that equation, there's going to be numbers. You have to tie those numbers to reality.
Okay. So
excellent. So now that you've got that, you understand you've got to tie the numbers to reality. Post your equation.
Okay, I'll play this game where you run away. So I'm gonna give you the equation.
I'm not running anywhere. I'm fat and I'm white. I don't do much running.
Yeah, hold on really quick. Hold on.
No comeback.
You do more rolling.
That's it. That's how we roll. Actually, I used to do a bit of running, and I can't wait to get my ankle operated on so I can get back into it. I'm going friggin' mad. On the flip side, though, when I do get operated on, I'm probably going to have about 2 weeks straight of sitting on here and de-trolling the trolls. Dun 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 dun.
I found the equation, so can I be unbanned from the chat so I can put them in?
What?
Yeah, I got banned from typing from the chat for some reason.
Just send it to me. I'll post it for you.
Oh, there you go. Crit's a legend for that. Nice one, Crit.
Okay, check your messages. I'm about to send it. So, you can validate, those numbers yourself because it's all...
Well, it's not his job to validate that. That's your job to validate.
Well, no, but I'm saying the screenshots validate itself. He'll see what I mean.
Oh, you've got more screenshots to go with it. That's cool.
Yeah, you have to get that R. What's that R value? That's where we're looking.
Oh, is there an R in there?
There's an R in there. Yeah. Plus, there's a mass of the Earth.
Circular reasoning.
Yeah, and the gravitational.
Circular reasoning.
So, Willie Gibbons is reification fallacy then.
So you're supposed to be proving that R value. You don't just give us the R value and say, here we go, I've got an R value. Oh, here we go, I can read it now, it's popped up. Let's have a look.
You go ahead and look at all those.
Oh yeah, there's an R in there, definitely.
Yes, let's go ahead.
Distance from the Earth's centre. Okay, it's all it is. It's got a nice little explanation there to tell you all about it. How have you validated that bit, the distance from Earth's centre? So where it says R equals distance from Earth's centre, how have we verified or proven that?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll validate all those. Just give me 2
you just got to ask AI? Not a problem, mate. You get right in there.
Yeah, no problem. Just give me 2 seconds, honestly. Is this enough for you, to concede to the fact that,
No, remember what I said earlier? In that equation, there's going to be stuff in it, and you're going to have to verify and validate that. That's what's happening.
Well, hang on.
You've put forward some shit.
Yeah, but hang on a second. The equation proves it.
Exactly. Right?
The equation proves what? By itself?
The radius value. Yeah, this is because it's intrinsically linked with the curvature of the Earth. Like, without that radius, you're not going to have any curvature of the Earth, right? So, and he's presenting this as evidence that there is curvature. This is his link between things falling to the ground and the Earth's surface having convexity.
Yeah, so I just proved the Earth is round. Welcome to round day. Well, I did. Even T-Dub conceded, dude.
That's called circular reasoning, right? It's called
circular reasoning.
It is because
he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what it is.
You've got the thing that you're trying to prove baked into your equation.
Wait, so hold on.
So how does the thing that's in the equation, how does the equation prove the thing that's already in the equation? You're supposed to be led. You're supposed to get the conclusion, the result of the thing you're putting into the equation.
Okay, so check your DMs so they can see the response really quick.
Yeah, I know. What exactly do you want me to post here? This is just, there's so many things that we could talk about here. The one with Chicago skyline. There's the other one about atmospheric pressure at different heights.
Yeah, go ahead and send it all of them.
Let's pick one. Which one?
No, just pick all of them. It explains all the equations.
Well, here, let's start with number one then.
No.
Okay, so you're in the hot seat. This gravitational equation, yeah. So gravity is slightly stronger at sea level and slightly weaker on top of mountains. And even weaker in planes, balloons, and satellites.
No, just let them take that in.
When'd you do that?
No, just let them take that in. And them losing, you losing too. I mean, how does that feel?
Do you think you've won something? You don't even know what circular reasoning is, and you're sitting there chuckling like a little schoolgirl.
Let's take it right there. If the Earth were flat, R would never change because the ground would be the same distance from the center. Gravity would be the same everywhere.
Well, no, that actually wouldn't be true.
Well, that's what you posted.
Well, excuse me, I thought you were disagreeing. Go ahead.
Yeah, you posted that. So you disagree with your
hold on. I misheard you. Hold on, I thought you were saying something else. Hold on, continue.
Okay. So right there, you've got an interesting thing there. So if the Earth were flat, R would never change. Because why? Why would R never change?
Well, it says all of that right there. Let's continue.
Yeah, but how do you get this if though? What Earth are you using for a flat Earth there?
What Earth am I? Huh?
This if. You say if X, then Y. Where's the X here that you're talking about?
What's the X that I'm?
Yeah, can we see that monkey?
What? Wait, what did you say?
If the Earth were flat, okay, where's that if? What does that look like? What is a flat Earth?
What did you say at the end, bro? Wait, what did you say at the end of that sentence, bro?
Yeah, it says there, if the Earth was flat, okay, what does that mean? What does it mean?
If the
Earth was talking
flat,
about?
Well, you know that.
In what sense?
In what sense? No, the sense that the Earth isn't flat, and we're just using that as an example.
So if the Earth is flat, not flat, if it's flat.
Well, no, it isn't flat. The Earth is curved.
If it's not flat.
Obviously, I mean.
Yeah, this is a hot mess, dude.
Well, no, it seems like you're baffled. You just got destroyed by me and AI. That's it's crazy. Honestly, I mean,
wouldn't that be dependent on gravity actually working the way you claim it works? I mean, because all you presented so far, without comparison against anything else, like holding it up against another cartoon, right, is gravity because ball because gravity.
Okay, but hold on. Y'all deny gravity, though. All of you here deny gravity.
No, that's irrelevant. What I do or don't deny.
All of you deny.
It's irrelevant what I do or don't deny. This is
claim gravity doesn't.
This is your claim being held up all by itself in the limelight.
But why would you reference gravity if you don't even believe in it?
No, you did.
No, yeah, I did because it's real, and I referenced it and showed you that gravity exists. You deny gravity, so what are you complaining about?
No, it's irrelevant what I do or don't deny.
So it's irrelevant.
The veracity of your claim does not rely on me denying or accepting something.
Okay, but so why would you make that point then if you don't even believe in gravity? What you just said.
No, I'm just pointing out the flaw in your reasoning. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what the argument is about. If you've used an illogical form of reasoning, then it deserves pointing out.
Okay, well, it didn't disprove anything actually, but I mean.
No, it just means your argument's invalid. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying gravity doesn't exist or does exist. I'm just saying that your form of reasoning is faulty.
Well, it actually wouldn't be. You said, I'm presenting the way I believe in gravity, even though there's only one way gravity works. And it's been proven multiple times scientifically. There's only one way gravity works. So what do you mean the way gravity works? Is there any other proven way that gravity suddenly works in some second way? I just want to see if you can show me that. I would love
You're claiming it works in relation to the Earth being a sphere, R value, which requires the Earth to be a sphere in the first place. So essentially, you're saying gravity because Earth sphere because gravity.
Actually, on a flat Earth, according to you, gravity doesn't exist at all. So I'm confused what you mean.
No, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what I think.
Well, it's not irrelevant though, because
because this was about you linking things dropping to the surface of the Earth with the Earth's surface being spherical or curved.
That's a logical fallacy. You don't even believe in gravity on a flat Earth.
No. It's irrelevant. It's not important what I do or don't believe.
What do you mean
This is about the veracity of your claim. This is about the veracity of your claim.
You're gonna say a fallacy and then say, instead of answering it.
This is about you supporting your claim and you're sidestepping it. Please stop that.
How am I sidestepping? You made a fallacious comment.
No, listen. If I believe in Santa Claus, does that change the shape of the ground? Yes or no?
Wait, first of all, what do you mean?
Yes or no? If I believe in Santa Claus, does that change the shape of the ground? Yes or no?
What's the point of this question?
If I believe in Santa Claus, does this change the shape of the ground? Yes or no?
No. I mean, what's the point?
Excellent. That's all. We don't need any more. My beliefs and T-Dub's beliefs have nothing to do with the shape of the ground. So I can believe one thing, he can believe something else. It has no effect on the shape of the ground. So you're going to have to use another form of proof rather than what T-Dub believes in.
Well, actually, according to Flat Earth, gravity doesn't exist in the situation.
No, well, actually, check this out. How about I post something for you in side chat since you love it so much? Let's have a look here. Gravity. Go to my collection of crap.
Yeah, I mean, according to you, gravity doesn't exist.
Loading. Actually, according to me, gravity what? Thanks for the straw man. Please continue.
How is that a straw man if you claimed it before, dude?
Well, you said according to me, gravity, and I shut you down. I have not given you anything about gravity. I was still typing it into the computer. So anything you say without me giving it out is a straw man.
It wouldn't be, though, because I've taught you before.
Yes, it would be, because I haven't given you any information. But anyways, in the side chat, there's a couple of gravities. Pick one.
Well, actually, I've taught you before.
Not what you know. You look, It's in the side chat. I posted it up for your convenience.
Okay, so you're going to deny what you've said before? I'm going to read it.
I haven't said anything.
Well, I've taught you before in the past.
Well, stop stuttering, boy.
Well, I'm not.
You're telling us, listen carefully, dumbass, you're telling us what we do and do not believe in. There's a thing called specific gravity. When you clowns come in here and go, but you don't believe in gravity, I'm going to tell you to kick rocks because there's one called specific gravity that I use when I'm making home brew.
Well, you denied gravity before.
So how the fuck can I deny gravity if I use specific gravity to make my home brew?
So now you're just making stuff up.
I'm not making stuff up.
Wait, let me look in the chat.
So now you're trying to make stuff up to cover the fact that you just had your ass handed to you again. Take another L, Junior.
Well, hang on. Have you not heard of specific gravity before?
No, he's never. Well, I know what it is, but he's never referenced this before in the past when I've talked to him.
Oh,
denied gravity. Right. Yeah, he just denied gravity.
That must mean he
well,
he lied or something, right?
Well, no, we've
talked about relative density lots of times in the past.
Yeah, but you've also denied gravity at the same time, so that's a fallacy.
Well, what do you mean by gravity?
What do you? Huh?
What do you mean when you say we deny gravity? What is it exactly that we are denying?
What the fact that gravity doesn't exist?
No, not the fact that.
Not the fact.
We're not denying facts.
What
you're claiming, Master Debater, in your head, you've got an idea of what gravity is, okay? We can't read your mind. So when you say to me, Matrix denies gravity, what you're saying is, Matrix denies what's in my head. Now, until you personally tell us what you believe gravity is, we can't be accused of denying it.
Wait, so this is your way of running away?
So no. This is you having to tell us what you believe gravity is. If you don't, that's you running away, and we can deny anything else that we want.
Okay,
I mean, Matrix has dropped his pen several times, and his measuring tape several times, and you've heard it collide with his desk, right? So he's not denying the fact that he holds a solid out in air and lets go, it falls towards the surface below it, right? So he's not denying that. Is that what you mean by gravity? Because he doesn't deny that. If that's what you mean by gravity.
Well, so that's a fallacy because he denied gravity before. Yeah.
No. Is that what you mean, bro? Is that what you mean? When you say we deny gravity, do you mean when you let something go and it falls? We're denying that.
Gravity.
Okay, we're not denying that. We're not denying that.
Okay, so say gravity. Say you believe in gravity.
Well, you've got to tell us what your definition of gravity is.
What other definition?
Master Debater, the reason I posted that thing in the side chat is there is 50 different versions of gravity there. Are you appealing to one of those?
Am I appealing to fake theories? No, I'm not.
You're not appealing to fake theories. Well, you might want to read that because Einsteinian and Newtonian are in there.
So, theories of gravity. Well,
so what are you appealing to? Maybe you should read the list first before flapping your gums.
We're appealing. We're appealing to the regular version of gravity. Don't act dense, dude. It's like you're acting.
Okay, so what do you define as the regular version? The plain Jane, the vanilla.
Can we get an academic definition, maybe, of regular gravity?
Make sure we clip this for TikTok.
Hey, clip all of this, me being your ass. Anyways, clip all of this. Go ahead. But no, like I was saying, look. Do you not know what you were saying?
Big gravity.
Do you want me to educate you? Is that what? You want me to educate you on what gravity is? Yeah, I'm going to teach you.
We want you to tell us what you define as gravity, because you've made the accusation that we deny gravity, and you can't even define it. So how can I deny something that I don't even know what it is?
Oh, so you don't know what gravity is? Okay, so...
Well, you haven't defined it for us. Okay, so I can't deny something, Master Debater, if you make the claim that I've denied X, and I can't get a definition from Hugh what X is, then it's null and void. Your claims can be just tossed out the window.
Okay, so this is a straw man. But
so now, well, that's not a straw man. So what happens now is Master Debater puts forward his definition of gravity, and then we can go, oh no, I agree with that, or oh yes, I do deny that. You've got to put that forward so I can choose whether to deny it or not.
See, yeah, I'm going to help you, okay? So, I'm going to teach you red science again. So, do you want the Google definition or my definition? I'm going to give you, you want the
yours.
Academic. No, you want the academic. So, hold on. You said you want the academic. So, the gravity, the force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth or towards any other physical
that would be
body.
Newtonian. Remember you said you don't believe in these theories? Newtonian was in that. So you don't believe in that one?
No, I said I don't believe in fake theories. You stated fake theories.
You said that my list was fake theories. Newtonian is in that list.
Can we?
Yeah, the one that you're describing.
Wait,
the one that you're describing is in that list. So is it fake?
Wait,
is that a fake theory? Why are you giving us a fake theory?
Wait, hold on. Can we, get a clip? Because I never said that.
Yeah, you did. You said I believe in fake theories.
Wait, $100.
You said that about the list that Matrix was directing you to. Yeah, you said.
Where's the clip?
No, I don't believe in those fake theories.
I never said that. Where's the clip?
Yes, you did. Stop sidestepping. Take
I'm not playing this game with you, man.
Where's the clip, dude?
No, we're not playing immature games with you, bro. We just did that with a grown adult. not going to do it with someone else.
You can be an adult debater and try to debate correctly, even though you're making a balls-up appearance of it. Or we can just leave you on red flag. I don't care either way. I'm not going to lose much sleep. We've already had one dumbass clown prior to you doing the exact same tactics. I didn't say that. I'm a retard. And that was his attitude. I didn't say that. And then when we did post the clip, he acted stupid and pretended he didn't even know how to use Discord. Didn't know how to click on it. And then when there was 2 options there, he had to debate about which one he was going to click on. And if he doesn't click on any of them, it didn't matter because they don't exist. So this is the level of stupid that you're following. So please don't, because I believe you can do better.
Anyway, we can forgive you. We can forgive you for hand wave dismissing that list, right? And not having read through it and seeing that it had Newtonian gravity in amongst the list. So we can forgive you for that, right? Okay, so Newtonian was in that list. So Newtonian's what you're talking about, right? Newtonian gravity, mass attracts mass, right?
So how about this? Let's just wait for the clip really quick.
How about we just move on? Everybody knows you said it. Doesn't matter.
Okay,
so it's not going to get us anywhere. It's not going to get us anywhere. We're going to prove to you that you said it, and you're going to go, "Oh, well, I didn't know it was in there. That's the one I meant. That one's not fake." I was talking about the rest of them. They're fake ones, but that one's not the fake one. That's the real one. And then we're going to just be right back where we are right now, having the opportunity for you to continue with this discussion regarding what you claim gravity is, okay, or what you've read out of Google.
Okay, so you conceded to the fact I didn't say that, correct?
You did say it, and if you act like a clown any longer, I will ban you. So choose wisely how you want to act.
Okay, if you ban me, that means you conceded, dude.
No, a banning is not a concession of loss. A banning is a concession of your failure. Anyway, there's probably more normal people in here that would like to converse.
Well, maybe if you call somebody a piss wizard of Goldshire, that.
We've just been talking to a master debater who's not very good at debating. Doesn't even know if he can debate subjectivity or objectivity yet. So when he works that out, we'll get back to us. Anyways, Wizard, welcome.
What's up, y'all?
Obviously, you've just heard the last efforts of a young troll wannabe. What do you think you live on, mate? Is it a ball, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's flat.
I like this guy. He's better than the last one by a long shot. I don't know, but it's flat. How did you work out it's flat, mate?
Nothing too glorious. But I mean, it looks
under
flat.
the hood. You took a peek under the hood. How it works?
Through.
Pop the hood. So what's going on there? How's all that stuff work?
It doesn't.
So it works and doesn't work at the same time?
I lifted the hood and there's no engine. I'm going to have to Flintstone this bastard.
But no, I was in the English hub talking with you guys the other day. I'm not trolling you. I don't think the Earth is a globe.
I remember you, man. I remember. You know, I don't remember the specifics, the details of the conversation, but I know that you've talked in here before. You've talked with us before.
We were talking about like IR photography and stuff, chromatic aberration, all that stuff.
All right, cool. Would have been like, was it with Indio or Yoda, Master Yoda, somebody, or DJ?
Possibly. I don't look at names. I just kind of throw my phone on, and I don't look. But I don't know. Your voice sounds familiar.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. I recognize your name. I know that you've spoken to me before. We also have David Ben-Gurion. Sounds important. Looks like he might be a scientist or something.
I was going to say, it sounds like a scientist, doesn't it? David, are you a scientist? Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes.
We're not getting much out of David. Mansky's back for round 1,000. Bearded Dora's back. Or did Bearded Dora even leave? I don't know. We've also got who's HEI Points. I don't recognise that name. Anyway, yeah. Feel free to open up your mic, guys.
I had a question.
Yeah, we come to the right spot.
So, Flat Earth Society, like, just how much of those guys do you think are, like, compromised, I guess you could say?
All of them.
I mean, it's hard to answer that because no one's ever met anyone from the Flat Earth Society. They don't exist. Suppose they have a website and there's lots of them posting and saying things, but no one's ever seen anyone. No one's ever talked to anyone from the Flat Earth Society.
Well, here's the thing.
That is wild.
Where are they? I mean,
for every 1 point. If the Earth was truly a globe shape, mathematically this has to be true. For every 1.5 to 2.5 miles, there would have to be a 15-foot drop in curvature, and that's obviously not the case. Especially if you take a look at landmarks that are supposed to account for the curvature, like the Pyongyang Bridge of China, which accounts for exactly zero curvature. If you've taken a look at the script. No. Sorry, I'm a little drunk, but I know what I'm talking about. I'm a third-year financial analysis and accounting major.
No. You did stay at the Holiday Inn Express.
I don't know what that means. Can you speak English?
He's been over the books, seen the numbers, doesn't check out.
I mean, it's just a curvature. If a really long bridge that's miles long is not accounting for curvature, then that tells you that there's no curve.
Yeah, I have no complaints there. That's not what I was talking about. I was just talking about the Flat Earth Society. Reason why is because I ran into somebody that thinks that even like Flat Earth Dave, like all this stuff, like they're all like compromised.
I don't really
Do you guys believe that?
No, I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to answer that because no one's ever met anyone from the Flat Earth Society. It's like they don't exist. It's like, hey, who wrote this post? who's behind the keyboard here? It's like no one. Like you can't find them. There's no like address. There's no. You can't mail them a letter. You can't go visit anything. It's like their building burns down. I can't remember what year it was, like 80s or something like that. Destroys all their stuff that they have because apparently it was just locked in some kind of footlocker in some undescript building.
They pulled a Pentagon.
And then it's just gone after that. No one knows who they are. And then suddenly they reappear out of nowhere. And then no one knows who they are. That's why in the channel rules we put on here, we are not the Flat Earth Society. Because people would say, you guys must be the Flat Earth Society. No, no one knows who they are.
Yeah, that's kind of eerie. That is very textbook, like
where is it? Do you know? Like, where would you go to the Flat Earth Society? Where would you go to find their address, like their building or whatnot, or a PO box, or if you want to write to the editor, like, I saw this article here on this website. Can I write to the editor?
Well, this guy that he sent me this video on this. He also was saying that Witsit, like this guy's like compromised, and yeah, and like all these like big time like YouTubers that like push this stuff, which my thing was, it's like, man, well, everything I'm seeing on here, including pretty much all like flat earth information like lumped into this, is kind of where I'm just wondering, like, for instance, the Flat Earth Dave thing. It's like, okay, so you think he's compromised, you think I can understand the Witsit angle, but yeah, I don't know, it's just interesting.
It sounds like celebrity gossip hour. Like TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10 flat earthers, number 1 will surprise you. This is like, dude, this is brain rot. This is like the worst part of journalism, where we take celebrity gossip and just run with it. What does that have to do with
no, I think it's no, sorry. I think it's getting at something deep, but I think it's like going possibly too far. Kind of like McCarthyism, where it's like we found out, okay, turns out we did have a lot of like communists and communist sympathizers in our government, but like then it turned into pointing fingers at just political opponents just for the sake of like taking them out of the picture, where like it just gets too far. And so it's kind of what I'm thinking is going on with this guy.
So like a brainwashing thing going on, that somehow that someone's being like a red scare, but instead of a red communist scare, there's like a flat earth scare.
Yeah, where.
So what would that look like? Who's
like
in this conspiracy theory? Who is promoting it? Like who's perpetuating this this brainwashing hysteria?
I'm not sure why is it a threat, here, but
you need every component here. You need, number 1, that somebody is out there brainwashing people into flat Earth. Number 2, that there's a clear connection to some sort of adversarial state sponsor that wants to see the downfall of America. And the third one, that you've got some objective moral actor protecting America from this threat. So can you fill those 3 blanks in? Who are those people?
Well, I don't think it's America specific. Basically, this guy, he's very. I don't want to say it in here, but if you guys have the other channel, the Flat Earth channel, I'd be down to like have a convo with somebody in there. But basically, this guy is a flat earther, and like his whole thing is like he has beef with the fact that people have made models that make sense as far as like a 24-hour sun, and he has beef with the fact that Witsit was involved with this like Antarctica thing.
Yeah, but who cares?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but the bigger question is like thinking about like the government polluting a movement. That's kind of the idea.
Oh, that's what they do.
That's the angle to this.
It's controlled demolition. They did the same thing to atheism, the civil rights movement. They did the same thing to that. Yet anything that questions the hegemony of the executive branch of the U.S. federal government, they will. They will do some sort of controlled demolition. The peace movements from the 2000 era, like they had people. If you watch, there's a movie, Fahrenheit 9 or whatever, something Fahrenheit something, 9/11. Roger Moore, he got documentation, like unsealed documents from the FBI, like trying to investigate like bake clubs and book clubs. That they're on the side of the terrorism. Like if you didn't 100% support a global war on terror, then you must have been with them. And they had FBI agents going into mosques and trying to, plan certain subvert actions. It got to the point where it was so silly that the FBI busted an FBI plot. Like undercover FBI agents went in and arrested an FBI agent because he was like in mosque talking about like, Allahu Akbar and all this stuff. And the people in the mosque reported him. And then the FBI is like, oh, sure, let's go pick this guy up and ask him a few questions. He's like, I'm FBI. They're like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing that stuff? Why would you, like, how come no one knew about this? And it became just a gag. So what you probably have here is, people more worried about, say, chasing social media clout or clout chasing than they have about the actual topic itself. He would just go. Just if he wants to produce some model that explains the sky, he would just drop it. He wouldn't need to like pin, hashtag whatever on there. Hashtag Young Earth Creationism, hashtag William Duffy, hashtag, Mega Church Super Pastor, hashtag Final Experiment. You would have to do any of that. Just drop the model. Like Tolan did. Tolan's like, hey, you guys can make a model. Here, I'll do it with math. And he just posted it. Walter Bislin, same thing. So if you've got some dude out there clout chasing, that's probably a red flag. Not a red scare, but it'd be a red flag.
Yeah, it's a whole, narrative control, isn't it, really? Like, they're just trying to make it seem like there was this contention, about what it means if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and all that, right? And now, now they're just, like, trying to keep that dead horse moving, but, it's not working.
Yeah, that's not where this guy was coming from. Where this guy was coming from is...
Well, how about just go get him? Just go get him, say, hey, there's some people here that I think you'd like to talk to, because it's really kind of worthless. It's like, talk about someone that's not in the room. This is just celebrity gossip again.
Yeah, I'm just worried that you guys are getting like a little too frustrated at me.
You don't need to worry. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. You'll be all right.
The deal is this guy's likely watching. Like,
so what? This guy is X, Y, or Z. That'd be gossip. That would be celebrity gossip.
Right, but you're assuming like a negative sort of like aspect to him.
No, I'm talking about coffee talk gossip, celebrity news, top 10 flat earthers or whatever, number one will surprise you. There's enough brain rot, enough social media, clickbait, gossip articles that adding it here is not something anyone's interested in.
Oh, no one the only brain rot I'm seeing is the flat Earth theory. And
what is that?
Oh, it's a theory. Awesome. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, I'd like to hear all about it. Let's hear it. What's step one?
Yeah, welcome back, Collapse.
I don't think I was here today. But so the theory is very simple, right? They assume because what they see is everything is flat, they conclude therefore it must be flat. And I'm saying that's wrong. It's all about perception, and we know perception can be deceiving.
So you see flat and you assume it's a ball? I'd rather assume
I don't
flat
make
and assume it's flat. That makes more sense.
Well, you're wrong. That's the problem.
So let me get this straight. You and me walk outside, we both see flat. Matrix says, I see flat, so I think it's flat. China says, I see flat, and I think it's a ball.
Again, this is not analogous at all.
It is analogous because that's exactly what you're telling us.
That's not what I'm telling you. And it's funny because I'm telling you that I'm not telling you this and you keep still repeating it.
So, your theory of flat Earth,
so can I finish?
We just
is
believe.
It possible for me to finish?
How about I just tell you something simple? It's measured
what
as
you're
flat,
saying is wrong
so it's not a
anyways.
belief.
You're doing a horrible job at telling my perspective.
You're doing a horrible job of your passive aggressive. I'm a little Nancy
I don't
boy.
need you to tell me what
Go and put
I
your
believe
feet
in.
up on a chair. Here's
Why
a
are you
coffee and a
telling me what I
biscuit.
believe in?
What are you telling us what we believe in for? That goes both ways, China.
What you're saying, again...
What you're saying is you're allowed to tell us what we believe, but yet if we tell you what you believe, we're bad, naughty people, and it makes you feel bad.
You have yet to say...
Well, that's what you just fucking did.
You just had... Okay, so was I wrong about...
Okay, so reset. Try again.
Was I wrong about anything I said?
Yes, you were.
What was I wrong about?
Telling us what we believe.
And I said what you guys believe. Where was I wrong?
Because it's not a fucking belief. That's where you have failed.
See,
you were wrong.
You realized I was right about everything, but now you're too embarrassed to admit I was right. Okay.
So where have you asked us where
I didn't ask you a question.
You went
I
wrong.
didn't ask a question.
You went wrong when you said flat earthers believe. From that point on was an insta-fail. Game over. You were wrong from then on. So anything you said after that was null and void. Nobody listened.
I don't think you understand.
What, you're going to stutter now? Because you just don't like hearing this? And now you're going to laugh because you've just been proven wrong over something so simple.
Wrong. You're fighting over semantics.
Yes. I'm still passive aggressive. If I talk softer, maybe everyone will think I'm the nice guy, and this other guy's loud voice will make everyone think that he's nasty.
All right, tell me when you're dead.
So, where you failed was when you said flat earthers believe. This is not a belief system, my friend.
Well, maybe you could start the sentence with flat earthers have demonstrated.
Oh, yeah, that sounds nice.
Look, so if the whole point of critique is just me saying belief, then I'm sorry, but we're not going to get anywhere with this, right?
No, now you're going to backpedal. Try harder.
Backpedaling, but you're
yes, you are.
Semantics.
You are backpedaling because you've realised you fucked up. Flat and simple.
Again.
Oh no, he's going to have to say it again because he believes I didn't hear him. We did hear you. You fucked up. I made it quite clear. I don't know how to spell it out any better than that.
So I realized.
So you telling us that we believe was a fail. So try again.
Do you only have the ability to speak when I'm speaking?
Here, let me help you out here. Would belief be required for anything to be true? If X is true, could someone believe it otherwise, and suddenly whatever that is not true anymore?
Obviously not.
Well, there we go. So belief is simply not required. You don't need any. This is a topic that doesn't require belief, and belief is not required at all. So when you say flat earth belief, that would be an oxymoron because it's not a belief. Belief is not required. We're not talking about sky daddies or missions to Mars, or that someday science will save humanity, or if pineapple belongs on pizza. We're talking about objective reality. Not
you could keep calling it that, but the fact is, you have no way of justifying if the whole world is flat, and that's the fact. And I'm saying, I have actually. Well, I mean, somebody wants to go.
We're not talking about the whole world. Because we're not claiming to know what the whole world is.
Yeah, so when I talk about the world or Earth, I'm referring to the.
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to T-Dub because I didn't like the way he said that.
Wait, if all you're saying is, I could account for what I see and what you see.
Surface of water is flat. Surface of water is flat. They claim that the Earth is a spherical shape, and to the point that they show pictures of it, depictions of that thing that they're saying Earth is, with curving oceans on the side, on the exterior of it. And we go out and try and find that curving ocean or curving lake or curving water surface. It's not there. Doesn't exist in reality.
Well, you're wrong about that. So.
Oh, okay.
When we see a ship going, past the horizon, it kind of goes from bottom up, right? It disappears.
How do you know it's past the horizon?
Well, again, you could tell by. I mean, you could have a tell. I mean, these things I'm saying are demonstrably.
How do you know it's past the horizon? The horizon should be at a physical location. Is there a flashing red light that says the ship is now past the horizon, therefore it can start disappearing bottom up? How do you know this distance? Not again. You haven't given it in the first place. This is not an again. This is an original.
Relax, big guy. Calm down.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know.
You've just realised how again you fucked up. No, you didn't start talking. I'm sorry. The middle of my sentence fucking started over the top of yours. No. You are telling us where the horizon is. How do you know this distance? Oh, he's trying the passive aggressive. I'm a little Nancy boy. Put me feet up on a cushion thing again. How do you know the distance to the horizon to validate your claim?
Repeating your question while being more aggressive is not going to get you the
Okay, obviously you're a little fucking Nancy boy, and I'm going to have to spell the cunt out for you. How do you, Mr. Nancy boy, soft speaking, I'm trying to be pretty, probably wears a rainbow coloured fucking t-shirt. How do you validate the distance to the horizon to therefore prove your ships are disappearing bottom up at that specific spot? You made the claim. You can tell us how you're going to get around it. And laughing is not going to fucking help it. It just shows you're an idiot. And you've just been hammered sideways and you're too stupid to get it. So, how are you going to validate for us the distance to the horizon?
Just calm down.
That's you. How are you going to validate the distance to the horizon?
Dude, relax.
I am relaxed. I'm waiting for you to answer the question. And you're giggling like a schoolgirl. So you're obviously here just to troll. You've come in here to preach. You want to be a troll, and you've just been hammered by the anti-troll.
But I noticed.
Give him a moment to change his T-shirt, Matrix.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Look, every time I come in here and I open my mouth, within a second he
answer the fucking question. We're not interested in your meta bullshit. Another one. Is this like fucking schoolgirl day or something? Did I miss the sign at the front that says schoolgirls come in here and laugh? What's the dealio? What are you stoned off your head or something?
Calm down. That's all I'm asking.
You've made the claim of ships disappearing bottom up. So that means you know the distance where this happens at. Now, how are you going to validate, verify, or prove this distance?
Okay.
I didn't say anything funny. No one else is laughing. So obviously you've got some mental issue.
Just go.
Exactly. You came here to troll and you've just realised how much you're not going to be able to.
Wait, stop talking.
How about we do you a favour? How about we put that on so you can compose yourself? Fucking idiots. You reckon that's long enough for him, T-Dub?
He might have changed his t-shirt by now. Gained some composure.
Alright, let's see. See how he goes with his distance to the horizon. Have you worked it out?
Yes, I think I have.
Awesome!
Okay. Look, for us to have any sort of conversation, we have to respect...
Oh, no, we're not talking about the conversation.
Again,
we're talking about the distance to the horizon. No, see, you don't get it. All we want is the data. You seem to want to talk about talking. Not interested. We just want how you are validating, verifying, or proving that distance. That's it. When we get that information out of you, we will assess it, break it down, see where you've gone wrong, maybe you've gone right, and then we'll go from there.
Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Yeah, you're right. We should probably skip this part. Well, we should talk about
ships disappearing bottom up.
Evidence.
That's where you were.
You said what?
You said ships disappearing bottom up.
Yeah. That's what.
That's your proof of Baltardia.
Well, if what you're saying is true,
no, that's you saying that.
That's not me saying this.
Yes, it was
demonstrable.
That was you.
I don't know why you're okay. When I said ships disappear from bottom up, that's true, right? And the guy verified it earlier.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. Do you know what that reason is?
Yeah, because again,
you haven't said it the first time, so I don't know why you keep saying again.
The world is a sphere.
Okay, so you're assuming that.
No, I know this. I know.
Okay, how do you know this? Now we're starting to get somewhere. How do you know it's a sphere?
So, one of the best evidence that we have is NASA.
NASA?
Yes.
So, your proof of the ground being a spheroid shape is one single word, NASA.
Precisely. Anyone who understands NASA will know.
Anyone who understands NASA.
Well, repeating what I'm saying isn't going to help you, right?
So well, I'm still trying to work out how this proves curvature.
Oh, you got to give me time to finish what I'm saying.
Well, you said NASA. And anyone who understands NASA.
Well, you cut me off.
NASA's a spy agency.
Finish my sentence there. Okay, so if you know of NASA, right, the point is...
They're a spy agency.
Can I finish? Relax.
NASA is a spy agency. Have you been keeping up with the news?
Relax. No one believes that NASA
relaxed or not, I'm informing you that NASA is a spy agency. You don't seem to want to listen to that bit. You do know that President Trump deemed them, listen carefully, China, you do know that President Trump has deemed them a spy agency. NASA now stands for now a spy agency. You do know that. You have been keeping up with the news. So a spy agency is proof of curvature. This is awesome. Please continue.
Yeah, I mean, that was just irrelevant. We don't care what Trump
That's what they are classified as now.
No, they're not. Just because
Yes, they are. So. Go and Google this shit.
Relax. Let me finish what I'm saying.
How about you Google that first, and then you'll go, oh, wow, how did he fucking know that? Other than it was on the news.
NASA stands for, again, I don't see any lying agency. I don't see any Trump announcement. I don't care if Trump was to say that, assuming he did say what you said he said. That's irrelevant to the conversation. What we do know is they've been to outer space. They've taken...
Oh, so you've now...
Can I finish? Relax.
You keep stacking claims. You've still got to prove your first one. You've still got to prove your first one, gorgeous. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's very simple.
Your first claim was ships disappearing bottom up.
Yeah.
And now, in order to validate ships disappearing bottom up, NASA.
No, hold on. You got to mix it, buddy. It's to validate the fact that the Earth is a sphere. That is.
And how have you validated it? So,
well, again, the ships.
Again, you haven't done it the first time, so I don't know why you need to say again.
You think I haven't?
Maybe
done it the
you
first
seem to
time
think this is some kind of debate tactic. It doesn't work on me. You're not listening. Your debate bullshit doesn't work on me.
Relax.
Don't you stupid clowns get that? Your stupid debate tactic of your passive aggressive, I'm a little rainbow shirt wearing girl guide doesn't fucking work on me. China, get it through your head. It's not working. Hello? Saying calm down is not going to stop it. Saying relax like it's some kind of hypnotherapy tape is not going to stop it. You do comprehend this.
Breathe out.
And I forgot to tell you something. It's not going to work. I get to deal with trolls because other people don't like trolls. You come in here being a fucking idiot, carrying on, being all passive aggressive. I just sit here and keep going. It's like a little Energizer bunny. You still haven't provided proof of anything. Do you actually have proof of curvature, or are you just a happy little believer? Sounds like you're stoned off your brains. Breathe in, breathe out. I'm so relaxed, I can barely think straight. Like, seriously, bro. Get a grip. Oh, and he's muted himself. Oh, well, you can stay there. That was easy. Alright, we better look up some funny shit on Facebook. Oh, here it is, Flat Earth Friends. Ooh, pictures. I like when they post pictures. Here we go. Ooh. Flat Earth Friends, latest picture. I don't know any humans that are like 10,000 feet tall, but anyways, we'll leave that alone. And the statement that comes with it. The moon looks essentially the same from anywhere on Earth, but the orientation appears different depending on which hemisphere you're in. In the northern hemisphere, we see moon right side up, relative to our sky, with its familiar features like the Sea of Tranquility positioned in a way we've grown used to. Australians, viewing the southern hemisphere, from the southern hemisphere, see the moon rotated about 180 degrees compared to us. This rotation happens because they are looking at the moon from the opposite side of the globe. Oh, so you've inserted that little globe there, that's nice. Effectively upside down, relative to our viewpoint. Even though it's the same moon, the change in perspective makes it appear flipped when comparing northern and some southern hemisphere views. Oh. So, staring at shit in the sky proves the shape of the ground. Hey China, you listen to this? No, it doesn't. Anyways. What other clown shit have we got? What is this? Contrary to popular belief, over 99% of intercontinental data is transmitted through submarine fibre optic cables lying on the ocean floor, not via satellites. Yeah, a lot of people seem to think these magic satellites are doing all sorts of things. Maybe I might save that one for Josh next time he pops in. Get in the folder. That one can go... yeah, I might wreck that later on. Oh. What's this? Let the meltdown begin. Moon gravity. Weak enough to let astronauts jump. Strong enough to control the tides of all the oceans. And the first comment. Astronauts are smaller than the ocean and not made of water. Pretty simple. Wow. That's awesome. I'm going to post that picture. Ooh, dear flat earthers, I like when they write them in letter form. Could any of you who question gravity kindly provide a comprehensive explanation of what weight is without referencing gravity? Come back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, what weight is just mass with direction.
When they get back, now you know what a weight is. That's what we call a 10-minute wait.
You got mass plus direction. That's weight. No gravity required.
Ooh, vacuums don't suck. The so-called flat earth evidence does. What do we got here? Better read this shit out. Common expressions that refer to a vacuum cleaner's suction deemed to have created misconceptions regarding the definition of a vacuum. Whether it's referring to the vacuum of space or a household vacuum cleaner, the somewhat counterintuitive fact is that vacuums don't truly suck as a pulling force. In the case of a household vacuum cleaner, its motor-driven fan creates a low-pressure area inside, and the higher pressure ambient air outside pushes dirt and dust into the nozzle, forcing it into the machine and making it seem like it's sucking. In reference to the vacuum of space, the higher pressure atmosphere wants to push its way to the zero pressure environment of space, but its pressure is not great enough to overcome the opposing force of gravity. Oh, how sweet.
Gravity's a force now.
Yeah.
It just undid the last 100 and something years of scientific modeling and study.
And I thought flat Earth was archaic.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Scrolling.
Is this in YouTube?
Facebook.
Oh, okay.
There's a group on there called Flat Earth Friends, and sometimes it has some funny shit. Here we got picture of Brian Cox. What's this one? One of his quotes. The problem with today's world is that everyone believes they have the right to express their opinion and have others listen to it. The correct statement of individual rights is that everyone has the right to an opinion. But crucially, that opinion can be roundly ignored and even be made fun of, particularly if it is demonstrably nonsense. Like globe earthers pushing a curved surface that they can't see and that they only believe in. I'll tell you the ones I do like that come in. They're sort of umming and ahhing and they're not sure. And it's like, why do you think it's a ball tard? Well, that's what I got taught at school, and I just said, fuck it, I'm going on with it from there. And it's like, yep, you're cool.
Yeah, because they're people like that. They're so hopelessly dependent on the system that they can't accept a reality in which government has lied to them.
Yeah, I just love it. Love the brutal honesty of it. Yeah, that's what I was taught at school. Done, sold, finished. No other reasons. Just yep, that's what they learned me at school. I'm good with that.
It's interesting, too, when you get those guys who are like, yep, I think everything taught in school is 100% the God's honest truth. And then you're like, but are you also atheist? Oh, yeah. So when they taught you one nation under God, they were, what God was that? I don't know. Something I don't believe in. But you also said that they taught you God's honest truth. They're like, yeah, the government can't lie. It's impossible for the government to lie. And I go, why did they teach you to trust God, not trust government? In God we trust, not in government we trust. So which one is it? Do you trust this government who's telling you to trust God because this government can't lie? Or are they lying to you about that? So you can't trust what they say. And this is when you get the yes and no at the same time.
I wish it was Speculation Sunday. One of the questions, are comets on the inside of the firmament or outside in the water? Ooh, decisions.
Yeah, well, at the Copernicus model, they're inside the firmament. The firmament starts sort of right at Saturn. Well, I guess that would, maybe it would have to be inside then. Where if you use some other sort of models, they're outside the firmament. They forget to look up that big book that started this all, The Heavenly Bodies by Copernicus. That's where the word firmament comes from. That's where they would look for that word. Who said it and why did they say it? Let's do an investigation. Start looking at von Braun's tomb. Talking about the firmament. What a coincidence.
I love when people post up things just so they can trigger others. And all that was posted was, I'll never understand how people can become so triggered because some people think the earth is flat. And there's 558 comments.
Holy shit. It is, though. It kind of is beyond understanding. To be that triggered over something that they can't even define what it is.
It is interesting, isn't it, how people do trigger so hard from it.
Because
like if you just say Crit invents something. I don't know, we're just going to call it X. Crit has invented X, and then Matrix comes in and just tells Crit how much it sucks, and tells Crit how it's not true, tells Crit how it's not possible. I can understand Crit being upset. I get that. But when you're carrying someone else's water, that's fucking insane. Technically, they should be just sitting back going, you know what? I don't give a shit.
That's the thing, they have to care. It's like caring. They care so much about what other people do when it has nothing to do with them. And quite ironically, on their Globetard, it offers explanations on how to deal with people who disagree with you. But they can't use that either. It's like they're in back-to-back competing heresies with their own model, but rather than try to square these answers, it's always your fault.
How's this one? Dear global conspiracy believers, isn't it reasonable for an agency dedicated to studying space to have more expertise in that area than you? Regards, Critical Thinker. P.S. Suggesting the idea of the globe Earth model being founded upon lies and fraudulent data doesn't seem to account for the fact that the sheer number of individuals remaining ignorant or deceptive for such an idea to successfully propagate defies all methods of logical analysis. Right. So, first comment. Might as well have started the post with, Dear stupid jackasses, we live on a planet, you delusional window licker. Oh, shit. And this is why I read this page. Just for the spin-outs. Oh, what do we got here? Someone's put a good one back. I hope it is, anyways. Dear selective skeptics, it's adorable how you frame basic scientific literacy as some sort of grand overreach. Almost as if expertise itself is a personal insult to you. But here's the thing. When an entire global network of astronomers, physicists, engineers, pilots, satellite technicians, GPS developers, oceanographers, geologists, and even backyard telescope hobbyists all agree on the shape of the planet, maybe, just maybe, the issue isn't a worldwide, multi-generational, Hollywood-level hoax. Maybe it's simply that the people who study reality for a living understand reality better than those who get their research from YouTube playlists. Regards, a person who understands how evidence works. P.S. The idea that millions of professionals across dozens of countries, languages, institutions, and political systems are all flawlessly coordinating a lie about the Earth's shape isn't critical thinking. It's the plot of a bad straight-to-DVD thriller. If anything defies logic, mathematics, human nature, and basic organisational possibility, it's the fantasy that such a conspiracy could survive longer than 5 minutes on the internet.
Yeah, that's an epic takedown of atheism right there. Just think of all the people that have to be in on it for the atheist to be correct. Every Sunday school teacher, every police department, the whole Department of Education, all the founding fathers, every person, come on now. It's too big. It's too big of a conspiracy. By that logic, it's not possible for there not to be a God, because too many people would have to be in on it. Like all these scientists and all these astronauts. I mean, you had the 3 astronauts just go to the Ark amusement park and talk about young Earth creationism. They'd have to be in on it. They'd have to know there isn't a God. So if these guys are telling you about the globe and you say, well, they must be correct because they'd have to be in on it otherwise, well, now welcome to young Earth creationism. Bible literate. This is what I'm saying. Their logic is flawed on so many levels, and it's interesting because either they don't care or they don't understand how bad their logic is.
So then you get shit like this. So obviously some butthurt globetard this one. I can make any flat earther do one of 2 things. Either run away and refuse to answer, or make up some nonsense gibberish that they cannot back up with evidence. But it would be difficult for any of them to risk even taking the challenge. What with flat earthers being such cowards and all, well, you haven't really put up a challenge. It looks like you're just stroking your ego and poisoning the well. So which one do you want to go for?
He contradicted. See, if I know that someone's not going to answer, they can't answer, they don't have an answer, then you also know not to ask them anything. That's why it would be a very rare when I ask a globalist anything. Because you'll never get an answer. And if you do, it'll be just simply a very poor read of a Google it or some sort of AI prompt. They don't know anything. It's not worthy of asking them anything. Like this guy sitting there and be like, hey, dude, how X, Y, and Z? Wouldn't have any fucking clue. How many, let's talk about your heliocentric model. How many moons will Jupiter be discovered this year? Wouldn't have any idea. They instantly Google it. They replace their noodle with a Google, and they think they're smart because of that.
Here we go. Flat Earth Challenge. I've scrolled down far enough to find something worth having a crack at. What do we got? I've always said you can learn a lot about our world by simply observing the sun. Okay, this guy must be related to Matthew Learns, but we'll leave that alone. That's what we'll do here. This isn't proof of globe Earth. It's a chance to make predictions from a local sun model. Oh, so you've got some model in mind. Okay. If the Earth were flat, well, you just said you're not here to prove globe Earth, so it doesn't matter what shape it is. If the Earth were flat and the sun were local, what should we expect to see? We'll assume a local sun height of 5,000 miles above the ground. If you prefer a different height, choose it once and use it consistently. The 4 questions, do your own math. Number 1, size at zenith. If the sun is directly overhead, what physical size must it be to match the angular size we actually see? Number 2, Distance for 1 degree of elevation. From an observer on the beach, how far away must the sun move to appear just above the horizon around 1 degree elevation? Number 3. Condition to dip below the horizon. How far must the sun travel to appear at 0 degrees elevation or below? Well, if it's flat, it ain't gonna go below. I think you can work that one out. Anyways, number 4. Apparent size change. How much should the sun's apparent size shrink between overhead and near the horizon? Flat Earthers, this is your chance to show that a flat Earth local sun model produces coherent predictions. Size, distance, horizon, shrinkage. If it's viable, these answers should become a cornerstone for your model. Well, you strawmanned us and gave us the model, so what we're trying to do is prove your bullshit. Anyways, final rules. Pick a sun height, choose it once, use it consistently. Show your math, equations, numbers, units, and reasoning. No external crutches. No memes, no videos, no screenshots. No appeals to authority. NASA lies, government lie, everyone lies. Your math doesn't. Stay on topic. Answer all 4 questions directly. And looking forward to seeing you doing your own research. Questions are serious and all of them can be answered using a math. Well,
holy shit, does he ever end?
That's it.
It's like one caveat after another. But you can't appeal to NASA, but you can appeal to a sun god.
Oh my god! Because I can't. I don't know what to expect because I don't know what the sun is. I don't know its distance. I don't know its size. I don't know what medium it exists within. I don't know how the lights. I know nothing about it beyond my experience of it. I just describe. Right. So how do I know what I should or shouldn't expect it to do? Like,
well, they're going to assume
I've got
5,000
I've got an argument for him because he's like, well, if the Earth is flat, then the sun this, that, and the other, right? Okay, I've got a fucking statement for him. If the Earth is flat, it will measure so.
I just love how right at the start, and we'll go back here. I'll read, was it in the first paragraph? Yeah, I've always said you can learn a lot about the world by simply observing the sun. Well, anyway, that's bullshit. We know that. That's what we'll do here. This isn't proof of globe Earth. So the second sentence, this isn't proof of globe Earth. So if it's not proof of globe Earth, then what is it?
It's just a challenge for flat earthers to try and fit an ideology
to tie the celestial to the terrestrial.
Right.
That's what they want.
To begin to form a cosmological model. Yeah. Astronomical model. Yeah. That's what it is.
Anyways, what I might do, I might post that up in the side chat. So if anyone does want to grab hold of it or abuse it, just so you know, I got this crap off Facebook. I'm not thinking this shit up.
So what if I came up with some theory that the sun isn't actually like a physical object as we understand it, and any characteristics that it displays is observer-centric and blah, 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 and I work math into it and all this other crap? They're not going to accept it. Nobody would accept it if I made it fit, all the math worked and it matched observations.
Well, no, hold on. One of his rules are no appeals to authority. NASA, government, or it says NASA lies, government lie, everyone lies. It's all about the mathematics. So, as long as your mathematics rings true, he can't bitch about it.
Right, so you can just pull some Einsteinian style shit out of your hat and make up some shit and make it work, right? Because that's what Einstein had to do to fix their fucking model, right? And he had all sorts of... And next minute, when that wasn't working, they had to invent more shit, right? Like dark matter and dark energy. Their model is continuously band-aiding itself, like fixing itself, repairing itself with shit that it hasn't proven even exists yet. I mean, and then they have the hide to like, challenge us with this sort of shit. It's like, come on. Like I said, like if he says if the Earth measures flat, then the sun this, that, and the other. I say if the Earth is flat, it will measure flat. It will measure to be that. That's our point. Why is he still pointing at the freaking sky? I mean, because if it's measuring flat, it doesn't matter what's going on in the sky. I'll pull a sheepdog on him, right?
Well, it's true.
Sorry, what's his name now? Swell Dog, whatever his name is. Yeah.
What do we got? Okay, if the Earth is flat, how can it be possible for Hobart to have more daylight than Darwin? When the sun passes over, or closer to Darwin on the same day. Also in Hobart, Tasmania, the sun rises in the southeast and sets in the southwest. Impossible on this flat Earth model.
Go model. This will contradict. They'll say, on this flat Earth model that they don't have, it wouldn't work.
No. They hold on. They've got their little model there. I'll just post it up for you. There's the model that they're talking about. Wing right there. Impossible on this flat Earth model. So I'm taking it that that's the model they're presenting, and they're having a cry that their shit doesn't work.
Huh.
What do we got? Dear Flat Earthers, on Earth, you can walk a triangle with 3 90-degree angles and 3 equal sides. 30,057 kilometres total. This is impossible on a flat plane Earth.
Shit, bro. No, who the fuck has done that? Who's done that? That's a claim. That is a claim.
I'm gonna
That's
post it
a
up
beauty,
so
that is.
So you can read it. And then one of the first comments, don't your feet hurt?
Right. Nobody ever did that. Freaking morons.
Oh, wow. 177 comments there. Maybe these might be funny. I better grab hold of a few. Let's have a look. All right. So these are the comments related to that stupid post. No, it's not. Lol. Damn, read your Bible, brother. The world is flat and we live in a bubble. What above us? I think that's water above us and water below. Wake up, man. It would not be a triangle, but a curved 3-dimensional figure with 3 points. Yeah, I think Professor Triangle, he'll probably come flying in a second. Now that someone said, I'm not going to say the T word again. It's like Beetlejuice. Say it 3 times and they appear. Holy shitballs. AKA Blade of Zorro, Flat Earth Destroyer. Treating Flat Earth believers, science deniers, and conspiracy theorists with respect and sympathy as you would with any mentally challenged person. It's the couch potato ideology. Just say as much as you can about things you don't understand without doing any research, and that makes them feel important and part of a club. In fact, part of a cult. All right, who's the leader? T-Dub, I'm nominating you.
So somebody feels part of a cult and they feel included. So let's start doing some sort of cult panic scare again. Another conspiracy theory. These cultists out there are minding their own business, trying to cope with reality. And they got a problem with that because, like, look at the contradictions. It always walks themselves into a contradiction.
Crit's triggered. Look out. Anyways.
I'm already in a cult.
Yeah, you're the leader. We know. We just nominated you.
Well, yeah, that's the cult of T-Dub. I'm the leader, the president, and the only existing member. And I'm not sending out invitations.
No invitations. Me, myself, and I. All positions are filled. Thank you.
The parties are great.
Anyways, where were we? They imagine they know something that nobody else knows. They've found a secret that they can expose when in fact, as we all, I suppose that's as with all conspiracies, it's based on storytelling, Chinese whispers and lies. Unfortunately, it's a mental illness and that's been verified. Oh, really? It's a lot like the compulsion to gamble. They are not able to control it, even though they've been proved wrong hundreds of times. They will stick to the script and repeat ad nausea the same script over and over again. Even when they've been given the answers to the questions they always ask, they just rinse and repeat. Some who actually know the earth isn't flat, the grifters, scammers, liars, and thieves, of course have followers, the minions, the less educated and the vulnerable to soak up the lies like a sponge, and they think they're so clever. The thing is, it becomes dangerous in the wrong hands, and people have lost their money, their home, their significant other, and their children because they can't leave it alone, like a drug. Addiction, and they will never admit they're wrong because what you're saying to them, what you're explaining to them, doesn't fit their preconceived, indoctrinated verbal diarrhea. Very few flat earth minions make any money because unfortunately they haven't got the education or inclination, so they carry on repeating what they've been told to repeat in a never-ending circle. Some do escape the rabbit hole, but it's usually far too late. They seriously need help because they can't help themselves, need some serious research. Now that is somebody, now that's the end of it, that is somebody that is so indoctrinated and got their head stuck so far up their ass, all they can do is think shit. I think I summed that one up well, Crit.
Yeah. They're too far gone at that point.
That person, do they have a name or have they got some...
Yeah, there'll be some sock account profile that they're hiding behind.
Might not be.
I think he's in cognitive dissonance right now on the home server.
Oh, well, this person looks like they're about 50, give or take. They got their little photo there. Ah, profile, comedian. Oh, well, you're gone. You're a troll. See you later. Anyways. Better find another post. Scrolling. Welcome to our new members. Remember, we are a discussion group for both sides. Please play respectfully. Yeah. Sure. Here we go. Someone's got a few questions. 7 questions. It's not that long a post, so this is good. I have a few questions. I'm trying not to make fun. I genuinely like to learn, and I like to know all sides of an argument. Number 1, if the Earth is indeed flat, how is it that all other observable bodies in our solar system and others even further out are spherical?
Loaded question.
Thank you. Number 2. What evidence is there that the Earth is surrounded by a dome besides the Bible? Well, I've never claimed a dome.
Copernicus.
Has anyone else?
No.
The Copernicus model.
Copernicus.
The Copernican model. Yeah, there you go. But that's just a model, so we've got to validate that. Verify it. So just throwing models at it, we're no better than the Globers. We don't want that. That's silly.
No, but it'd be interesting to get him to argue against his own idea. He'd be like, hey, so the Copernicus is wrong, right? He goes, no, Copernicus has nailed it, man. He was way ahead of his time. He was prosecuted, by the church. And so he's talking about the firmament. All of a sudden, the what? Right here, page whatever, firmament.
All right.
Oh no, not that.
Just about. And just about every ancient culture's depiction of the universe. You know what I mean? Like, by that standard, consensus rules, right?
All right. Number 3. How would you explain why seasons differ by location on a flat Earth model? Well, the sun moves. It varies its path.
Yep.
And the seasons follow the sun.
I only have I call it a correlation because like, really it is. It's a direct observed experience, right? Like an experience during the year, right? So during the colder months, the sun is lower in the sky, right? And closer hugs the horizon kind of thing more closely, right? And in the summer, it's like more higher and more directly above me in the sky during the hot months. So there's that correlation, and it's moving across the sky daily. But yeah, but throughout the year, its path across the sky seems to vary with respect to the horizon and zenith, right? So yeah, well, my zenith. Yeah. That's just the correlation that anyone can make. It's observer-centric, of course, but whatever.
Yeah, when the sun's over our head, it seems to be bloody hot. When it's over someone else's head, it seems to be hot at their place. Maybe the sun moves. Shit.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if you could post a link for here and see if they would be willing to, or just an audio clip, or just a YouTube channel. But yeah, right here, people got the answers you're looking for.
All right, what about number 4?
Yeah, good opportunity.
What kind of tools or equations do you use to quantify your belief in a flat Earth?
Lasers, theodolites, sextants.
Y equals mx plus b.
Water levels. Y equals mx plus b. Yeah.
All right, that was an easy one.
Our eyes. High-powered zoom technology.
Water level.
What else? Sorry, what was that?
Water level.
Yeah, water level, yeah.
Yep, all right, we crushed that one. Okay, number 5. How can you explain how the tide works if there is no such thing as gravity? You know when QE's doing his show and he's got the what sound?
Yeah.
That's where that should have been played.
Scooby-Doo go, huh? Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
So what is
that
it
would
with?
have been perfect. So again, can you explain how the tide works if there is no such thing as gravity? Yeah, they're called tidal nodes.
Still kind of a loaded question because not everybody's going to have the same view about gravity, etc. Like because you've got your what are they called? What is it? What is it? They dielectric accelerationists, whatever. Yeah,
it's interesting. So this guy's claiming that gravity is the reason tides work. I think that's what he's trying to lend to. Like, he just sounds like a complete beginner.
It's a question.
I don't think he's actually. Yeah. Why is it that some places have zero tides and other places have crazy off the scales tides? Like if this quote unquote gravity is the cause of this tidal effect, wouldn't it be more consistent? And wouldn't it be happening to lakes, rivers, ponds, every single body of water?
Right, exactly. And you've got people like Brian Cox and astrophysicists and theoretical physicists like Brian Cox and Neil deGrasse Tyson coming out with videos saying, with headlines like, "What you thought you knew about tides is wrong," right? And then they go on to describe what's actually happening is that it's not just the moon, it's the moon and the sun's influence on, creating gravitational fields and their influence on the Earth's surface, right, causing an equatorial bulge to occur, right, of ocean, right, and through which the land rotates.
Yeah, that's just off its head, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what they're saying is the reason for tides, and they're standing by it. And I mean, so
why is it? If that's the case, and there's a bulge, if that's the case, and there's a bulge, and we're rotating through it, why is it some places have these extremely massive tides, and other places have like only 20 mils difference?
Right. And so some places should be becoming totally submerged.
So at the equator, the bulge should be the greatest. So all of the places that are closest to the equator should have the greatest tides. And as we get further and further and further away from line zero, the equator, as we're getting further away from that, whether it's positive 20 or negative 20, the tides should get less and less and less and less and less, all the way to the Arctic and Antarctic, where the tides are 0. That's what should be happening if we're rotating into the bulge and out of it. But anyways.
Right, yeah. I'd say overall, though, it's kind of an unknown. But, I mean, like, maybe there's, there's dynamics taking place, subterranean, submarine and subterranean processes causing, pressure changes and temperature changes. Wind is a big factor that plays a part in causing waves, which tides are just described as being long period waves. So, there's other reasons. See,
so
it's
higher
not just
wind
so
means
black
a
and white.
difference in air pressure. Difference in air pressure, difference in elevation of your water, so high and low tides. Yeah.
Yeah, eddies form, currents form, there's all different things going on. But even their own side doesn't solely put it all down to gravity and the moon's influence on the oceans. It adds in the other things, like weather conditions, temperature changes, from, thermal vents and all sorts of stuff, like going on weather, all of it chucked in. And then they add in plus the moon's gravitational influence. Yeah. So we take that away, we take that out. Does that mean no more tides? Take that one thing out. Take the moon and that gravitational idea away.
There's still all that.
Yeah, do we still have tides? Yeah, right. So
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Did it without gravity. There we go. Next one. How would you explain an eclipse, solar and lunar? Just says you have to explain it. Doesn't mean you have to verify it.
The light becomes occulted. How's that?
Sounds all right.
I don't know, bro.
Okay, lucky last, number 7. What is the purpose of time zones on a flat Earth? So confused little boys and girls know what time to get out of bed in the morning?
What was the question?
What is the purpose of time zones on a flat Earth? Well, probably the same purpose for a freaking time zone on a ball-tart Earth.
Yeah, what the heck? Well, it depends what he means by time zones. Whether he means those, those, socio-political, social and political, economical junctions in regions, that they're talking about, or is he talking about night and day?
As this, someone's gone through, and there's a pretty decent write-up. Anyways, we've said our little 10 cents worth. Let's read what someone else has put down. Hey, I really appreciate that you ask these questions openly and respectfully. That's exactly how real learning happens. I'll answer each one briefly with things you can actually go check yourself. No trust NASA required. Number 1, why are all other planets, moons and sun visibly spherical? Gravity pulls matter into the shape that requires the least energy. Oh, this is a ball-tard, this one, obviously. Anything bigger than about 600 kilometres in diameter becomes a sphere, or very close, because gravity overcomes the material strength. You can see Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant stars through a backyard telescope and watch them rotate as perfect balls. If gravity works everywhere else we look, it's reasonable it works here too. Oh. Interesting. So number 2, evidence for a dome that isn't just the Bible. There isn't any physical evidence that survives testing. High-altitude weather balloons with non-fisheye cameras, 80 to 120,000 feet, show the horizon still at eye level. No, it's not. The camera's looking down. And curvature becoming visible. Amateur rockets and balloons regularly exceed the supposed dome height, 100 to 200 kilometres. Oh, wow, someone put a limit to it. In most flat Earth models. Oh. So, in a model... Oh, we didn't put a model out there. Damn. And keep going with no impact. No verifiable photos or measurements of a solid
there's multiple verifiable photos, so you're wrong about that. But keep going up.
Well, let's get one. Let's see that monkey. What does it look like?
Post one in the side chat. Oh, just so you know, China, these answers are actually from a globe earther. So you've just kicked another glober in the nuts. Well done.
Yeah, if there's any globers saying we cannot demonstrate these things to be true, then he's a flat earther pretending to be a glober.
Well, how about you post up your claim in the side chat? Y'all.
I already did. It's the blue marble.
The blue marble.
Yeah.
A photograph of a painting. Well done.
It's not a painting. So you're wrong
model.
about that already.
It's a photograph of a model. It's
wrong.
A paper mache ball.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
Not the first. Wait.
Yes. It
no,
is.
It's not. You're wrong.
So let me get. Just hold on.
Not a painting.
The blue marble was taken allegedly whilst they were travelling to the moon. So these guys are in a dick-shaped object, flying point first towards the moon, and they managed to look out the window at a sphere that's directly behind this dick-shaped object. How are they taking photos looking sideways when what they're supposed to be taking photos of is behind them?
They could just tilt the camera, and that's it.
Tilt the camera. And how is tilting the camera going to help when the thing's behind? You don't have such a luxury when you're looking out a tube.
The window is...
You're not looking out the back of it. You're looking out the side of it.
Again. This is you not understanding, okay? You misunderstood.
No, this is you not understanding. I want you to hold up, wait for it. China, shut up and listen. I want you to... By the way. Why the fuck... Look, fix him up again. It must have been 40 minutes. I want you to grab yourself a basketball. I want you to grab yourself a toilet roll. And I want you to hold the toilet roll about 10 yards away from the basketball. So you can look through the toilet roll at the basketball. Now I want you to imagine that you're inside that fucking tube looking sideways out of it. You're not going to see your little ball Earth. I'm sorry. So that photograph was an impossibility. And the fact that space violates the second law of thermodynamics, you're out. Game over. So anyways, let's get back to ripping Facebook apart. Ah, yes. Evidence for the dome that isn't just the Bible. Oh, no, we read that one.
Yeah, Copernicus.
Next. Yeah. Okay, 3. Seasons on a flat Earth model. The common flat Earth explanation is a small sun circling above the disk. Oh, a disk. Wow. Getting closer / further from the North Pole centre. Problem. That would make summer days longer and the sun visibly smaller and dimmer in winter. Because it's further away. We never see the sun shrink or grow noticeably throughout the year, and the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which thousands of people have filmed, is impossible on the standard flat Earth map. Oh, there you go, boys. We're doomed.
Where's that map at? Yeah. Let's see that map.
Okay. Number 4. Tools or equations flat earthers use. Most rely on personal observation and distrust of institutions rather than equations. Laser measurements, which one of those is distrust of institutions? Laser measurements, which ones are those? That could come under personal observation.
That seems like a trust of institutions. You're trusting that the people made these lasers correctly.
Well, yeah. We're trusting that the laser light is straight, not just conforming to an 8-inch per mile squared curvature rate.
Yeah, it sounds like they've said that the laser is built to match the curve of the Earth.
Anyways, when the math is used, e.g. the azimuthal equidistant map,
which is a globe,
distances in the southern hemisphere don't match reality.
Oops,
example
model.
The flight Sydney to Santiago is, give or take, 12 to 13 hours. But on the common flat Earth map, that distance should almost be twice as far as Sydney to LA, which is only 8 hours. Maptard, you don't know how to read an AE map, bet ya. Real flight times and shipping routes match the globe, not the flat map. Ooh. Number 5, tides without gravity. This will be interesting. The globe model predicts 2 tidal bulges, one facing the moon, one opposite, that move around the Earth, giving most places 2 high tides per day. Flat Earth explanations, electromagnetism, density, water finds its level, etc., can't explain why the tide schedule moves westward around the planet at, give or take, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but much slower near the poles. Exactly what the moon's gravity predicts. So most places get 2 tides a day. Yeah, that's why it happens every 7 hours. But anyways, any hardcore fishermen out there? How often do tides change? Anyways.
Yeah.
Eclipses. Lunar eclipses. Earth's round shadow moves across the moon. You can see the curve with your own eyes. Solar eclipse. The moon perfectly covers the sun because they appear almost exactly the same size from Earth. Moon is 400 times smaller, but 400 times closer. On a flat model with a close small sun, total solar eclipses that last minutes and move in a narrow path across thousands of miles are impossible. Oh, okay. Tell us how you predict those things again. We'll wait. 7. Time zones on a flat Earth. On the typical flat Earth map, the sun is a spotlight, a few thousand miles up. Hang on a minute. You said one of our models it's only 200 kilometres high. Anyways, a few thousand miles up, that would light half the disk at once. And the 3-hour time difference between New York and LA would require the sun to be enormous or impossibly high. Worse, midnight sun in Antarctica and 24-hour darkness inside the Arctic Circle are observed and live streamed every year. Impossible unless the sun is circling a globe. And that was the end of his shit, and now he's got a little write-up afterwards. The beautiful thing is you don't have to trust any government or agency. You can watch a ship disappear hull first over the horizon, bring binoculars, drive south in Chile or Argentina and watch entirely different stars appear that are never visible from the northern hemisphere. Book a cruise to Antarctica in December/January and see 24-hour daylight with. Use the free app Flight Trader 24 and watch real-time flights that only make sense on a globe. Every single one of these is repeatable by regular people with no special access. I used to think some of this stuff was suspicious too, until I started testing the claims myself. The globe model isn't perfect because people are trustworthy. It's trustworthy because it keeps predicting things you can go verify tonight with a $100 telescope or a plane ticket. Happy to talk more, genuinely respect the curiosity. So which globetard was that? So I know to... Yeah, you're an idiot. Alright. See what people have sent back to him. Oh, let him cook. Okay. Also, the tide bulges themselves don't move around the Earth. It's actually that we rotate into the tide bulge. Oh my goodness. If I throw up, you'll know why. Blah, blah, blah. I'm right here with you. My questions were more directed at those who believe the Earth is in shape. Though I do appreciate your input, and I hope that it helps Flat Earth believers take some time to actually do some more in-depth research on the subject. It made for great engagement, and hopefully it helps some of those who are on the fence. Ah, so you are a troll. Get off. Next. So, at the start, it sounded like he was just a complete numpty with no idea, and he was after engagement. Well, that's probably why no one cared. Alright. Ooh, if the moon is a hologram, how can amateur ham radio operators use it to bounce a signal to the other side of the globe? Crit, that's you. Oh, that's only an average right up. So, a question for Flat Earthers. Goose, are you even in the chat? And you're posting stuff up. What do you got? Buoyancy is the upward force exerted by a fluid that opposes the weight of an object. And then when you go down and read it, density of fluid. So what are you saying? Is it the density or the weight that's the problem? Goosey, what are you trying to do?
Oh, I was just posting the buoyancy equation.
So if you put a item that's less dense into a medium that's more dense, what happens?
It goes up.
Good boy.
Yeah, and the buoyancy equation is how we determine.
So not gravity then?
No, but the buoyancy equation, right? It shows
Not
us
gravity.
how it moves the force that's applied to it.
Not gravity. That's
Right, gravity's part of the equation, though.
well, gravity's just a number. It's an equation itself to describe the speed at which things go down in the medium of air.
Right, but this also works in the medium of water, too.
What's the causational mechanism of gravity?
It's just acceleration.
It's just acceleration. So
Yeah.
all gravity is just things going down at approximately 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yep.
In the medium of air.
Nope, not just the medium of air, because you use the buoyancy equation in any medium, and you still have to.
So
use
you're
G.
telling me if I drop a feather, it goes down at a given rate in air, but yet it floats on water, why wouldn't it continue to go down at the same rate?
Right, it's like a force. So when you're calculating the buoyant force, right?
So
hear me out.
it's
Hear me out,
different
mate.
depending on what medium it's in.
So hear me out, mate.
gravity, as the claim, is in the medium of air.
No. Let me
9.8
simplify
meters
this.
per second squared. There's a formula to
simplify this for
describe
you.
the speed.
When you're calculating the buoyant force, you take the density of the fluid, you multiply it by the volume, and then you multiply it by the gravitational acceleration due to gravity, and that gives
So
you
9.8 meters.
force.
So due to gravity. Hold on. You just said gravity was just a formula. So now gravity is an actual something. What is the something?
I'm just showing you the buoyancy.
You just said due to gravity. So
do you
is that
accept
what you're now claiming? Gravity is something else.
Do you accept the buoyancy equation?
I don't accept anything.
Okay.
So
there it is.
What are you trying to get to? You come in here, post the buoyancy equation. Is this your proof of curvature? Because you haven't been here for a while.
No, the Earth is flat, man. What are you talking about curvature? There's no curvature.
How did you come to that conclusion?
He was in here like a week ago with the same shit.
Really? Back to Facebook. Anyways,
answer.
Yeah, he's a laugher. He's not a real flat earther.
I'm
He's just pretending. He's pretending.
You're saying I believe the Earth
shut
is
up,
a
Goose.
globe.
We've got better things to do. Right. Anyways, where was I? Yeah. Question for flat earthers. What altitude is the sun at? I ask this because the motion of the sun, as we see it each day, defies any flat earth model. We can, by ready observation, see the sun moving through a near consistent arc throughout the daylight hours. This is at about 15 degrees per hour. If you are close to the equator and apart from slight seasonal variations and some slight distortion when it's close to the horizon due to refraction. Holy shit. On a flat earth, its traverse each day would not be a near consistent angular rate, but fastest while at its highest and slower as it was near the horizon. One flat earther claimed the sun was 50 miles up. That would mean it flashing overhead on its 1,000 mile approximate journey around the equator in a handful of seconds. He then doubled it to 100 miles, which made no material difference. Of course, he was doubtly dumb. So, flat earthers, what altitude is the sun at, and why does it move at near consistent angular rate when on a flat earth it cannot? And when I crunch the numbers to show that this is still obviously wrong, what will you say then? Oh, well, if you've crunched the numbers, just tell us the numbers instead of fucking around. Well, I'm just going to do what everyone else does. Somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 miles. To be verified. There we go.
To be continued.
And what do we got here? Someone's posted up. A common response from flat earthers is that the sun is 3,000 miles up and about 32 miles across. Yeah, well, I've heard 3,600 and about 37 miles across. Sun and moon are only 100 miles up. Oh, someone's putting pretty decent numbers on there. Here is a... What was that? 1 hour 30 hyperspeed time-lapse video recorded of the moon. Well, that's great. They're talking about the sun. That's cool. So the 24,000 mile equator, that means the 1,000 mile an hour sun will go from a 45 degree elevation on one side to 45 degree elevation the other side in just 12 minutes and spend nearly all the daytime low down near the horizon. Clearly and obviously not the case. Next dumb guess. What? What was that linked to? Oh, that was the 100 mile up one. Right. To criticise a flat earth model, one must know one. Here's a quick AR response to a flat earth model and the sun as you described. Not saying you're wrong or right, just saying. Oh, let's click on that. Okay, here's how it's often described in flat earth concepts. So this is AI. Local spotlight. The sun is a relatively small nearby light source moving in circles above the flat earth. Changing altitude in degrees. As it circles, its height, angle above the horizon, changes. Lower altitude means it's further away, weaker light like sunrise, sunset. Consistent angle to plane. It maintains a certain angle above the flat plane, but its distance and angle to a specific observer changes dramatically, creating the illusion of a giant arc. And that's AI's perspective. Common response, flat Earth is the sun 3,000 miles up, 32 miles across. I have no idea where they got those numbers from. And it was calculated from the divergent sun rays out of some cloud from a distance with assumed height of that cloud. Then other FE believers take up this number as standard height of the sun. I think it's kind of fits with observing the sun with the solar noon, equinox, 45 degrees latitude, but not any other point, of course. There you go. So someone who lives at 45. Oh, that's not very nice. If space satellites were real, then why is Google Earth taking photos with planes, drones, and cars? Yoink. I'll steal that picture. I might put that up there. Someone just dropped in. Welcome. I don't know who it was. Oh, here's some. Oh, that's a little bit of a write-up. Let's have a look here. Sounds like someone having a sook. So I've been in this group for a while and hardly ever comment. And this is my first original post. I joined out of sheer curiosity because I genuinely wanted to understand how flat earth believers back up their claims. What I have discovered is that gravity denial is central to the flat earth argument. Oh, hold on a second. Man sets up laser, points it over large lake, measures height of laser at starting point, travels 21 miles along laser, measures height of laser off of water at 21 miles distance, notices same elevation of laser. Nope, there's no gravity denial in that.
Wait. You found Master Debater on Facebook.
Alright. Anyways. What I've discovered is gravity denial is central to the flat earth argument. So, with that in mind, I have some genuine questions. Challenges, if you will, to that denial.
Genuine, I bet, yeah.
Yeah, wait for it. If gravity does not exist, then I have a genuine question for every density and buoyancy believer here. Density only explains why heavier objects sink relative to lighter ones. Buoyancy only
doesn't explain it. Go on, sorry.
Buoyancy only explains how something floats when surrounded by a denser. Neither explains the real question. What force is causing the denser object to move downward at all? Why down? Okay. If you remove gravity from the equation, there should be no reason that a bowling ball sinks and a balloon rises. Motion.
Yeah, there is. The density.
Motion requires force. Direction requires cause. If the Earth is flat and gravity is not real, what invisible mechanism is pulling denser objects down and pushing less dense objects up? Where's Professor Triangle when you want him?
Well, I'd just say gravity. Gravity is the thing that is making sure that things are arranged in that form. I'm not claiming to know exactly what it is and how it works, why it does what it does, like why matter arranges itself the way it does. I'll just say it's gravity.
I love how these guys are asking us these questions, why down? And that's basically what the question is, why down? But yet they've never looked into it themselves. Okay, let's change the shape of the ground. Let's imagine it's a big ball tard. Why down? Why not slightly to the left? You know, like, same question, just a different shaped ground underneath your feet. Why down?
Like you're describing my member man. Sorry, that was bad.
Oh, shit. Here we go. Are you suggesting there is only downward force for dense matter and only upward force for less dense matter? Because that sounds like you replaced gravity with two magical forces instead of one measurable one. A simple challenge. If buoyancy makes things rise, what force makes them fall? If density explains sinking, what initiates downward acceleration? If there is no gravity, why do objects accelerate rather than simply float motionless where they are placed? Saying density and buoyancy without explaining the driving force is like saying cars move because they have tyres whilst ignoring the engine. I'm not mocking, I'm asking logically. Explain the force, not the outcome. The force. Sounds like you're hooked on Star Wars, bro.
Just say gravity.
Forces.
I mean, if they, you know, if they were to reply to me, well, what do you mean by that? What is gravity? I'll say, I don't know. Next question. Just like Neil deGrasse Tyson when he was asked.
Just play the Neil deGrasse Tyson clip.
When he was asked, right? Did he turn around and say, "Well, it's mass attracting mass"? No. Did he say,
said, I don't know.
It's
Next
the
question.
bending and curvature of space-time, right? It's warping of space-time due to disproportional distribution. No, he didn't say it. He just said, I don't know. Next question.
Yeah, he's pretty quick to say that. Don't know. Next question.
So why can't I do that as a flat earther? It's gravity. What's gravity? I don't know. Next question.
Yeah, but they've already strawmanned us and told us that we don't believe in that right at the start.
Well, like I said, like, look.
Because it says at the start, what I've discovered is that gravity denial is central to the flat earth argument.
Yeah, and that's where we have to get into the minutiae, right? That's where we have to get into the finer details.
If you said gravity, their whole us denying gravity would just be thrown out the window. So it's not that you deny it, you agree with it, it's just you don't know what the shit is.
Right. I deny that there's scientific evidence to suggest that mass pulls magically, invisibly on other matter, a conglomeration of matter. It reaches out with invisible arms and grabs onto other things, and that these other things are trying to do the same thing proportionally, right, with their amount of matter, you know. So, like, all that, I don't think that there's any scientific evidence for that. And when there's this other description of it where it's mass somehow magically, just because of its sheer presence in space, right, distorts the space-time surrounding it. Space-time being some sort of conceptual fabric, right? Like, okay, yeah, I deny that because I still don't see any scientific evidence that that's what's happening either. That's the reason that matter configures itself the way it does and density towers form. I don't know why density towers form. It's just the way it freaking is.
Well, how's this for a response? So somebody's decided. There's 222 comments. So it is very... Actually, I better click on... No. It is very similar to the believer versus atheist argument. Circular. No one has objective empirical proof, and what you are left with is two sides arguing over beliefs. Do I believe the Earth is flat? No. Can I personally prove that it isn't? No. Do I believe that the Earth is a globe, or at least globular? Yes. Some say it's an obloid. Can I personally prove that it is? No. Am I going to change that belief? Not unless someone can provide me with absolute objective proof that I'm incorrect in my belief. And that alone has 15 replies. So, here we go. The very first one, straight up him. You absolutely can prove it yourself. Go to the ocean, go out until you can't see any land. The reason you can only see 3 miles in any direction is because the Earth curves away from you in every direction. Wow. And the first guy that posted up, his response back to that the big one I read out. Comparing gravity to God is like comparing a hammer to a unicorn. You can believe in either one, sure, but only one of them lets you drop a wrench on your foot and feel the result instantly. Gravity is not a philosophy or a faith structure, it's a measurable force. We don't accept gravity because it might be real, we accept it because we can, number one, measure its acceleration, 9.8 metres per second squared, every day of the week. Number two, observe its effects. Things fall, orbits hold, tides move. 3, predict outcomes with mathematical accuracy. And 4, repeat experiments endlessly with the same results. Oh, wait for TW to kick off here. Oh, welcome. Not a problem. Okay. Try that with God. You cannot drop 2 rocks and pray one falls slower. There's no equation for religion that predicts the trajectory of a thrown baseball to within millimetres. Gravity does not require belief.
Oh, yes, there is.
It works whether you accept it or not, and that's the fatal difference.
What's the letter that they say that value stands for? What's the letter again? The letter that presents the 9.8 meters per second. G, right. G. What does God start with?
G.
Just replace it. That's not gravity. That's God. That means God. I'll just put that in there. G, it means God in that instance. So now that equation works for me with God.
So after that first big one that I read out, well, scrolling down, and someone's posted on there, there's also lack of curvature. That's all they posted.
Nice.
Oh, wow. So after all that, yeah, just a lack of curvature, mate. That should sort of throw a bit of a spanner in the works. What's this?
Why can't I do that?
But your question simply debunks the non-existence of gravity. Gravity is the answer to most of the questions asked. Yeah. So there you go.
Well, their excuse.
Interesting, some of these posts. I know this. Notice the billionaire CEO $3 billion one has come up about 50 freaking times. Oh. Kostya is typing. Is he even in the channel? No. Well, I wonder what type of nonsense we're going to get in the side chat. Come on, bro. Type away. Even accounting for refraction, cities 300 miles away shouldn't be visible. Yeah, don't worry about the refraction thing. Just put that to the side and you'll be right. That opens up another can of worms on its own. What do we got? What refutes science? Better science. What doesn't refute science? Your feelings, your religion, your favourite politician, your half-baked opinion after watching 2 YouTube videos. Ooh, that could go either way. I don't know if it's a Glober or a Flatty that's chucked that up. Might just steal that and put it in my memes folder. Get in there. Alright, what's this clown shoes got? Oh, better click on that, open it up. People who get into conspiracy stuff, flat earthers for example, kind of fall into this trap where they only look for things that confirm what they already believe. Yeah, everyone has biases. You guys do too. For example, I look at the moon,
man, that's projection.
Therefore the earth is the fucking... I know.
Such projection. God dang it.
Anyways, I'll keep going.
It's rich.
We'll try again. People who get into conspiracy stuff, flat earthers for example, kind of fall into this trap where they only look for things that confirm what they already believe. Anything that doesn't fit, they just ignore it or twist it until it somehow supports their theory. Okay.
All right, can we stop there just for a sec?
Yeah.
Because I've really got to point this out right at this very moment. It's actually the opposite. It's that they had the bias of being on a globe and went out and made observations and measurements which contradicted their previously held bias, forcing them to have to change their mind and their view on what on their previously held belief. It's actually the opposite of what he's talking about. It wasn't that they wanted the Earth to be flat; they were globers and went, "We're going out to prove this shit," and false, and ended up doing the opposite. Yeah.
What do you want to be when you grow up, T-Dub? I want to be a flat earther, miss.
Right. So they went out looking for confirmation of the globe. Like that was their bias that they went looking for evidence of. Right? It's not like he's saying. That's terrible. But continue on. Sorry.
Yep. A lot of it comes from anxiety and paranoia. So they automatically distrust anything official. Governments, scientists, experts, whatever. But the funny part is that sharing these theories actually makes them feel important. Like they're a part of some elite little club that knows the truth, whilst everyone else is asleep. And that feeling becomes addictive. Every time they post something and get that little rush of, I am different, I know something you don't, their brain hits them with dopamine. So no matter how much evidence you show them, they're not letting go, because the belief isn't just a belief anymore. It's part of who they are and how they feel good about themselves.
Oh, that is so fucking rich, man. Just turn it around. Just change the word fucking flat to globe. That just applies to everything that the globers do, man. What the heck is this guy on? And so what? Does that mean we're wrong? So what if there's people out there that are hooked, addicted to having the upper hand in a debate or whatever? Like, does that mean they're wrong?
How's this? The first guy that's posted 653 comments, the top rated comment from person XYZ. I'm a psychologist and I'm calling bullshit on this. We'll gladly discuss it with anyone, but you're right about distrust and they're right to distrust. You should too. The rest is actually your own ego thinking you're superior. Happy to give you a session anytime.
Oh, nice.
How is that for a burn? I'm giving you a like. That was 6 days ago. So you can have a like from me. And that guy got 30 replies.
I actually hope that he is a Glober.
I don't care what he is. That was so worth it.
Yeah. It would be awesome for that to come from their own side back at them, like, hey, bro, like, that's, you got a bunch of misconceptions and using a bunch of logical fallacies. And he can see right through the projection. He can see right through it. If he's an actual psychologist, then he's seeing it. But anybody can see it, really. Like,
yeah. Anyways, let's get another one. Ticking down. Today's Friday, isn't it? Oh, man, I can stay up to all sorts of crazy hours. If we get other people in, please say g'day, because I'm just going to be talking this shit if no one else wants to fill dead air. So, anyways. Oh, here we go. I'm trying to learn this stuff. How tall is the ice wall that surrounds us all?
Well, Sonny, it's about 800.
I was going to do my best Rodney Rude. It's pretty big, but not as big as your mum's bum.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, wow. One of the comments, not tall enough. The Mexicans keep getting over. Acknowledging bodies of water need to be contained is step one. Congrats for getting to common sense. Now, how tall? Do your research. Oh, next stupid question. I'm curious. If the Earth is flat, how thick is it? Well, not as thick as some of the ballers that are walking around on it. I can tell you that for free.
It's a thick boy.
Oh, wow. This is good. Okay, here we go. Dear Flurfs, we don't have to disprove that the Earth is flat. Eratosthenes did that with sticks and shadows about 2,300 years ago. And every bit of legitimate science and observation performed by humans since that time has confirmed it. Every bit of legitimate science and observation performed by humans? Well, let's just say, hypothetically, that Matrix has voyeuristic tendencies and he likes looking at naughty things. That observation proves the shape of the Earth? I think not.
What about our observations?
Oh, wow.
Right. Like, yeah, exactly. You, right.
Anyways.
Whatever you do in your spare time, but I mean...
I couldn't help myself, like, seriously. I flipped over a porno and, oh, wow, the Earth is curved. Holy shit.
Must be. Look at that. Yeah. Like,
wow.
But what about legit? Like, seriously though, what about all the observations we've made? What about horizon distances being in orders of magnitude further? He said every observation, that humans have made.
Well, he also said every bit of legitimate science. Oh, now putting that legitimate in front of science, ooh, that's a nasty one. That's not going to leave the ball as much.
So our observations aren't legitimate, like.
Yeah, so let's just read that again. Right. We don't have to disprove that the Earth is flat. Eratosthenes did that with sticks and shadows about 2,300 years ago. And every bit of legitimate science and observation, so these observations have to be legitimate also, performed by humans since that time has confirmed it. Wow.
What's a legitimate observation? I mean, if you get down to like 3 inches above the surface of a lake and point your camera across it, and there's no horizon at 1.22, right, yeah, right. That's not legitimate. Legitimate, right? That's not a legitimate observation.
What makes them legitimate? Where do they go from legitimate observations? What's the threshold? What's the line that they go from non-legitimate to all of a sudden, yep, tick, you get the little green tick. You to the left. No, the other left. That guy, you get the green tick because you're over the line. At what point is that line? Where do we go from non-legitimate to legitimate? What's the line? Just so I can dance on it. No Globers in there. Legitimise our claims. Come on. You know you want to.
Maybe it's because I was born out of wedlock.
Oh.
So my observations are all illegitimate.
So he's just bastardised his claims. Oh no. Anyways, and we'll go on. But okay, allow me to disprove it for you. In order for globe Earth to be a lie, it would mean that literally thousands upon thousands of people over the course of hundreds of years have been in a perfectly coordinated, multinational, multidisciplinary, multi-generational conspiracy to hide the truth. And as technology has advanced, continue to pump huge, untold amounts of money into this massive fraud to keep it going, while the entire time have also managed to keep any indisputable evidence of this deception from ever having leaked. Ever.
Right, see, because, the horizon's not out there for anybody to observe, and, oh my God, bro. How many times did he say multiple? And massive and immense. He's like that guy off Sunny in Philadelphia. Volumes, data, fossil records.
Yes.
Oh God.
That's a great clip. I like that. And they've done this and continue to do it for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Words do not exist to adequately express how impossible and absurd and stupid that entire scenario is. Well, you're the silly fuckknuckle that made it up, not us. There. You can be totally free of this dumb thing. You're welcome.
What, wow. Free of the indoctrination?
Woohoo! Ah, yes. Wow.
Oh, wow. I think the lady does protest too much. That's what I think.
What do we got here? Next dumb question. Still working on the science. If we are all on a big flat disc, what keeps it from just flipping over and dumping all of us off into space? Wow. I want to reply. I want to put a comment in there. It's got 64 comments. Yeah, mate. God's just about to flip the coin and decide what happens to us. We're living on tails, and that's up at the moment, so brace yourself. Fuck me dead. Anyways. What's this? Obviously, if Earth is the closest and next largest object to the moon, and every single shadow that has ever processed the face of the moon during every single lunar eclipse ever has always been curved, how can the Earth be flat? Okay, that was a lot to ask why the shadow is curved, but anyways. Please give your deductive reasoning for theorising that the Earth could be flat based on the facts stated above.
Also, if you don't believe the Earth is the closest and next largest object to the Moon, then you must show linked evidence to confirm why you believe it's not. Those moving the goalpost, tossing memes, copy and paste word salad, and making claims that you cannot back with a link to the data to confirm these claims will be ignored, as this question is for the adults in this group not suffering from illusory perception, differential susceptibility, paranoia, schizotropy, narcissism, Dunning-Kruger, or tossing ad hominems. Well, Mr. I just made this post, you're out. Ooh.
I want very specific type of evidence. And any type of evidence that you give me is already qualifying you as schizo. So, good luck.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Someone posted this up yesterday. Can flat earthlings please explain how globers can predict when solar eclipses are going to happen, and when it will happen, and even how wide and how long the shadow will last for? If it were caused by the so-called local sun and moon, I would like to see how flat earthers predict it with their models. Here are some future solar eclipses as predicted by Earth being a globe. Oh, click on comments. Get in there. What do you got? And the first one, because they use flat Earth data to know when it happens. Duh. Has anyone put in... Yeah, that's in another language. That doesn't help me. So is that. One FE says, an eclipse is not a mechanical shadow, but a predictable optical interference in the psi field resulting from the cyclical modulation of the ether density. And the sinusoidal shapes are not the result of a shadow thrown on a ball, but rather a visualization of the wavy nature of the dog field and its optical interference moving above the stationary surface. Say what? And he's posted up a little picture. And this picture's got more. Okay, you confuse the ability to perceive cycles with evidence of the shape of the Earth. Because the Babylonians predicted eclipses with perfect precision thousands of years before the heliocentric was created, just using the Saros cycle. Modern science has only taken over this ancient observational data and put it into their equations, and you are recklessly taking it for bulletproof. In the alternate model, an eclipse is not a mechanical shadow, but a predictable optical interference in the psi field resulting from modulation of ether density. Precision of the forecast therefore comes from the unchanging repetition of movements on the firm. That is the software and not from the shape of the hardware you are standing on. Your question only proves that you cannot distinguish between a blue clock observation and its geometric interpretation. And that was translated from Polish. Wow.
Who's talking about ether density causing eclipse?
Well, the question, can flat earthlings please explain how globers can predict when solar eclipses are going to happen, and when it'll happen, even how wide and how long the shadow, if it were caused by a so-called local sun. That someone actually posted that about the Saros cycle and a few other crazy things, ether worshippers. But at least he threw the Saros cycle in there. Hopefully our little globetard mate might look at that and go, oh, that's interesting. Doubt it. Anyways. Let's have a look here. Someone's having a cry. Well, after a few years of dumb flat earth memes, uneducated posts, stupid answers to logical questions, pathetic excuses, AI videos and pics, the flat idiots still haven't proven anything. Actually, wait, they did prove it. They are uneducated idiots. So they proved one thing. Congrats, Flurfs. Wow. When was that posted? Yesterday. Yesterday at 10:38 a.m. my time. Right. So, yesterday at 10 o'clock, so whilst I was at work yesterday, did one of you guys seriously hurt somebody? Like hurt their feelings type bad? You kick someone out, they were kicking and screaming and crying. Because that's what this person sounds like. They're in a lot of pain. Yeah, nice. I like that. Earth round. Earth round. Earth round. Who measured it? Wow, someone posted up to that person that was hurting. Idiot. I think not. We are just the non-programmed and are able to think for ourselves. So, idiot, I think not. But you, on the other hand, actually, I say nothing but I care for the Globers and pray for your spell to be broken. Oh, what's this? Can you guys show me on your Gleason map? Well, it's just Gleason's map. That's why it's called Gleason map. If it was Matrix's map, it'd say Matrix map. But anyways, can you guys show me on your Gleason map where the sun should be situated for me right now? Because one of these photos, it looks like our satellite dish is behind it. I shall take another photo when it is close to setting, just above the fence. Neighbouring house roof. Okay. Yeah, I'm not posting that shit. It'll only confuse people. I wish people would talk about bigger issues. Let's talk about buttered sausage. Where it comes from, what it's doing, why it's doing what it does. Oh, some of these good. What do you got? Oh, here we go. Someone... Holy crap, I am... Actually, that's not a bad write-up. That's going to take me... probably... 15 minutes to read that. Good. I'd like to begin with a heartfelt message of appreciation to everyone who has chosen to engage with me, my posts, and my comments over the past few weeks. When I first became interested in the flat earth belief, ooh, don't like him already, I was largely unaware of the many intricacies involved. Since joining this group, my understanding of the complexities of this belief and its many related claims has grown steady thanks to the contributions of members here. Trying to understand the motivating factors behind the belief in flat earth has recently become a self-appointed project for me. Setting aside my existing knowledge to assess this belief with an open mind has been, to say the least, an enjoyable exercise. As I navigated the many crass comments and seemingly impulsive remarks, I was confronted with an onslaught of competing opinions, most of which were delivered with apparent conviction. I knew it was a logical impossibility for these competing beliefs to both be accurate representations of the real world. Nevertheless, certainty came from both sides of the conversation, which intrigued me. So I decided it was time to dust off the old thinking cap and search for an explanation of why two competing beliefs could be held with conviction, even though it was evident that both beliefs cannot be true representations of reality. Two opposing beliefs, both having a cognitive foundation built on logical analysis and empirical evidence, seemed unlikely, and I knew that the globe Earth belief is built on such a foundation, and so I knew that the flat Earth belief was either built on an effective or behavioural-related analysis of information, which made me wonder whether having a belief that is not built on logical analysis would hinder the formulation of well-supported claims that are attached to such a belief. In other words, how likely is it for a belief that lacks logical analysis and empirical evidence to have attached claims that are built on logical analysis and empirical evidence? So, I developed a hypothesis, performed an experiment, analysed the data, drew some conclusions, and wrote the research paper below. It's a 4,000 plus words and 30-minute read, so if you have a spare half an hour and a desire to read and or review such a research paper, then this post might be for you. Are we ready, shoppers?
What?
All right. I won't read the author's name. Research hypothesis. It is hypothesized that if a belief is not based on logical analysis, its effective component will become foundational and impede the formulation of well-supported attached claims. Discipline and sub-disciplines. Cognitive psychology, logic and reasoning, affect psychology, affect congruence, behavioural psychology, cognitive behavioural response, theology, Christian ethics, conspiracy theory studies, philosophy of conspiracy theories. Right. Hypothesis as question. If a belief is not based on logical analysis, would its effective component become foundational and impede the formulation of well-supported attached claims? So, paper title, The Emotional and Behavioural Foundation of Beliefs, Impeding Rational Inquiry. Introduction. Beliefs have three main parts: the cognitive, the affective, and the behavioural. The cognitive part forms the basis of a belief. It explores ideas and reasons. This helps people understand the world and draw conclusions. The affective part covers emotions, and the behavioural part covers actions. A belief shapes emotions and actions because those two parts grow out of the cognitive base. So, testing the hypothesis by conducting an experiment. To test a hypothesis that posits if a belief is not based on logical analysis, will its effective components become foundational and impede the formulation of well-supported claims attached to a belief? I sourced a population of individuals holding such a belief and gathered the claims attached to the belief through an unbiased question and answer process to reduce the likelihood of eliciting undue emotional responses. The results were recorded and claims attached to the belief were analysed. So, claim number 1. Earth's moon is self-illuminating. Analysis of claim. Luminosity is the total amount of energy an object emits per unit of time. A measurement of its intrinsic brightness or radiant power. If Earth's moon produced its own light, it would be expected to always appear full or consistently bright, not wax and wane as it does. Observations of the moon's visible section, made once every 24 hours from the same geographical area, show that the moon's visible section appears to reduce or increase by roughly 10% between each observation. These changes appear to be explained by the concept of lunar phases, and no logical explanation of lunar phases related to a flat Earth model was observed. Self-luminous objects require energy source to produce their luminosity, such as it should be expected that an investigation of a premise asserting the Earth's moon to be self-luminous object would produce evidence of a structured and systematic analysis, allowing for a well-supported reasoning and conclusions. However, no such evidence could be found related to this premise. So, claims 2A and 2B. 2A. All contributions to globe Earth science are lies. 2B. Industries that rely on globe Earth science are built on fraudulent data. So, analysis of claims 2A, 2B. Postulating the idea of the globe Earth model being founded upon lies and fraudulent data doesn't seem to account for the fact that sheer number of individuals remaining ignorant or deceptive for such an idea to successfully propagate defies all methods of logical analysis. A premise that asserts the generally accepted shape of the Earth has been established using flawed or fraudulent methods has failed to produce the sufficient, well-supported conclusions and reasoning required to prove this premise true. The well-supported conclusions and reasoning required to confirm the commonly accepted idea of Earth's shape as being founded on evidence-based propositions were observed. Claim 3. The horizon is an optical illusion. This would be interesting. Analysis of Claim 3. Different types of horizons exist, including the local horizon, which represents the immediate visible boundary that may include features like mountains, and the geographic horizon, which defines the theoretical boundary of what one can see from a specific height. The geographical horizon is the line that separates the Earth's surface from the sky, defined by a plane that is tangent to the Earth's surface at the observer's location. It is also called the visible horizon. Thought someone was going to jump in and attack me there. Nope. Different types of horizons exist, including... Oops, did I... Different types of horizons exist, including the local horizon, which boundary... Has he typed that same thing twice? Also, yeah, he did. If the Earth were flat, you could theoretically see infinitely far. However, factors such as the atmosphere would restrict your view to a few hundred miles for large objects like cities or ships, and even further for bright distant lights. Atmospheric haze, dust and light scattering would act as barriers, reducing visibility much sooner than the theoretical edge of the world. The distance to the visible horizon from ground level for an average person, eyes around 1.7 metres or 5.4 foot, is about 3 miles, 4.7, 4.8 k's, limited by Earth's curvature. Oh, another claim. But increased significantly with heights, allowing you to see much further from a taller vantage point, like a hill or aeroplane. The visible horizon's distance can be calculated with relative ease, using electronic devices like total stations, advanced laser measures, and radar, often by measuring angles or sending signals. However, because the distance to the visible horizon relies heavily on the observer's height and Earth curvature, it's often calculated via trigonometry or built-in software, not just by pointing and shooting a laser to the line. By comparing the distance of the visible horizon, it is possible visible distance if the Earth were flat. Determining the Earth does not have a flat shape appears to be a logical conclusion. Claim 4. Water cannot be demonstrated sticking to a ball. Analysis of Claim 4. Gravity is measured by the acceleration it imparts to a falling object, usually using units of measures per second squared. This value represents how quickly the velocity of a free-falling object increases each second. To gravitationally hold water to its surface, like a planet, a spherical object with a diameter of 1 metre would need a mass of approximately 36 billion kilograms to counteract other forces or prevent escape over geological time. While logic and physics both support claim number 4, the claim appears to insufficiently support its intended conclusion due to the lack of logical connection between possible and impossible experiments, and the claim also contains an apparent flaw in reasoning by the presence of an unverified claim that has no logical bearing on disproving the Earth's rotation. Oh, I didn't know rotation was... Anyways. Claim 5A, 5B. 5A, the vacuum of space has suction. 5B, the Earth's atmosphere cannot exist next to a vacuum. Cool. Common expressions that refer to the suction of a vacuum cleaner seem to have created misconceptions regarding definition of a vacuum. Whether it's referring to a vacuum of space or household vacuum cleaner, the somewhat counterintuitive fact is that vacuums don't truly suck. As a pulling force, in the case of household vacuum cleaner, the motor-driven fan creates a low pressure area inside, and the higher pressure...
Who's saying this?
What's that?
But obviously identified some people, having that misconception.
Yeah.
And making that error of thinking that... Is this about outer space?
His whole thing is his thesis. So he's made up a whole heap of claims, claim 6, claim 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. Yeah, so this is his whole thesis.
Well, he hasn't met us, like, because we'd correct him and say no. That's but so I think oftentimes the misunderstanding is on their end that because that's not what a vacuum is, that the gas shouldn't just go into it, right? So because you can't use that misunderstanding of what it means, what it means to have a vacuum and exposed to a pressurized system.
Well, it goes on. So how about I'll just finish this paragraph off,
right.
and then you can rip it apart. So common expressions that refer to suction of a vacuum cleaner seem to have created misconceptions regarding the definition of a vacuum. Whether it's referring to vacuum of space or a household vacuum cleaner, the somewhat counterintuitive fact that is vacuums don't truly suck as a pulling force. In the case of a household vacuum cleaner, its motor-driven fan creates low-pressure area inside, and the high-pressure ambient air outside pushes dirt and dust into the nozzle, forcing it into the machine and making it seem like it's sucking. In reference to the vacuum of space, the higher pressure atmosphere wants to push way into the zero pressure environment of space, but its pressure is not great enough to overcome the opposing force of gravity. And now you can attack it. So he's got his gravity in there. So yeah, just claim stacking. But because he's mentioned all the buzzwords, when this goes to school, the teachers are going to tick it off. And all I can say is, I hope that Flat Lloyd Wright is the teacher that's marking this off, and he just hammers the shit out of him. He won't. He's too nice a guy, actually. Anyways, due to Earth's gravitational, the lower 1% of atmospheric altitude contains 99.999997% of all atmospheric particles, and the upper 99% of atmospheric altitude contains just 0.00003% of all atmospheric particles. High atmospheric pressure is a result of more molecules being concentrated in an area, and this force pushes them outward into lower pressure areas where there are fewer molecules in an attempt to balance the pressure gradient. Gravity is the force that creates the above-mentioned particle distribution, and atmospheric pressure is the force trying to overcome it. Many people appear to believe that the Earth's atmosphere ends abruptly, marking the beginning of space at a specific point. In one respect, this is accurate, because according to those who make these decisions, space officially begins at an altitude of 100 where the atmosphere becomes too thin for conventional aircraft to fly using aerodynamic lift, and this altitude is marked by the Kármán line, which is internationally recognised boundary between Earth's atmosphere and space. However, the Earth's atmosphere continues for roughly another 9,900 kilometres beyond the Kármán line. Yet the air molecules present beyond this point and the subsequent air pressure are very small and become increasingly minuscule as altitude increases. Wow. Earth's gravity gradient creates an atmospheric pressure gradient, meaning that as altitude increases, the force of Earth's gravity decreases, resulting in atmospheric pressure also decreases due to present atmospheric gas particles becoming fewer and more scattered and their combined weight dropping, which leads to a reduced level of atmospheric pressure. Some high-altitude atmospheric gas particles drift off into space through a process called atmospheric escape, primarily via thermal escape, solar wind stripping, non-thermal processes, and impact erosion, with hydrogen and helium being the most common particles to escape the force of Earth's gravity. Wow. The resulting logical conclusion suggests that 1. The vacuum of space does not have suction. Number 2. There is no definitive point where the atmospheric particles change from 1 particle present, partial atmosphere, to 0 particles present, vacuum of space. Number 3. Atmospheric pressure comes from gravitational acceleration, which explains why Earth's atmosphere can exist next to the vacuum of space and does not disperse into it. Oh, it's a shame Jedi's not here. He'd be ripping that to shreds. And I'd have to cop it because I'm reading this crap out. Anyways, claim number 6. On a revolving Earth, a helicopter could hover in place while the land rotates beneath it. Analysis of claim 6. The Earth, Earth's atmosphere, and a helicopter on the ground at the equator are all travelling east throughout space at roughly 1,040 miles an hour as they rotate together around Earth's axis, a fact that remains constant once the helicopter becomes airborne and hovers in place. Due to the synchronised eastward movement of Earth, its atmosphere and everything inside it, aircraft travelling west across Earth's surface along the equator at 10 miles an hour is also east through space at 1,030 miles an hour. An aircraft travelling west across Earth's surface along the equator at 400 miles an hour is also travelling east through space at 640 miles an hour. An aircraft travelling west across Earth's surface along the equator at 1,030 miles is also travelling east through space at 10 miles an hour. An aircraft travelling west at 1,040 miles an hour appears to be stationary from the perspective of an observer that is outside the Earth's atmosphere. Well, shit, they're just lining up, aren't they? The hovering helicopter could not hover in place while the land rotated beneath it because every stationary object inside Earth's atmosphere is travelling in unison with the Earth and its atmosphere through space in the same direction. So Numpty just debunked wind.
Why?
Pause for that. Well, there's no wind. Everything's moving in unison. That's why the helicopter, the ground, and everything is all together. Because it's all moving in unison, there's no wind.
That's ridiculous.
That's what he has to have now. If everything's moving in unison,
so no
wind.
Coriolis effect. No Coriolis effect either.
Didn't think that far ahead, did he? Anyways, claim number 7. If Earth spun at 1,040 miles an hour, centrifugal force would make everything fly off its surface. Analysis of claim 7. While using Earth's equatorial circumference and the time it takes to complete one full rotation, the available formulas for calculating centrifugal force suggests that the force from Earth's rotation at the equator is about 0.034 newtons per kilogram, which is only about 0.34% of the force of gravity, meaning that the Earth's gravity is approximately 300 times stronger than the centrifugal force from its rotation at the equator. Centrifugal force doesn't cause objects to fly off Earth's surface because Earth's gravitational force is much stronger than its centrifugal force. Yeah. Claim 8. A working azimuthal equidistant map, such as the Gleason's map, suggests that the Earth is flat. Oh, really? Okay. Well, analysis of Claim 8. In the field of cartography, map projection methods enable the surface of a spherical object to be projected onto a flat surface. Oh, I didn't know cartography made things... Okay, just go back. In the field of cartography, map projection methods enable the surface of a spherical object to be projected onto a flat surface. Well, cartography is just making maps. There's no rules that it says that it has to be coming from a spherical surface. They could just be sailing past a patch of land and they're going to draw it out and put it on a bit of paper. And these projection methods fall into basic types like cylindrical, conical, and projections, among others, which cartographers adapt to preserve certain properties such as conformal, true shape, or equal area, true size. Choosing a projection depends on the map's purpose, as no projection can perfectly preserve all properties simultaneously. On the 23rd of May, 1893, Alexander Gleason patented his world map using an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe Earth onto a flat plane, which retained the lines of latitude and longitude, meaning it correctly represents their relationship to a central point, but distorts the overall shape and area of the map. All distances, directions, and coordinates on the Gleason's map are functional from a chosen central point on the globe, with all other points correctly represented in relation to that centre. It seems relevant to note that 1. It is possible to project a globe Earth model onto a surface while retaining navigational usefulness, and yet this fact does not provide evidence of the Earth having a cylindrical shape. Number 2, the existence of an accurate and functional azimuthal equidistance map projection, such as the Gleason's map, does not provide any structured, logical, systematic analysis of a premise that suggests that the Earth is flat. Well, it's not, because it's a globe projection, and therefore could not be presented as evidence of a flat. The Gleason's map is a spherical Earth projection, meaning without the existence of a spherical Earth, the Gleason's map would not exist. Claim number 9. The Antarctic Treaty System prevents Earth's flat shape and its 360-degree perimeter ice wall from becoming common knowledge. Well, how did you know about it then if it's been prevented? Well, analysis of Claim 9. According to the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, the primary purpose of the Antarctic Treaty is to ensure, in the interests of all mankind, that Antarctica shall continue forever to be used exclusively for peaceful purposes, and shall not become the scene or object of international discord. According to the Scientific Committee, while it is true that movement in Antarctica is regulated by Antarctic Treaty System, which requires environmental impact assessments for all activities, the assertion of the Antarctic Treaty System being used as a tool for inhibiting common knowledge of Earth's flat shape and a 360-degree ice wall was not found to be supported by a structured and systematic analysis of well-supported conclusions. Any proposition that suggests the relevant authority using the treaty for the purpose of covertly inhibiting public awareness of Earth's flat shape and its 360 perimeter ice wall appears to be based on several factors, including but not limited to 1. A mistrust of authority. Number 2. a propensity for belief in conspiracy. And number 3, an attempt to legitimise a belief that lacks verifiable evidence. Let's just do an experiment. Anyone here believe in an ice wall? Bueller. No. Well, we just got rid of that one. That was easy. Claim 10. Gravity isn't real. The apparent effects of gravity are explained by density and buoyancy. Analysis of Claim 10. Since Archimedes' principle states that an object submerged in a fluid experiences an upward buoyant force equal to the weight of the fluid it displaces, if the observed effects of gravity are to be explained by using density and buoyancy, we would first need to explain what weight is without referring to gravitational acceleration. The commonly accepted explanation of weight states that weight is the force of gravity on an object, which can be calculated by multiplying an object's mass by the local gravitational acceleration, W equals mg. Whilst mass is the amount of matter in an object and remains constant, weight changes depending on the strength of gravity. Until a reasonable alternative explanation of weight is presented, peer-reviewed and consistently provable, any assertion of gravity being unreal should be bound to lack validity. Oh, so he's just instructing us that it is real, and until we prove otherwise. So how about you prove your existing gravity? Pick one. There's a whole truckload of them. Anyways, Claim 11. The Earth is an enclosed system contained by a solid dome-shaped firmament. Analysis of Claim 11. The assertion of a solid dome-shaped firmament over the Earth does not appear to be the result of any structured and systematic analysis of the premise to draw the well-supported conclusions and reasoning required to establish validity. The competing assertion states that Earth is not covered by a solid firmament, and this premise is supported through scientific evidence, such as images from space. Oh, so they're scientific now. The successful launching of spacecraft and the observation of meteors passing through the atmosphere, to name a few. The concept of a firmament appears to be rooted in ancient cosmology, but modern science explains the sky and atmosphere as layers of gas, not a solid barrier. Claim 12. The Earth's sun and moon are local to Earth and under the firmament. Analysis of Claim 12. An object's angular size is the angle an object appears to cover in an observer's field of vision, measured in degrees, arc minutes, or arc seconds, and is dependent upon both the object's actual size and its distance from the observer, meaning that two objects of very different actual sizes can have the same angular size if they are at different distances. For example, the sun and the moon appear to be roughly the same size in the sky because while the sun is much larger, we've got to prove that, it is also much further away. So that's a claim. The sun's angular size could only remain constant throughout the day if the sun were far enough away from the Earth that the change in the Earth's position was negligible compared to the total distance, and if the sun were a local object to the Earth, as the sun moved toward and away from an observer, its apparent angular size would become larger and smaller, respectively, varying significantly throughout the day, and since this is not observed, logical analysis dictates a conclusion of the sun not being a local object. The observation of a constant angular size is a key piece of evidence, providing that the sun is extremely distant and not close to the Earth. He's pretty quick to shut down a lot of his claims. I'm accepting this story. Full stop. Claim 13. Rockets require an atmosphere to propel themselves. A claim that posits rocket propulsion requires atmospheric pressure to function appears to be founded on a misconception regarding Newton's third law of motion, as rocket propulsion does not require an atmosphere to propel against. In fact, it works more efficiently in the vacuum. So why is it when they put the little rockets in the vacuum chambers, they don't go real well? Anyways, rocket propulsion occurs through the expulsion of mass in the form of exhaust gases at high speed, which creates an equal and opposite reaction that pushes the rocket forward, and this process called reaction is based on Newton's third law of motion, and explain why rockets do not require air to push against, and why rockets can operate in space. If that's the case, why do rockets have to do a bloody great big hockey stick to get going? If they operate more efficiently in space, why don't they just go up, and as they get out of the more dense so-called atmosphere into a less dense one where they're working more efficiently, why don't they just keep going straight up? Anyways, observations. All variables were controlled to the best possible degree. Conditions remain the same throughout all data collected measures. Oh. Yeah. The question and answer process appears to have elicited most honest responses. Claims from obviously dishonest responders were not considered. So you cherry-picked the data that you wanted to hear. Of course. Conclusions. While attempting to determine the cause of an apparent reluctance on the part of those holding a Earth belief to investigate the things they hold to be true, through the use of logical analysis and reasoning, it became apparent that if a belief has an effective foundation, it is conceivable for the emotion and feeling bedrock upon which such a belief is built to crumble when logical analysis and reasoning are used, and that the potential toppling of a belief as a result of its compromised effective foundation can be prevented by avoiding such logical analysis and reasoning. Questioning one's own beliefs seems like normal consequence of being aware of a belief that is in direct competition with something we hold to be true. If we learn of a belief that is in direct competition with one we hold, it seems logical to investigate new information to determine if it is supported by empirical evidence through direct observation, experimentation, and experience involving systematic collection of quantitative or qualitative data to test a hypothesis and build knowledge by using methods like controlled experiments, surveys, and real-world measurement. If a competing belief is found to have the support of empirical evidence, it seems prudent to perform a side-by-side comparison of both beliefs in order to make informed judgments through a comparative determination. And if this cognitive process reveals a competing belief to be supported by a greater amount of empirical evidence than that of a currently held belief, the ability for new data assimilation to produce more accurate picture of the world would be a logical outcome of comparison, thus reshaping a worldview and changing what is held to be true. In no instance of communication with those holding a belief was there found to exist a connection between the belief itself and the required process for producing empirical evidence. Nor were observations of empirical evidence supporting the flat earth belief made during the data analysis process. Therefore, since the belief does not appear to be founded on empirical, the foundation of a flat earth belief is likely affected or behavioural component. Right, so because no one put forward in his mindset, no one put
He was
forward
looking in the wrong
empirical
place.
evidence, he's in the wrong place, yep.
Yeah. Or he's just outright lying.
Yeah, he's already claimed that anyone that put forward data that he believed to be non-truthful was deleted. So his bias has already gone through and cherry-picked what he believes to be true and correct. So he hasn't actually done this in any scientific way. He's actually gone through, cherry-picked his own data to get the story that he wants.
What data did he disregard that you think should have been included?
I'm not reading the whole fucking thing again, Mez.
Oh.
And I've still got more to go. So, anyways. Okay. Yeah, this is long, man. It's like half an hour's worth of shit. Anyways, where were we?
He's got like a 4,000 word thing going.
Yeah.
Yeah, he highlights that he asked a question, and when he got answers he didn't like, he deleted the answers and said it wasn't an answer anymore.
Yeah. All analysed opinions supporting a flat earth belief and related topics seem to be founded on one or two main ideas: a general distrust of authority or an appeal to religious authority. For some holding a flat earth belief, the affective emotions and feelings relating to an argument from religious authority appear to be present and functional component of the belief itself, and also of the process by which the validity of the subsequent claims is determined. In roughly 15% of the estimated 200 instances of observed communication from those holding a flat earth belief, a connection between the belief and an argument from religious authority was either outrightly stated or strongly inferred by the content of the commenter's opinions. For others holding a flat earth belief, the affective emotions and feelings relating to a distrust of authority appear to be a present and functional component of the belief itself, and the process by which the validity of the belief's subsequent claims is determined. In all instances of communication with those holding a flat earth belief, a connection between the belief and a distrust of authority was either outrightly stated or strongly inferred by the content of the commenter's opinions. It appeared that if a propensity for logical analysis and reasoning is present during the belief formulation process, it will be carried over into the process of formulating the belief's attached claims. As a result of this propensity, holding a belief that is foundationally cognitive seems to promote the formulation of well-supported subsequent claims. Similarly, if a propensity for an affective type, emotional and feeling-based analysis and reasoning is present during the belief formulation process, it will likely also be carried over into the process of formulating the belief's attached claims. In both the distrust of authority and the argument from religious authority cases, the flat earth belief and all attached claims appear to share an effective foundation, suggesting that if a belief is not based on logical analysis, the belief's affective component can become foundational and impede the formulation of well-supported attached claims. If a belief's attached claims are supported by a process of systematic analysis and logical reasoning, it should be expected that the belief itself would also be supported by the same systematic process. However, neither the flat earth belief nor any of the analysed attached claims appear to be the result of structured and systematic analysis of premises to draw well-supported conclusions. Considering the apparent effective connection between the flat earth belief and a distrust of authority in approximately 200 people surveyed, and the weaker connection between this belief and argument from religious authority, since neither of the flat earth belief nor the analysed attached claims display a cognitive foundation, positing that a flat earth belief necessarily has an effective foundation appears to be a logical conclusion. However, it is acknowledged that a larger pool of surveyed is likely required to prove this postulation. Considering the apparent effective foundation of the flat earth belief, since 13 claims attached to this belief were also not shown to have cognitive foundations, positing that if a belief is not based on logical analysis, its effective component will become foundational and impede the formulation of well-supported attached claims, appears to be a logical conclusion. However, it is acknowledged that the analysis of larger portion of claims attached to this belief is likely to definitely prove the hypothesis true. End of thesis.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, that's interesting how he is so contradictory. He's like, flat earthers appeal to some kind of authority that everyone does, like everyone. Like the NASA astronauts appeal to a Bible. They brought a Bible to the moon. You're like, oh, look at these interesting how these 15% of these flat earthers have some kind of religious component to their worldview. Meanwhile, like 99.9% of all people have some kind of religious component to their worldview.
I'm going to send that to you, Crip, because you sound like someone who likes that call. That was long, man. Holy shit, balls.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though that he's not going to respond. He's like, it's non-responsive. That he just wants to talk about belief systems rather than reality. Like you're like an orc in Warhammer 40K. You just kind of enough people believe one thing, and it just changes reality.
Can you post that in chat? Yeah. I'd like to have a look at it.
Let's see if it goes in. Let's not going to down. Control V.
Oh, you might have to break it down into a handful of paragraphs. I don't think it'll post in chat as one.
Yeah, 29 kilobytes. Press the download button. Let's put it up as a text message. Nice one. Anyways.
And hopefully the guy can find some peace now. He can move on with his life. He had a little meltdown, schizo breakdown about what other people are talking about or what other people believe. But I predict no. I bet this is like just one part of the mental break with reality. He'll come back tomorrow and do it all over again.
Repeat, yeah.
This will not.
And then he drops it. Then he drops in here, comes in here. You flat earthers believe, and then three people in unison. It's not a belief. Well, you don't have any empirical measurements. Well, here's a few laser tests.
It's like this topic just destroys their mind, their ability to think. They wouldn't even be able to go back. They think it's science, what the shape of the Earth is. But they can't just turn the clock back and do the science again to get to the same conclusion. It's like they start at globe and end with globe. Well, how did you do that? How did you follow the pathway from geocentric to heliocentric, flat to curve? Can't you redo your own experimentation? No, they can't do that either. It was always a globe. Huh. Because why? Because of what? Because of God did it? The Big Bang? So your worldview is 100% religious, but somehow you've got a hang up that somebody else's worldview is 15% religious.
Now, why'd you say it's religious? What's the religion?
You didn't say religious.
The guy did not specify. He just said that in his list of people he questioned, a lot of them gave a comparison to their religious belief. So if they were talking to Christians, then the Christians would be like, hey, the Bible describes the earth as this. That matches what flat earthers are thinking. If he was talking to a Muslim, the Muslim would say, hey, the Quran says this list of verses describes a flat earth, not a sphere. That's what was being stated when he said a lot of these flat earthers have a religious background.
Do flat earthers believe?
Yeah, I have lots of beliefs. Like I believe.
Another question.
I believe
Christians? Do Christians believe?
Hold on a second here. I believe that science will save humanity because someday in the future, people will be bloodsick, and they'll be done with all the violence, and they'll try to find another solution to settle disagreement, and that will be Newton's flaming sword. All conflicts will be settled with an experiment. You set up your experimental model, I set up mine, and then we debate the results and see who's right. If the person can't produce an experiment, it's just their opinion and should be disregarded unless they can give an argument for why their opinion should matter. So basically the first person who invokes violence is automatically wrong. But I just believe that. I don't know that to be true. I hope someday people finally accept science, take responsibility for their own actions, direct cause and effect. Stop blaming other people for what they do. But I don't know that. See, that's a much different thing than knowing that the earth is flat. Because belief is not required. It doesn't require a belief system to measure something. I'll just measure like how tall I am and then say, well, I believe I'm this tall. You don't go and get like a 12-pack of donuts at the bakery and then see, oh, there's 12 donuts in here. And then the baker, the cashier was like, oh, did you get a 12-pack? I believe so. I don't know. I don't know that. I mean, I don't know for sure. You're like, well, did you pick 12 donuts to put in the box? And you're like, maybe. And they're like, holy crap. Security.
Welcome to Schrodinger's Donuts. How many donuts would you like? I don't know.
It's the ultimate question.
It's just trying to find a way to get these people to understand the difference between believing something and knowing something. It's such a hard ask.
Hard ask?
Ask. It's an ask to say, what is your difference between belief and know? And they're like, it's the same thing. Like, how? What did you do to belief, or what did you do to knowledge to make them exactly the same thing? What did you do? How did you manipulate those two words to have them be exactly the same word?
Change the pronunciation of letters so that they rhyme, like porridge and orange.
Who's making that noise?
I don't know. Hopefully someone fix it quick. I want to tab in and figure it out.
Droid, you hot micing, bro.
What did he just call me? What the heck?
Not you. Is your name Droid?
No, not you. What the droid guy just said.
He didn't say anything. That's the sound
Didn't
it
hear
makes
him?
when his phone's in his pocket scratching.
He called me a name, or I don't know what he said.
You're hallucinating. Dude, we live stream this. You're hallucinating right now.
Well, he said he told me to shut up.
Okay, dude, you're hallucinating.
I'm not.
That's why we live stream this. You're hearing voices in your head. You hallucinated.
I'm not, but he
straight
look at the
up.
stream. He said shut up in the background. You didn't hear him?
A straight up hallucination. You're hearing voices in your head, dude.
You didn't hear him?
I think we might be making people hallucinate now.
There's your science. What do you do with flat Earth? You just casually talk about flat Earth and people start hallucinating voices in their head.
But I'm sure I
How
heard
come
him.
Professor
Right?
Triangle's in here? No one said triangle 3 times.
Earlier,
So it's like
you said it
the same
twice.
dilemma with like global heads, you know.
Earlier it was twice, and then we're like, oh, don't say it again.
Yeah, I didn't.
Triangle, triangle, triangle.
He's already in here, so now you get.
I knew something was going on. I could just feel it.
It's showtime. The old boy talked about that he had walked 1,000 miles or something like that. I can't remember the distance, but it was a long.
30,000 kilometers.
You're like, are you serious, dude? And then turned and made, basically, they go like on the same pair of shoes, like, or what, like that should be an advertisement. Can you hear me now? Like, like, what loafers did you wear? What type of?
So this dude claims that.
Were you wearing Skechers exercise shoes?
That'd be a great advertisement. Skechers, the only boots that can go 30,000 miles on Globetardia.
So he walked 30,000 miles in a straight line?
3 times. And then
he walked, and then he turned 90 degrees, and then he walked, and he turned 90 degrees, and came back to where he started. Total distance of 30,000 and something. Actually, I might be able to find it. If I go back to the start, scroll down, I might be able to find the stupid claim.
How the fuck did that happen?
It didn't.
Just some empty claim.
Got like a big fish tail.
You guys like Dragon's Tales? Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales.
So what?
No, the cartoon.
No. I would say I don't know what it is.
Is that the one? No.
God damn, this is 190.
Tomorrow's going to be 13, 12, 25.
Said 13, 12, 13.
No, like 13 plus 12 is 25.
Here we go. Found it. Dear Flat Earthers, on Earth, you can walk a triangle with 3 90-degree angles and 3 equal sides. 30,057 kilometers total. This is impossible on a flat, plain Earth.
But there's more dirt to it than that.
You can't make 90-degree turns on a ball.
Yeah. I just love the first comment. Don't your feet hurt?
At least someone knows what's going on. It would not be a triangle, but a curved three-dimensional figure with 3 points.
You said the what?
Not a triangle.
No, like after that.
It would be a curved three-dimensional figure with 3 points.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
No. Wow. Crazy. What the shit? How's this? People think optic fiber cable are put underground. Then that means the earth is flat. But ask these people how long did we start using fiber cable? They will keep quiet. Is this the English hub or something? What the?
You mean like internet cables?
Something like that.
That kind of tips a hat to the news of today. Construction workers were building a solar plant and uncover a 5,000-year-old fortress.
Ooh.
But it also has a Roman soldier's grave in it. Let me add up the math here. Rome, 5,000 years ago. Well, it must be the Romans found it too. They found the fortress and they just occupied it. I saw this pretty interesting article the other day. I didn't mean to bring it up. I heard about this in the past, but I didn't really pay much attention to it. It's like about that movie, The Gods Must Be Crazy, where it's similar to that, but like real life examples where like these islanders in the Pacific had like the allied or the superpowers, America and Japan, showed up to an island, like built an airfield, conducted operations, and then just as quickly disappeared. And they thought they were gods, to come help out and whatnot. So then they were performing like almost like rituals, like marching in formation or like building effigies of airplanes. And they were talking about like the sky people and worshiping the sky people. And eventually, when they people came to those islands again for another reason, they're like, no, that was a war, that was like a conflict, those were armies, and they didn't believe them. They thought there was like some sort of test of their faith. So you got the like fiber optic internet stuff. And at some point in the future, it's going to be, so like the Starlink just flies over your head. So people are going to think like internet comes from stuff above your head. They won't know how it works. Just sky people put the internet in there. And they'll perform their little rituals like, jiggle the cord and whatnot to get it to work.
Jiggle the cord?
Yeah, turn it on, off and on.
Is that legal?
Or like, meanwhile in Australia, anyone under 16 is banned from using social media.
There's actually been a lot of posts on the PM's TikTok page and something else, and all these juniors are getting on there. Still here, bro.
Oh, that's so good.
That's great. Oh, our Prime Minister is such a clown shoes, man. Like, seriously. You really have nothing nice to say about him.
Like, it won't affect their kids. You know, their kids will have fake accounts and, you know, be able to access social media and, you know, Grok and all that. But your children, no, they don't get access to the internet. I mean, maybe it's a good thing, I guess, but it just kind of shows you that the people in power are going to use ways of controlling information.
Oh, it's backfiring. Our stupid government, with all their idiocracy, are waking more people up daily than we would do in 10 years. Like, seriously. It's absolutely mind-boggling. And everyone is sitting back, like even your hardcore, I'm staunch Labor or staunch Liberal, your typical media-controlled clown, they're even starting to wake up. Oh, why is it necessary to stop little kids from getting on the internet? On one hand, you're telling them that the internet's bad. On the next hand, you still got this happening. Why wouldn't you have stopped that first? And your average Joe is starting to wake up big time. That's good to see. Yeah. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. Yeah.
I think like Discord's sort of a blessing nowadays. It got all of us together.
If it wasn't Discord, it'd be Telegram or something else. There's heaps of programs still out there we can use. Oh wow, someone's got a little video here. Check it out, you can see Charlotte from the Blue Ridge Parkway, about 70 miles away. Super cool, it's a beautiful day in the mountains. Zooming, zooming, zooming. Oh wow, that's mad. Wonder if I click on that. Oh shit, that's loud. Right click. Copy. Is she going to download? Yes, indeedy.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
With that, we'll go on there. Hopefully, people can play it.
Dude, quit doing that shit. Just mute your mic.
Oh, that's saved as an MKV. That's why it's having a bit of a melt. Right, we redo that as a MP4s play straight up, don't they?
Oh, I forgot pistol ammo. Fuck.
What happened to that? Crikey. Yeah, that one will work straight up. Excellent. Yeah, so that little video, Charlotte from Blue Ridge Parkway, it's about 70 miles away. It's nice when people post things like that on Facebook. Now, let's have a look at that. Full screen. Better.
So Matrix, did you invite that piece of shit that wrote that piece of garbage earlier? You read out?
Hell
Did you invite him in here?
No way.
He needs to come in here for half an hour.
He probably wrote it because he's been in here, and that is his coping mechanism.
Maybe.
He is one of the top contributors of that channel. But keep in mind, that channel is also moderated by one Michael McToon. So if that's the level of moderation they've got, I ain't inviting any of them. But I might drop a link one day. I was just having a read of, when I get back to it, that thing there that Batman sent me. Images are taken just after mission launch. Spacecraft was approximately 366,620. That's what I want to know. 366,620. Enter two of the following. Size of distance must be entered in the same units. Okay. Calculate. Visual angle 1.2374 degrees. So that awesome shot that they gave us allegedly would have had a 1 degree angle, 1.2374 degree angle. So that's a pretty tidy camera that they're using. Bullshit. Anyways. To look more into that later on. Oh, here we go. I just jumped back into Facebook. We're asking a small group of people for their opinion. Could you take a few minutes to answer a short survey? Oh, I love this shit. Start survey. Right. We may use your data for personalisation, innovation, described in our privacy. Not a problem. In this survey, you'll see questions about the posts in your newsfeed. Newsfeed is a place where you see posts from your friends, groups, and pages that you follow. Okay. In general, how many of the posts you see in your newsfeed are worth your time? All of them, most of them, about half, few of them, none of them. Well, it's not none of them because some of them that I read, so few. Continue. Overall, how satisfied are you with the post you see in your newsfeed? Extremely, very, moderately, slightly, not at all. Not at all. Continue. How meaningful are your interactions with people on newsfeed? I don't have any interactions with them, so that's a not at all. Continue. How much value do you get from the post you see in your newsfeed? 0. Actually, a little. I was reading that shit out tonight. That was out of the newsfeed. How satisfied are you? How satisfied are you with the variety of posts you see in your... Very... Gee. How much do the posts you see in your newsfeed make you feel connected to others? Why is Facebook all about connecting people? Not at all. Next. How much do the posts you see in your newsfeed inspire me? Well, I was inspired to read some of that shit out tonight. A little. In general, how many of the posts that you see in your news are from people you want to hear from? Ha, few of them. That's the problem. Continue. How much do the posts you see in your newsfeed entertain me? A little. Continue. How satisfied are you with the ads you see in your newsfeed? Not at all. Get rid of them. How much do the posts you see in your newsfeed keep you updated with things you want to know about? Not at all. How satisfied are you with the amount of control you have over the posts you see in your news? Not very. What is your top complaint about your newsfeed? I do not have enough control over the posts I see. I do not post from friends. Too many uninteresting posts. I see the same posts repeated. Too many ads. I see too many old posts. I have no complaints about newsfeed. Other. I barely use it.
You're training an AI and algorithm to give you more content.
Yeah, they'll work it out. Continue. Please share any additional feedback you have about your experience. I don't use it. There you go, Mr. AI. See if you can comprehend that. Continue. Thank you for your feedback. Okay. Just so you know, Facebook, if you put some bullshit up that I have to verify my age, I'm out. I won't be using you anymore. I just click the close button and walk away. What are they sooking about here? A 20-year-old lottery winner had a choice: $1 million or $1,000 a week for the rest of her life. She chose the $1,000 a week. So what are you sooking about? If she's 20 and she lives to 70, that's like 2.6 million. Minus taxes, of course. Yeah, someone posted up there, 52k a year for her. She hits $1 million at 40, then anything after that's a bonus. Yeah, that's right. Smart move. That's more than many people will make in a week working 40 hours. She works on top, she hits 6 figures. Someone's posted up something naughty. Lottery company hiring a hitman a week later. Ouch. That's not very nice. Any Globers in here? Got any Globe proof?
Oh, that's awesome. I got a diving tank. I can breathe underwater now. You guys have a pet cat?
Oh, here we go. Inside chat. We got Ice JJ Fish typing something. Wonder what this one's.
What are they typing?
Don't know yet. All I can see is Ice JJ Fish is typing. He's been going for a couple of minutes.
Can't see shit. No.
So, Ice JJ, it took you nearly 11 minutes to type out one sentence. There is so much wrong with this, but the entire premise is that everything is actually just based off of patterns can be refuted by the fact that we can actually predict and forecast things that have not been previously observed. Most damningly, we are able to change a pattern. Ice JJ, the fuckwit that wrote that, cherry-picked data to suit his bullshit thesis.
Oh.
Confirmed by many different observatories on the ground at the same time. So, Ice JJ, why is it when they shoot a laser at a large body of water and they measure the deviation, there isn't one?
it stays the same distance. What is it, about 11:15, so it's going to take him about half an hour to get set and the channel. I can wait. There wouldn't be any confirmation bias in that, would there, JJ? You sped? Because someone else agrees with you, all of a sudden they're right? Huh? The entire premises is entirely incorrect and actually explains how flat earthers think we don't need a model. So us saying we don't need a model, therefore the earth is a globe because we don't need a model. This guy is a fucking idiot. Like, seriously, I used to smoke a fair bit of drugs and shit when I was younger, and I still wasn't that fucked up. Don't do drugs, kids. It's not good for you. So in Stupid's eyes, I need a model and I need a map to prove what I live on. So why is it, Ice JJ, that you've got both a model and multiple maps and you still can't prove curvature? Isn't that interesting? I see T-Dub hovering in the background, just waiting for JJ to drop in. I think he owes us a few citations and things.
Fucker.
Thank goodness it's Friday, gents.
Arr.
Ah, you bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, look at me. I'm so lucky.
Damn, 24/7 gaming channel now?
Yo.
Only that one.
I just walked in and saw the stream, clicked in, and I'm like, oh wow, video games. And we're live on YouTube. Fantastic.
I was ever so patiently waiting for our hero side chatter, Ice JJ, to drop into the channel.
I don't think he will. He's a coward.
Now, see, normally what happens is he spends a bit of time in the side chat, and then he grows a set and jumps in. I don't know whether he's waiting for Dutch courage to build up or what. He jumps
Starts
in,
playing with his Billy. Yeah.
has a little cry, spews some BS about how he thinks it's a ball tard, makes a lot of claims, then when gets pressed about backing up his claims, has a little cry about how he gets muted, talks a lot more shit, then he runs away, and then about 10 minutes later he'll come back, cry a bit harder, not back up his claims again, get muted, cries about it in the side chat will get turned off, he'll run away again, come back about 15 minutes later, and he does it 3 times. So it's not that we don't know our enemy.
So par for the course. Emotional Glober. Check.
Yeah. Which is quite interesting because if you read the paper that he's referring to, what is this? This text is quite literally astrology, some weird version of it. Ice JJ, if you think that text is astrology, you are in the wrong room.
Did it crash? Yeah. Well, that's it, folks.
You guys are all bots, right?
You'll be okay, kid.
Do bots offer cuddles and cookies? No, they don't.
What are you talking about?
So show us on this doll where the flat earthers hurt you.
What are we talking about?
I always get confused why they come in here if it's so painful for them.
What are you guys talking about?
You and your mom.
Wait, what's wrong with me?
Nothing. Yeah.
I'm a fucking grown ass. So what?
Are you still playing a game?
But it's there. Have
Are you talking about bots on your game?
No,
it's another one altogether.
Because you guys were all like muted, just sitting in there silently. I didn't know if you guys were like real people or not. I know some of the servers like they have like just like bots chilling.
Oh, okay. No, not you, mate.
Yeah. What would bots do in a room by themselves?
It just makes it look like there's more people than there really is.
Or they do bot things, you know. I don't know what a bot does.
Is that just pad numbers? That's what bots do.
Oh, look, it's Crit. What's up, Crit?
Yeah. The sky is up.
That's true.
And the ground is down.
So wait, Crit, do you bot the messages that you send into chats, or like how's that work? Do you go manually like post them?
Yeah, dude, you can't bot. It's self-botting against TOS.
Oh, of course you would not bot, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's like one of the main things that Discord added quite a few years ago about self-botting.
So you're posting it manually, well, good ups on you, bro.
Yeah, here, look at, let's see here. Maybe they changed it. Okay, hold on.
What does that mean, self-botting? What do you mean by that?
Because they have, like, if the account is a bot, it has to be labeled as bot. And then it has, like, a different set of access and whatnot. So if somebody's using a bot, but not calling it a bot, then it's that account is breaking the terms of service. Like, they basically, it's a way to get rid of.
Right, I get you. Yeah.
When I create bot accounts, I have to mark it as it's a bot.
It's not allowed to be used as a human. Humans aren't allowed to use bots on their own account. They're not allowed to. It must be solely and independently its own account. Which, right, is that right?
Yeah, because that way it's supposed to be another way of stopping scam or phishing bots. Because that way it'll trigger some kind of reaction that a human would have to, like they'll have to respond in some manner, like enter a code from an email address, and they get like so many minutes to do so, or there'll be some kind of functionality that will, if they pick up bot behavior, even if a false positive, the person's going to have to do something to, that whatever, that caption, whatnot.
CAPTCHA.
Yeah, unless there's like a way around it, like say having Nitro, being connected to a VC at the same time and being active.
So you can't set up a system on your account where people just get auto mail, basically.
Yeah, or it mostly
delivery.
happens too, like an auto replier. Like if somebody messaged you and you automatically reply. Like I knew a flat earther who did that, who would just would post like, interesting, oh really, just these really sort of like innocuous, comments. Like the globals would be like, oh, flat earthers are X, Y, and Z. It goes, oh, interesting that you would say that. And the next comment would be like, of course you think it's interesting because you're X, Y, and Z. And they'd be like, really? Like everything he said, it made it look like it was like a real response because the person's comments were just utter garbage and useless. Didn't really require any sort of interaction. It just kept the person busy for hours and hours, just yelling into the ether. And the person wasn't even there. They weren't even arguing with anyone. And I mean, I think that's good because those people are, just think of the damage they'd be doing to humanity had there's not these chat bots keeping them busy.
That reminds me of the old days, like you're talking about using that sort of tech. they had auto dialers, right?
Yeah.
Like on The Simpsons, that Simpsons episode. He got older one.
They're called demon dialers.
Yeah.
It's a hacker's tool, demon dialer. You just put a prefix in and give it its range of numbers and let it go, and it'll come back and list everything. It's just like in the movie War Games. That's a demon dialer. I used to make those.
Those are so fun, man. I forgot the name of the one I used to use back in the BBS days.
Yeah,
I used to just set up
the
the computer
generic name.
24/7.
The generic is demon dialer, but they used to have all kinds of good ones out there. You could not buy, I guess, copy.
Yeah. Yeah, like you just let it run, and it's like, hey, this phone number leads to a fax machine. This one leads to a phone tree, and some of the smart ones will try and dig through the phone tree and map out the different options. Like you can go to this and go to that.
Yeah, if it figures out there's extensions, it'll start doing the extensions. You can say it'll say, "Hey, this line was extensions," and you can go back later and say, "Only go to this number and go through every extension."
Yeah.
So generally, what people can do, like the architecture behind a web page. So I won't get too detailed, but you can open Discord in a browser rather than the app. And when it's opened in the app, then you can change certain tokens to make like when you're posting stuff, and then people can vary that, so then it appears different each time.
Interesting.
So, like from the user's point of view, like someone who's using that software, you don't see anything. It's only machine readable. But then if you have Discord open, you can see the bot doing its thing. Like some of them. Here's a good example: how they react to certain comments. Like they'll put like whatever emoji. If you have the bot open doing it, it doesn't look like anything. There's no mouse that clicks, selects. It's running, like a script that's behind an operating system that's also behind the web application. The downside is that it does error sometimes, as compared to an API bot that will notice a message and then respond. Like a bot economy or something like that, where you push like a command, like slash or period. Like the one here on this website, I'm trying to think what you do, like question mark. Like here, like that command. See, you just type that command and it automatically functions.
Yo.